Hi, my wise astrology tribe, Cosmic Insight Astrology. I am your co-pilot, Christina. Finally, today I made a decision. I'm gonna sit 5 hours and I'm going to do this video for you. I'm going to actually analyze 2026 all planetary aspects, but just the major ones and also each individual sign. So stay with me, please. I'm going to timestamp it so you can actually jump back and forth if you would like to. And I would like to ask you a favor. Please like, comment below. And if you have any kind of prediction for 2026, let me know also what is your sign, and what do you think it's going to happen for you as well. In the comment section below, I'm going to answer for you all. And also, I saw that YouTube came up right now with hype a video kind of thing. If you can please do me a favor and hype my videos, so it would help me to reach more audience and have more subscribers. But thank you so much. And also, about my 2026 videos and written horoscope are available, also financial as well. The thing is, right now, I also going to um, give you some kind of financial reading as well with the general mundane reading. All right, thank you so much for being here. I feel like this 2025 went by like in a blink of an eye, at least for us. It was just like very, very fast year. Obviously, we had a Martian year numerologically, 2025, and we also are in a period 9 year. Which is also fire energy, and the fire snake itself, it sleeps and it lights quickly as well. So definitely very fast energy, and I think it's going to be next year also, 2026. We are entering some kind of challenging time, so do not be dismayed by the brokenness of the world. All things break and all things can be mended, not with time, as they say, but with intention. So go, love intentionally, unconditionally. The broken world waits in darkness for the light that is you. All right, that was a quote from Nats, and I wanted to start with this because of I believe in unconditional love, and I believe our intention can heal the world if we stay focused. So the 2026 going to ride in as the fire horse, right? And it is a very, very fast energy. The horse itself, it's speeding, galloping really fast. The fire energy also extremely fast. And the universal numerological year is the year one. So it's also an ignition. It's something which is like very fast solar energy, very low. It's going to represent new beginnings and bold leadership. And, that kind of vibe when you say, okay, I can go first. But collectively, it's going to crack the old system, and it's going to push a lot of new leaders into, corporation industries and also in spotlight in the government as well. There will be a lot of political shakeups, and it's going to also have some kind of energy of war energy as well. We're going to reband ourselves as nations and countries around the world, and we're going to define who we really are right now with this new cycle. Financially, it could be something to do with technology. The sun and the fire horse going to highlight something to do with gold, robotics, something to do with space mining, anything to do with solar energy as well, right? The gold definitely going to regain its role. And it's also because Jupiter going to go to Leo, and we're gonna start the solar eclipses, lunar eclipses in Leo as well, Leo and an Aquarius axis. So definitely it's going to be something to do with gold and something to do with for example solar energies and anything to do with also the heart as a health theme, vitality, fertility, because of the sun itself rules the fifth house, which could be fertility, right? And children, something to do with hormonal activity, but reproductive activity also, which is usually eighth house. But in this case, because of its fertility and children, it could also affect that area. But this is a positive energy usually, but there is, as above, so below. I always say that there is some kind of shadow of this sun and fire horse as well. Anything to do with propaganda and, anything to do with narcissism as well. A lot of people going to start to perform even in politics, for example, if you have Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius, rising sun and moon, this year going to be very kind to you. But you can become very impatient as well. And as I said, sometimes if you are going to become famous overnight, careful because of it could bring in some kind of narcissism and you're going to fall from a high horses, for example. This is not anymore, like the lone wolf kind of energy. It is, we're going to also get a lot of new healers coming in, for example. Um, that could be also like masculinity also going to be very visible during this year, like people are going to fight, against transgenderism or something to do against gays as well. So countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Brazil, anything to do with Southeast Asia, those can be something coming up like toxic masculinity, for example. And as I said, some countries are going to actually attack, transgenderism and things like that. Definitely. All right, so let's start actually with January 26th. Neptune enters area 0 degree. 0 degree is the world axis. It is a shifting point of the collective. That is cardinal axis. It's a restart. So, for example, Aries and Libra, if you have anything Aries or Libra 0 to 5 degrees, right? Or if you have anything to do with Capricorn and Cancer, also that is also cardinal world axis is 0 to 5 degrees. Neptune and Aries, Neptune in Aries and Saturn in Aries going to affect you significantly. So Neptune in Aries. Today, I'm not going to talk a lot about the historical parallel. Of course, I'm going to mention a few things and not a lot of uh, technicality of astrology also. I'm gonna mention a few things like what Neptune rules. Neptune rules the 12th house and it is rules anything to do with oil and orphanage and, pharmaceuticals. It is the water itself, the ocean itself. It also rules the underprivileged and hidden money offshore accounts, for example, and healing, photography, filmography. So I'm gonna mention a few things, but obviously, as I said, I'm going to do another video end of January or begin middle of January, and very, very detailed, where you're going to learn everything about Neptune in Aries, and it's going to be here for a long time. All right, so 20 years. So let's see what's going to happen over here. It could be something like a holy crusades, something to do with like governments or corporations start acting like missionaries, right? Something to do with it's more like holy behind the scene, but actually they want to taking over something with weapons. There could be also, because Neptune also something to do with pharmaceuticals as well. So there will be some kind of force of, vaccination, for example. It could be like a few countries get together and they're going to create some kind of agency like the WHO, but something similar. It's going to be something like national health integrity for each individual's countries, right? Which is supposedly protect the citizens from dangerous misinformation about vaccines and nutrition and treatments. But in practice, really, they're going to block certain website overnight for the public safety, obviously, right? And then they also going to remove some kind of social media account, especially with content like which could be dangerous for them, for some kind of health guideline issues, right? And then also they're going to maybe investigate doctors who are questioning the protocol, and the doctors could even, lose their licensing as well. Of course, there is always going to be opposition, guys, because if something like that coming up, there is going to be people are awakened. People are not just going to take like a mandatory vitamin. Right now, we question everything, and they can become an activist and actually, oppose to these parties. And they're going to say we need some kind of scientific debate over here or database and show us because otherwise we won't believe you. So yes, it could start like something noble, but behind the scene there is just control. And for example, also Neptune is the ocean. So definitely climate going to bring some trouble in here right now. It could be something to do with, um, there could be some kind of new policies coming out even from the EU or, anywhere really. Something to do with carbon tariffs, for example. Which is supposed to, they're gonna say it's actually protecting the planet, but obviously it could be something like they just want to get more powerful by the tariff is tax, guys. So carbon tariffs is like, okay, if you don't have EV vehicle, electric vehicle, yes, electric car, then you are actually going to pay a lot of tax. But also, there is going to be a lot of new standards coming in right now, and people or companies could be publicly shamed, and like something like, okay, those are climate abusers. And actually, you can also see that on the tags. You buy something, and it's going to be like CA, climate abusers, written on it, and a lot of people are going to actually choose not to buy it or not to support those kind of companies. So yes, and also those could be quietly also punished, like because they can reduce aid or black trade with those kind of companies who is actually the abusers there. We're also going to have a new system, a new naval patrol coming in. And, it is most likely because we're going to have Uranus, Pluto, uh, trine also that will be something to do with drones as well. So this kind of new naval patrol, because Neptune is the ocean and naval patrol, right? And the Marines and Aries is something to do with soldiers, right? They're going to control global trade, for example, and there will be even some kind of choke point. So it could be also, by the way, some kind of pirate activity as well. But it could be just like, okay, I'm going to check what do you want to bring in? Do you have any drugs on? Because Neptune also drugs as well. And they're gonna have some kind of choke point all over on the oceans. Yes, and then also there could be some kind of global AI ethic rules or laws coming in right now, because there will be a lot of new AI coming in, and Neptune is fogginess. Neptune is anything to do with also so the data is going to be leaked, right? Because Neptune also can leak data as well, and it could be like, all right, we need some kind of new law because of we need to protect humanity from dangerous AI as well, and they're going to declare it. Or it could be, for example, like smaller or poorer countries can only get access to advanced AI system if they accept strict licensing terms and also data sharing as well. So it could go to the opposite as well. Not only, like, okay, we're going to protect everyone. It is like, all right, you didn't use our AI yet. Okay, you can have our system, but I need all medical data because Neptune also hospitals and medical data as well. And okay, I need everything about your country and all the people who are signing up over here. So it could either bring in some kind of ethics in some countries, and the other countries going to suffer from leaking out data, or so something like threatening the safety of the people who are and safety of the humanity also, who are signing up and want to use some kind of advanced system. And Neptune is fog. So I wouldn't, there is gonna be a lot of foggy activity. Somehow we're going to have more humidity, even in Mediterranean places. So you're going to see like a lot of fogs, which is going to not allow us to see clearly. But anyway, Neptune is also pandemic as well, and in areas which rules the eyes, the ears, and the head, we're going to experience a lot more ear infection, a lot of eye infection. I keep saying that they don't want us to see. So that's why Neptune, the fogginess, also could come in as well. And on the other hand, because of we're going to have Neptune and Saturn conjunct in Aries as well on February 20th, but Neptune in Aries also something to do with we having a conflict with a country, and we don't see clearly because the narrative is going to mislead us. There is a lot of dangerous propaganda coming up, and for example, Neptune also filmography, and it could be because Neptune going to obviously sextile with Pluto in Aquarius, which is AI. It could be like there is videos, and we won't be able right now. I'm still able to tell you which one is AI videos and which one is not. But sooner or later, we won't be able to. So they can actually create some kind of videos where you will see, oh my God, this country got attacked by the other country, how many, people died or whatever. And then you realize that's not the truth. And they just wanted to initiate some kind of war or, false flag operation, obviously. And they are creating a false flag operation because of the video is false itself, right? So that's why we're going to have protest erupt around the world. As I said, I did a video with Astro Victor, which I'm going to release in a week. I just doing the beginning of the video in European Union and in Europe, and there is going to be major social unrest starting end of February, March, guys. So yes, it could be that as well. Also, Neptune is oil. Aries is drilling because it's ruled by Mars. So there could be some kind of drilling accident, offshore drilling, deep water drilling accident, which can actually, when Saturn comes in, Saturn is sees the life, and it could actually create mass of ocean animals, death as well. So unfortunately, it could bring in something like that. But Neptune could be definitely something with propaganda. Neptune also it's socialism, and Neptune is forgiveness and unconditional love, higher octave of love. It's angels and Mother Teresa and It is like, I would say, I wouldn't even mention Mother Teresa because we don't really know if she was good or bad, but I would say it's angelic. It could be forgiveness and angelic. However, it could be also like because of illusion, delusion, it could create propaganda, right? So if they're creating something with AI like that, doesn't matter if like 2 weeks later the truth is coming out, the damage is already done. And you know, a lot of people anyway not willing to change their mind, even if they see the truth, they still going to believe what they saw first, unfortunately. So yes, it could be like some kind of fake butter could get triggered by this as well. And it is also like could be something with uh, yes, as I said, offshore drilling and the oil, it could malfunction, something like that. Uh, the public from Neptune in Aries is something to do with inflammation and also infection. The public could be terrified or exhausted, you know. Also, even from propaganda right now, they don't know what to believe in, which is truth and what is not. And you know, it could affect the psyche for sure. There could be also a lot of fake peace talks as well. All right, we created a ceasefire here and there, and there is, you know, a historic peace talk, and somebody is going to get a Nobel Peace Prize who is actually a warmonger. So we will see a lot of things like that with Neptune in Aries. Yeah, that could bring in illusion, delusion, and fake peace for sure. Also, pandemic, as I said, there are going to be something to do with eyes and ear infections for sure, but also because of Neptune is ruling the invisible world, the 12th house is it's really invisible, you know, something to do with. Also invisible illnesses, right? Chronic fatigue, migraines, dizziness, nerve pains, very weird inflammatory markers, for example, but nothing is conclusive in the data when you have a blood test or MRI. It could be also caused by EMF from solar activity as well, because don't forget, I told you guys about the solar activity because of the year of sun. So we're going to have a lot of aurora borealis. Maybe the aurora can be seen all year long. Maybe it can even seen by the equator. So, you know, like right now, everywhere will be seen. But Neptune areas also pandemic wise could bring in chronic inflammation, or Neptune could be chemicals as well. So some kind of chemical explosion, something to do with the electric magnetic field, you know, like, okay, it's not even a debate anymore. Does it really creating cancer in the body and things like that? But as I said, when you go to test, the people and doctors not going to be able to find any kind of conclusive data over there. They're gonna say, yeah, but you are not dying. But you're gonna say, yes, but I'm dizzy, I cannot focus, and I don't function normally. What's going on? I can't work. Please help me. And you know, originally they don't want to label that for a new syndrome, nothing like that, because it could become, you know, politically risky. So they're just going to leave us in the fog. They're gonna say, you know, it's lifetime related. You have too much stress or things like that. On the other hand, this could be really good to start or, you know, like own citizen science or whatever, however you want to call it. Like, for example, we're going to have platforms where we're going to share experiences, or, you know, we can swap some kind of herbal protocols, and, you know, we're going to have some kind of online groups where we are going to be more confident in that online group than in the doctors, because somehow we will feel like that's not happening us whatever. All right, and you know, we are going right now from 5G to 6G, right? And we're going to expand the infrastructure, and we're gonna have more satellite. Obviously, you know, we're going to report more headaches. If we have more towers, we're gonna have more insomnia. Why? Because Neptune is sleeping, right? and Aries wants to go, 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 go. So it is like insomnia. I cannot sleep anymore. My ear is ringing, I have some kind of heart palpitation, because, or sweating, because Neptune is also your sweats as well, and the heat. So I feel like heated. A lot of people going to experience menopause symptoms even in their 30s. So it could be really, really, like I'm sweating all the time. Something is, very weird. Yeah, so I actually recommend everyone to buy Schunkeit. I have like 5 pounds of Schunkeit all over in my house, and I buy a lot of EMF blocker. And at night, either you turn off your router or you put some huge, like you can buy those blanket on your computer, especially if you have to sleep with your computer in it. So turn it off and make sure everything is you block everything possible. Put your what is that, phones out in the living room. Don't sleep with it. So that's definitely very important. On the other hand, Neptune is poison, could be poison and chemicals as well. It could create like a lot of allergic reaction for pharmaceuticals, food sensitivity, for example. A lot of people could become allergic for shellfish, or so the shellfish allergy, I think, going to become very intense. And it could be because of the water toxic itself, but also, because Neptune is autoimmune and also its immune system and something. So autoimmune conditions and something to do with histamine reaction, as I said, with allergies, could climb like crazy as well. But as I said, also something to do with food toxicity and perhaps too much, mercury in the big fishes. And right now they're going to say, yes, actually, big fish mercury create autism. So be careful with that. So we have to really, reduce the pesticides in our food. And for example, microplastic could be also an issue, which is creating some kind of endocrine disruption as well. So we will have to be very, very careful with it. All right. And then what else could happen? Okay, elections. Let's see, because there is a lot of midterm elections coming up. Neptune and Saturn together in Aries could be like social unrest. That is the historical parallel. I'm gonna talk about like also, Neptune is some kind of messiah. Um, Messiah conflict, not conflict. How do you call that? Oh my God, sometimes I forget words. When a person think they are God, they are Messiah. So the fake saviors, for example, candidates who are like, okay, who are like prophets and not even politicians, and they coming from a cult, or they are like, okay, they're giving hope for the wounded, right? But without facts, for example. So healers for president kind of situation, but they all fake. Or we will see a lot of lawsuit against like priests and healers, like who thinks they are gurus, and they were all just false charlatans, for example. Yes, but definitely the campaign slogan going to change right now. It could be like we can do it, or make it great again, to go like let's heal together, right? So it's giving more hope to people, and people want to go for it, because they are exhausted right now. We are exhausted right now, but also we can have a lot of spiritual warriors right now, because that going to be someone like a charismatic ex-soldier or influencer, who will become a spiritual warrior, the warrior of the nation. And they can use religious language right now. Okay, everything is about God, and with God we can heal together, we can heal the universe, kind of, Messiah complex is coming in. And then, yeah, then also we will have to be careful really with AI over here, because of the algorithm could create some kind of data mix up with with election, we're going to have a lot of cheating in election because everything is going to, and they want to move everything to computer, and the computer could be hacked very easily. So false, like elections for sure. And if we are going to check the weather, we still have the North Node and South Node in Pisces and Virgo axis. The last eclipse gonna happen August 28th, 2026. So anything to do Neptune, rules Pisces. So literally, it's something to do with water, and it's something to do with monsoons or floods, and like toxic chemical clouds, for example, what they can create as well, because areas could be really toxic, right? So it's fire and water. It is something to do with ice and fire. So, for example, the ice could start to melt, and it is going to actually increase the water level, which could create some kind of, the coastal regions could actually experience some kind of major floods over there. Also, obviously, there could be something because Neptune representing fogs and vapors as well. It could be like, okay, something from the ocean coming in, and it could be some kind of chemical vapor, perhaps, right? Or something to do with smoke because of Aries, Mars, and fire related. So some kind of smoke is going to create fogginess as well, the orange skies. They're definitely going to have Uranus and Pluto are trining, but I'm gonna talk about that later. It can create a lot of, activity, volcanic activity, and earthquake as well. So yes, that's what it is. But also. As I said, it could be some kind of heavy raining and mudslide as well coming in during this time. Um, the cloud seeding, so Neptune in Aries, it could be a spiritual war or it's a war, especially when it's going to conjunct with Saturn. And Neptune is also vaporizing the water and clouds as well. So definitely they could use cloud seeding as a weather wall, for example. And I was talking about that in my previous videos, guys. And like when I was reading about Jamaica right now, the category 5 hurricane, but actually it should be a category 6 because it was like insanely high wind speed. And then they said, because I was watching this scientist talking in the Kim Iverson show, and he said, yes, cloud seeding is real. They did it in Dubai and Texas, right? Peter Thiel is the one who is actually uh, once cloud seeding, obviously, because there is a lot of desert also around the world. If they start cloud seeding over there, they can create oases, and they can use that areas. And there is over 8 billion people on the world, so then we could go and go inward, in Africa or Australia, and then we can use more part of the earth for living. But cloud seeding, if the soil is not ready to soak up and absorb the water, obviously there could be mudslide, there is flood, there is death. So like sometimes they don't know what, it's very early project, and because of that they're gonna make a lot of mistakes, right? uh, Yes, but what else? So they can engineer storms because of, as I said, and read about that. So, and let me know in the comment section below what did you read or where did you hear that, because then I'm going to check it also and talk about in another video, please. But for example, the climate warfare, it's going to be um, some kind of war, and they are capable to engineer storms right now. And why do you think right now nothing touched Florida this year and everything moved in the middle? Obviously, because of, they are capable to also manipulate the storms as well and move away some part of, some countries. If they, but why did it go through to Jamaica? When I was watching this Kim Iverson kind of show podcast with this scientist, he said because of Jamaica has the red soil bauxite, and they really want to actually uh, get that bauxite out from Jamaica, but they cannot mine it if there is any living people still in Jamaica. So they might going to start to, like evacuate Jamaica, like get rid of all the people from there with storms. And that is very scary if they're capable to do that, because that could be a global exodus, and it's going to bring in more issues with not only globalization but also with immigration as well. And Neptune is immigration, and Neptune in Aries is fighting against the immigrants with military forces. What you see in the U.S. ICE is like taking people away without even due process. It's terrible, guys. It is terrible. Okay. There could be also a lot of schools with spiritual activism as well. So right now you're going to see more, what is that, more oh my God, universities and colleges where people are going to learn about justice, and they're going to speak about injustice, and they're not going to be afraid to talk up, to take a stand, against the genocide, for example. Yes, so that could be. But on the other hand, it could also turn out on the other side, like. For example, professors and people going to have to leave the university. They won't be able to teach because they say, okay, you are created a propaganda, even if they're not, even if they are saying the truth, but because it triggers someone, and then you're going to get fired, for example, a kind of situation. Um, on the other hand, because of in best case scenario, it could also uh, kids are going to learn about how to respond, how to become more forgiving and more compassionate, and toward to people who are bullied also. So bullying can decrease also, not shaming students, for example. It will be also like teacher not going to shame students. So it could be actually amazing, but the bad side of this could be also like real traumas or mental illnesses could be, for example, ignored, and they are said, okay, take this medicine, take this SSRI. We're not going to go down to the root of case, like why is that person drinking or addict? Maybe because it got, sexually abused, maybe because of, like there is a lot of trauma. No, just take this medicine and whatever, like sweeping everything under the rug kind of situation could also be the worst case scenario over here. Yes, but definitely there will be a lot more activity clubs like mindfulness application, for example, with breathwork, meditation, yoga movement. It could actually bring in like, all right, let's go and create, you know, uh, like for example, retreat centers as well. Um, yes, so that's good for that. All right, and definitely we're going to, because Neptune also dissolving boundaries and dissolving everything, right? So the boundaries and the identity, the old identity going to get dissolved. And, uh, it could be like, right, citizenship going to be rewritten right now. Neptune is also immigration as well. There will be a lot of climate refugees and mass migration, as I said. The digital nomads also going to be introduced right now, and people going to be able to have multiple citizenship, not just two, but like multiple citizenship right now, or digital citizenship, for example, as well. Um, all right, and then hmm, it could also. collapse some kind of industries as well. And careers, for example, or jobs as well. So, for example, you see like small office jobs and call center agencies and anything to do with cashiers, you're going to see less and less cashiers. And obviously, this is also because this Neptune is going to sextile with Uranus in Gemini later on and with Pluto in Aquarius. So, like we are losing jobs right now. Um, there also, this could also affect the hospitals as well and the nurses as well. So, there could be something like they're going to decrease somehow the members and of nurses and doctors. Somehow, a lot of hospitals could get closed down, for example, because they're not going to have money to because of the inflation. Neptune is also inflation. Yeah, yes, okay. All right, so anything to do with, so if you check Neptune in Aries, it is mysticism with a sword, it is something to do with also inflation, and it could be very aggressive. Right now, this year, the US dollar already inflated 12% since January 20th. Right now, because of the US dollar gonna have a Saturn return, and the US itself gonna have a Uranus return with Mars and Uranus being on uh, transit Mars and Uranus being on the natal Uranus, so which is going to bring in obviously social unrest and civil war. So yes, the inflation going to be very, very aggressive. Something to do with synthetic vaccination, right? Did you hear that Bill Gates actually want to have a global vaccine, a vaccine for everyone? I don't even know why. Definitely, they're not gonna vaccinate me, but yes, something to do like that. Or like the pharmas, because of they are losing control, they coming up with some kind of heroic medicines. Actually, there is Putin was the one who said Russia has a vaccination for cancer, pre-vaccine for cancer. So we will see how is it working. Some vaccination could be really great, but we will see. All right. Okay, and there could be something to do with energy and oil. So, for example, as I said, Neptune is oil and Aries is fire. It could be like price manipulation of the oil or seizing, for example, the heating oil. Maybe Russia not going to sell something to Western Europe where they are not supporting them, that kind of situation. And also, it could be something to do with surge in biotech innovation and speculative pricing as well. There could be also with cancer research, pharmaceutical, right? And the biotech outlook, like some kind of early trial approval. And the government can back up this program. As I said, like Russia has already some kind of vaccine for cancer. But also, there could be a lot of scandals and lawsuits and a lot of whistleblower going to leak out data as well. Um, and the other thing is, yes, it could be some kind of price manipulation or, like some kind of manufactured crisis as well. For example, WTI and Brent crude and gas ETFs, something to do, like it could show a spike, some kind of sharp spike over there, but obviously after that it could also show some kind of decrease. All right, guys, then we're going to have Saturn going to Aries in February 13th. We already experienced that as well. Saturn in Aries is the iron spine or the iron fist beginnings, something to do with some kind of mandatory service going to return, right? Mandatory service, I'm talking about like they're going to draw people. Like, for example, a lot of countries like Germany, France, Hungary, America, they're going to be like, okay, we need a mandatory service, 12 to 18 months national service, because of they want to create wars. That's what it is. They want wars, and they're gonna say defense is necessary, or we need to discipline our citizens because of, they are not listening. And obviously, what I see right now in the US, they really want to disturb the midterm elections, and that's why they're going to create some kind of market manipulation when people going to be like have enough and exhausted, and they're gonna say, you know what, right now we're gonna be on the street, and to control the street, you're going to need to militarize the street. At least that's what they're going to think. So that's what can happen as well. So it's not just because we need defense against other countries, for example, as a country gonna say, but also against our own citizens, right? Um, so yes, and there could be also military branch just to do some kind of cybersecurity duties, or some kind of civilian emergency corps as well, right? Because if we are having more a shake of the world like Uranus, Pluto, trine, but it's in Aquarius and in Gemini, obviously earthquake and eruption, there could be something like, all right, we need some kind of first responders, right? Someone who defend right away of the citizens as well. Okay, and young people are going to protest a lot, guys, because of it's really Gen Z not going to just take this kind of forced labor. Like, okay, I have to, just like, do you remember when we had the Vietnam War and we had the peace protest, the hippies actually against the war and the peace protest over there. So we're going to have that again. It's just like, no, I'm not going to go to war or allow my sons to go to war because you want to get more powerful and more money and you don't care about what's happening with us. So yeah, people are not going to take it. Yes, but also we're going to see a lot more, you know, for example, border militarization as well, because as I said, there could be some kind of climate refugee movement or exodus as well. So obviously, there could be like, all right, we need to support our borders. Um, we going to use Aries is something to do with heat, right? Neptune is camera, Saturn over here, it's like protection, right? And boundaries. Saturn is boundaries, Neptune doesn't know boundaries. People want to come in. So we're going to, and the border patrols going to use a lot of heat detecting cameras also, guys. And they're going to, even if it's dark, they're just going to be able to see, there is someone and get them or put them in jail, something like that. And we're going to definitely have more robotics on patrol dogs. You will see it's coming right now. Uh, yes, on the good way, it could also, because Saturn is seizing something and Neptune is trafficking drugs or trafficking humans itself. So there could be something against anti-trafficking, movement as well. So human trafficking and drug trafficking right now could actually decrease at this moment. So it could be actually positive for that. Um, on the other hand, Saturn is the um, captain. Saturn is the one who is leading, and Mars is the soldier itself. Saturn is the general, right? And Saturn is in the sign of Aries, which is very bold and doesn't want to listen and impulsive. So there could be some countries where the generals, the military leaders going to be taken over by the soldiers. So the soldiers not going to listen to military command. they're gonna actually support the citizens of the country and turns against the politicians, Saturn, and the military leader also. There will be actually like something to do with hostage rescues, right? Anti-terror sweeps, something to do with anti-genocide sweeps as well. Um, and Saturn is discipline and discipline over chaos, for example. So it could be like Saturn is frozen, it's ceasing, so it could frozen some kind of war between two countries, At least there will be some kind of peace negotiation, even if it is half fake. But for example, there could be a lot of pressure from people around the world, and right now everybody has knowledge from because we have internet, not like before. So countries could be under pressure, and they need to, solve this conflict right now, because major powers could come into this conflict, and they're going to freeze the war, seize the war. Um, yes, but on the other hand, when Saturn Neptune conjuncted, guys, before, mm, we had, the civil war in America, and we also, Saturn in Aries also, it's a lot of massive shooting as well. But the massive shooting also brought new law with the guns. So I expect the next 2 years we will have a very strict law, gun law in America as well. So I can see that and around the world as well. Yes, so what else could be over here with Saturn and Saturn in Aries? Okay. Um, hmm. Saturn and Neptune conjunction. Also, Neptune is drog, Saturn is both, Aries is. Yeah, that's definitely, like the recent American government is bombing the Venezuelan boats. Guys, I told you about this like almost 2 years ago, 18 months ago. I said there will be a lot of boats which is sinking and could be bombed. Also, Saturn representing submarines as well, so they can initiate an underwater, war activity as well. But definitely, it is representing right now the war on drugs, but it's not war on drugs, it's the war on Neptune is drugs, but also it's oil. So they want to obviously take over Venezuela's oil, right? So that's what it is. Also, it could be something to do with leaking out data, hospitals' data. So some kind of social security goes out, to the hackers. Cyber attacks on hospitals. I was talking about that many, many times. So it could be a full cyber, meltdown as well. Um, yeah. And then it could be also, because Arias is the soldier, Arias is something to do with the sheriff, military. So there could be some kind of president going to be totally militarized, somebody going to get in presidency around the world who is coming from military background, right? So it could be, or it could be that president could call for zero tolerance crime policies. Whatever happened in, oh my God, I forget the country in South America, but they were. Um, hmm, Okay, I'm gonna remember that they were full with crimes, and right now they are actually almost crimeless. And yes, that's where we are actually taking, or who are the immigrants? They put them in that kind of prisons in that country. Oh my God, why do I forget names? Okay, I'm sorry about that. It's too much information in my head. Yes. Uh, so like definitely, or they can bring in a new law, and they're not going to allow us to demonstrate, or not going to be allow us to protest. They're going to ban for example, protest, even if it is peaceful protest. Obviously, that's because of they want to keep the power, right? So that's what's happening around the world. Yes. Also, it could be something to do with, like new boundaries, because Saturn is boundaries as well. It's new borders. For example, some countries going to lose some of their areas, and obviously, it could bring in new borders as well. Yes, so there could be also something to do with the bones, healthcare wise, because Saturn representing your structures, your bones, right? So we going to have to eat more protein, for example, next 2 years, because it could be something to do with muscle mass, losing muscle mass, or it could be something to do with bones, like bone density loss over there as well. So they going to, for example, some of the countries going to be like, okay, we need to get fit somehow. We have to be strong. We have to take care of the body. And that's gonna be a slogan, make your bones strong, or kind of slogan like this. Also, Neptune is water, Saturn is cold, so there will be like, okay, everybody has to take 5 minutes of cold shower every day, or it could be like, because of we are heated, and the everything is heated right now under Neptune, Saturn in Aries, and the Sun also numerologically, and the fire horse, it's a lot of heat, so we want to have cold plunge bath as well. So we will see a lot of people to talk about that. Yes, I'm only taking cold shower. I cannot take this heat. There is could be some kind of uh, heat, climately, some kind of extreme heats. And Saturn is wood and lumber also. So it could be some kind of wood fires and drought as well. So right now we will see, like, yeah, everybody want to have some kind of cold bench and a cold bath and some kind of cold shower. Saturn also the knee, so there could be some kind of issues with back pain, some kind of tendon inflammation, areas is inflammation, jaw clenching, ear ringing, migraine headache, thing like that, because you are overwork, you are stressed, and that could be some kind of health issues over there. Um, Also, a lot of burnout, and we're not necessarily going to have insurance coverage, guys, because of Neptune is also medical bills, hospital bills, and Saturn over there, it's seizing, for example, insurances, right? Uh, so that could be also like a lot of people going to be furious, or like, because they don't have proper medical, you know, um, medical exams, or taking care of medically, you won't be, uh, the priority. Yes, there will be Saturn in areas, could be some kind of elite military training, elite military academy, just like the Legion, the French Legion, or also police training as well, going to be more active, or it's going to be longer, not just half year, but 2.5 year police academies, and also new intelligences could come in countries as well. Instead of FBI, CIA in America, there could be a third one, an elite party as well. There will be a lot of psychological screening also for example, just to bearing an arm. I told you guys there will be a lot of shooting and chaos, and because of that, the laws finally going to come in. And it could be, by the end it could turn out to be positive, but definitely, uh, there will be, because Saturn and Neptune going to trine with Uranus and Pluto, so something to do with robotics and drone engineering, AI, and quantum computing also going to be funded by the government aggressively. I told you guys, anything to do with technology, robotic, anything to do with AI, using uranium and lithium, and even space mining and spaceships. So those are and nuclear powers as well. And if we are entering wars, then we going to need the nuclear power. So those are going to go up significantly on stock market. So watch out for that. But Saturn also karma as well. And it is also going to be some kind of mundane justice for war crimes as well. So, a lot of things. Neptune is showing videos, for example, could show and expose, for example, people with war crimes, and there will be massive, like imprisoning of people who committed war crime, because Neptune also rules prisons as well. But Neptune also suicide, and you will see a lot of, for example, soldiers going to commit suicide as well. And as you see, I don't know if you see that or not, but for example, the statistic in Israel, for example, the soldiers, IDF soldiers, trying to commit suicide, and out from 347 succeeded with suicide this year. But it could be a lot more as well. For example, it could be also like journalists, going to dig up old documents, and a lot of victims coming out from the background, because Neptune is also hidden, right? And Saturn is, okay, come testify right now. This is the iron fist, because I told you at the beginning, it's the iron spine or the iron fist which is going to punch them in the teeth. And it is like you will get justice, and you're going to get your karma, corporate karmas as well. People, companies who poisoned rivers or destroyed ecosystems, for example, definitely, or maybe made their workers sick, because they are overwhelmed, or toxic environment, they're going to be exposed, and karma is coming in, and they're going to face some kind of major, lawsuits as well, and some kind of government penalties, because we're going to say, you know what, we tolerated abuse for too long, and right now we have enough. I'm not going to tolerate that anymore. Also, police accountability. Right now, police is definitely previously protected by the union or some kind of political parties as well. But right now, it is like, okay, let's investigate them. Are they criminal also? For example, a lot of people in ICE, they are just like people who are criminals originally and just like to hurt other people. And they can also get convicted, because somehow we will know who are they. And in finances, for example, all right, something to do with Saturn in Aries. As I said, it could be something to do. Saturn is cement, it's steel. It's something to do with buildings and real estate, undeveloped lands, right? Um, Also, it could be something to do with Heidelberg materials and Caterpillar, something to do with Comso as well. Those areas in stock market we need to watch, because those actually can increase right now. However, we're going to experience some kind of water issues, right? As I said, Neptune and Saturn conjunction, some kind of water scarcity. As I said, something to do with drilling, toxic cloud, coming from the ocean. And, it could be pirate activity with Neptune, Saturn conjunction over there. But, if you want to see, there could be also submarine technology going to boom as well. And because it is going to sextile with Uranus, there could be some kind of new nuclear innovation. Saturn is giving the framework over here, and Uranus is a nuclear, powerhouse right now. So yeah, but uranium definitely going to demand spikes right now, and also steel and cement and bricks as well. Um, Yes, and then February 17th, we're going to have the annual solar eclipse, 28 degrees Aquarius, and it's going to be actually yes, solar eclipse, and it's going to be Aquarius. So it's going to be a hybrid eclipse because of the nodes are still in Pisces and Virgo. All right. So that's why it's a hybrid eclipse. So what does it really mean? Because we have to talk about Aquarius over here, right? And Aquarius, anything to do with community and anything to do with, you know, for example, money from your career, or it is your hopes and dreams and wishes. It is crowdfunds as well. It's networking. So the power going to shift right now, right? And for example, it could be some kind of intense issue with NATO right now because of NATO members going to maybe announce like we don't want to belong from NATO, right? We want to be independent and we're going to have independent security strategies right now. We don't want to belong from here. Um, and there could be also, for example, whoever was in the NATO in Europe, they're going to right now parting with BRICS nations, right? And for example, Turkey, let's go to BRICS instead of NATO over here because of they can support me more than NATO. So what's gonna bring this in? We're going to have, for example, a lot of panic in the US as well. And that's also going to bring in some kind of issues in Europe as well, because we're going to have the European Union also going to lose members in March, as I said before, and during this eclipse as well. After this eclipse for half year, members going to, like get out. For example, I know Orban. My country's, I call him dictator, but president, whatever, leader, he wants to get out from the union for a long time. On the other things, there could be also, like some kind of, well, yeah, yes, that could happen. The NATO and the EU going to actually lose members, right? Partnerships. On the other hand, BRICS going to expand, right? Because I told you guys, we're going to move from west to east. Every single huge, what is that? Oh my God. Just a second. I just stop. I have to stop talking a little bit and drink some water. Okay, empires. That was the word I was looking for, guys. All right. So every single empires after 250 years, it's going to decline and fail. All right. So that's what's happening right now. The US is having already, it was Columbus came in 1492, and the US birthday, 250th birthday, it's gonna happen in July 4th, right? Because it's 7076 July 4th. So 250 years, guys, and that is the power going to decline. And I just wanted to tell you why are we going to the east and why is BRIC nation is very, very important. So I wanted to talk about, yes, the empires and ending the empires, but BRIC nation is getting very, very strong. And BRIC nations is holding, like over 75% of earth mineral, rare earth mineral, for example. So you have to understand if somebody is owning more than 72% of, they are actually going to increase and they're going to do very, very well. So for example, Russia, India, China together, Korea, and Brazil, right? South Africa, they have so much earth mineral, they have a lot of oil. Saudi Arabia also want to join as well. And by the way, Saturn Neptune conjunction going to oppose the Saudi Arabian countries in Sibli chart, the sun in Libra. Okay, so what's going to happen over there? I think Saudi Arabia is going to change the king. So the prince is going to become the king next year, right? So that could happen over there. And I'm going to actually bring in some countries for you guys, so we can, get into deep details right now. But the earth mineral bounty is actually is in Venezuela, Brazil, China, Korea, Jamaica also, right? Anything to do with niobium, anything to do with precious metals, bauxite, guys, they are having it. And what do we need those earth mineral? We need those earth mineral actually to have pipeline to build any kind of building. And niobium is actually climate resistant, is also fire resistance and erosion resistance as well. Um, Also, uranium deposits, uranium and lithium also in these countries. Uranium, we need it not just for example, nuclear war or nuclear powerhouses, which is can create also energy as well, but we need that for AI, we need that for battery lithium, right? For example, China came up right now with a very small battery, which is super compatible. They are selling also a lot more electric car than Tesla right now, especially in Europe and like Kazakhstan and those kind of area. Sorry. So yes, guys, they have it all, and if they are not selling to America, then America going to be not all, even on its knee. It's going to suffer. And the Saturn return with $37 trillion of debts for America. Obviously, they printed so much money. They want to actually deflate the dollar because then the worth of the dollar is less and it's easier to give the debts, right? So yes, but in 2022, while Biden was the president of US, we had an issue actually with China over there, and um, then we put some kind of sanction on China, and the global billionaire investors lost their trust in the US, and they actually transferred their gold to China, and China actually has Shanghai in a whole district where they have vaults, Chinese, gold vaults, and people are keeping their money over there. By the way, you also have to know about that China allowing 50 different currencies on their bank accounts, and you can also pay with silver and gold coins as well. So very, very ahead right now, because 15 years ago they made a decision. They also want to have their community and the air cleaned up, and they did it right now. That's why they have a lot of electric vehicle, and they planted millions of trees as well, and they put a lot of money into education, and also the longevity of the population was also their mission as well for the government, and they want the population to live longer as well. So obviously, that's why they could increase significantly their power, right? And there is a lot of new alliances, as I said. Yes, so Brazil has a tremendous, giant mineral and also like the earth mineral. For example, 90% of niobium is from Brazil, guys. And the recent administration put a 50% tariff on Brazil. That's why my coffee is so expensive right now. But it's going to bite back. You cannot abuse countries like that right now. And niobium is actually, I told you guys, it's really, really important for infrastructure as well. But also Brazil going to hold and holds a lot of lithium, nickel, graphite. as well. So, like they are going to be the leading countries together, not one by one. And, by the way, historical parallel also Saturn, when Saturn was in Aries, or Saturn-Neptune conjunction also in Aries, it's not just a civil war, but also Saturn in Aries is also something to do with Cold War, either to start the Cold War or to finish the Cold War. By the way, Saturn in Aries also, Putin was born during this time, and the other one, oh my God, I forgot the Russian minister who was there when Putin actually was born, but he died. Oh, not Ceausescu, that's Romanish. Mm, g- okay, I gonna remember that. But yes, so it could be. Because of it could create a new Cold War, and we don't want that. Tariffs can create a Cold War, and then we're going to be in trouble. And by the way, America has their the AI bubble, but I was talking about Saturn, Neptune is sextile with Uranus and sextile with Pluto. It's supposed to be good, but it's Venetian aspect, the sextile. But anyway, because of we are having malefic involved over here, it could actually create some kind of AI bubble pop. But where? It's not necessarily on the east, it's in the west. Why? Because we do have actually AI companies feeding from each other's Apple, Microsoft feeding, ChatGPT feeding from Microsoft. So they are investing in each other's. It's almost like when I explain that, it's almost like you have a credit card debts and the APR is very high over there, right? And you open a new credit card because there is no APR for a year, and you keep, allocate your money or your debts in another credit card, but eventually you are not capable to open more, and it's just going to you have a lot of debts, and it's gonna pop. So that's how it's working, guys. And as I said, yes, it would be great if you would look around and start to invest in different countries' stock market, because of it could be devastating from next year on in the US. I still see some kind of positive change in the US. For example, around August and September on the stock market. So definitely there is a market manipulation going on with Saturn Neptune conjunction February 20, and 6 weeks. So it's a major market manipulation, but it's gonna come back, guys. But I'm saying, it's still going to impact the dollar, and like the huge crash is gonna come at 2028, which is going to affect the whole entire world. But it could start right now with the US stock, a little bit with the market manipulation. So we have to understand, and I already explained you guys. For example, if you want to put exactly the same amount of tariff that is put on you, for example, the US has a 360 million inhabitant, right? And it's huge. So how can we actually put exactly the same tariff on Canada when they only have 43 million inhabitants? So the consuming is not that much like in the US. So you have to see the size of the country, the population of the country, and also there's some country, for example, India, where it's only 10% of the population is consumers, 90% of the population are not. So obviously we have to check that as well when it's coming to, like, okay, how to tariff, how to tax other countries. And then don't lose alliances, because, if you're going to get start to fight with your neighbors and with your brothers, sisters, then it's you're going to hit your anchor, so you're going to be in trouble. So yes, that's what I wanted to say. Jamaica has bauxite and aluminium, and actually, Venezuela has a large deposit of what is that? Iron, and also they have the very thick oil as well. And Brazil has niobium, Brazil has lithium, copper, iron, graphite, nickel, also nickel as well. So come on, guys, they own everything, and the US doesn't really have, earth mineral. All right, so definitely that's what I wanted to say, and that's what I wanted to show you why is actually with Saturn Neptune conjunction. Also, we are starting some kind of Cold War tariffs, market manipulation, and why are we going actually from east to west, and why is BRIC nations actually going to gain some momentum, and the dominance of the West is going to actually decrease over here. Yes, so that's what's happening. Also the US dollar has the Saturn return, which is obviously it's going to inflate the petrodollar, and the oil trade is going to either go with the new BRIC nations, which they want to actually initiate, or have a new currency, BRIC currency. But right now, they started to allow 182 countries to pay with what is that, yuan, which is the Chinese currency. Saudi Arabia is already paying with yuan, guys. Come on, if they allow that with 182 countries, the petrodollar is done over there. Don't be mad at me. A lot of people start to attacking me like, oh, you don't know about that, you don't know history. Yes, I do actually, because I learned and actually I do researches. I'm not going to talk about propaganda over here. I always going to bring in historical parallel. Yes, so that's what's happening over here, guys. Um, so yes, so I talked about tariff bricks. I talked about yes. Let's see what else I wanted to say. So, for example, I was talking about the eclipse, the solar eclipse, actually, right? In What is that? In February 17th, when we also going to enter in the fire horse year. So the eclipse is going to be very, very important because of it's going to also start a Chinese New Year as well, guys. And the eclipse itself, it could be something to do with um, hmm, we will need more cybersecurity during this eclipse, and we're going to have actually some kind of rebellion or backlash against surveillance. So we're going to have some kind of anti-surveillance. What is that, protest as well during this eclipse, February 17th. But uh, definitely they want to implement the Golden Dome in US, which is the Palantir, and Palantir also could rise. That is, guys, Peter Thiel's company, and Elon Musk was into it also. It is actually a surveillance, and they yes, on us it is really, I believe that is Antichrist. So, but what I feel during this eclipse, we're going to be awakened, and we're not going to trust anymore, like the Silicon Valley geniuses over there. But this eclipse also could bring in something to do with Starlinks, or something to do with new Tesla phones, new Tesla houses. Yeah, it could do that. It could also bring in some kind of protest, as I said, because we are close to the Saturn-Neptune conjunction also. So definitely, or you know what? It could bring in some kind of big, big electromagnetic field because of solar flares, right? Uh, and we're going to have some kind of blackout. Also, we're going to have a lot of AI scandals. And if you saw my videos about Sam Altman, also check, for example, Tucker Carlson's videos with Sam Altman. And actually, I analyzed Shujir's chart, who was a 26 years old young genius guy, who was actually CEO with Sam Altman, with ChatGPT. And he got suicidic, but it's not true because he been killed, and the mother actually having the interview with everyone. And obviously, Tucker Carlson was asking a lot of questions from Sam Altman, and he was like, okay, are you accusing me for this crime, and or for him being killed? And Thakur said, no, I don't. I'm just asking you questions. But I just heard right now Sam Altman actually going to have some kind of major issues. So, for example, ChatGPT, the value of ChatGPT, if they are not changing the CEO, if they're not gonna get rid of this monster person, because of, he was also accused by the only sister. I analyzed his chart, guys, and I told you he was actually has a lawsuit, the sister, against him because he was sexually molesting or raping her. The sister says over years, like 7 years, and the mother is blind about that, right? So I analyzed that chart for you guys. So Sam Altman going to have some issues, so as ChatGPT. So as I said, also, the solar flares going to be very active in February and March after the eclipse, 6 week after. So everywhere we're gonna see, for example, the aurora borealis, Lady Aurora, and it's going to bring in blockages. It's going to bring, some kind of security issues with flying objects. So, for example, first of all, we can have some UFO sightseeing as well during this time, but also we can have some kind of cybersecurity issues, and something with political content could actually come out as well, but also like security issues itself, and for example, airplanes issues as well. So we will need to be careful with traveling. I don't know if you guys have seen Obama, the Obama family, Michelle and Barack Obama actually produced a movie, which is like, not end of the world, but it was about when the Teslas didn't, like there was some kind of cyber issues over there, AI issues, and the Teslas started to have a lot of accidents and started to do self-drives, and the airplanes all over lost navigations and they crashed. So, this could happen during this time, and it also could bring in a lot of political panics also, because if you have some kind of cybersecurity info out and security info out in the public, it could bring in not just protests but some kind of chaos as well. um, yes, and also we're going to see the algorithm is some kind of bias over there, and we're gonna see, for example, okay, if you have some kind of mundane, for example, I do a lot of mundane astrology, and I'm not afraid to talk about, what I see in the chart. That's why I don't have a lot of views right now. Before I had 5,000 people, some of my videos, and right now it's barely because they are censoring. So, it could be something to do with algorithmic, issues as well, filtered out critical journalism and, critical videos, as I said before. Yes, so also there is going to be something to do with digital identity crisis as well, like, or we're going to need a digital ID, for example, even to vote. And it could be also, cyber attacked, because of obviously that could be some issues with technology as well. Ballots going to get lost, during this time, or mismatched signatures or things like that. Yes, and as I said, it could be something to do with airspace incident as well um, during this time. And, but as satellite goes offline, that's definitely what I was talking about during, the airspace incident, GPS errors as well. Uh, but as banking delays also, um, because of um, it could be something like wire transfers are not coming, through. And the movie is Leave the World Behind that Michelle Obama and Obama actually created. So watch that movie. It's very, very intense, intense and interesting. By the end of the movie, I was sitting over there frozen and I said, what the F, happened over here? And also, I recommend you to watch the astrology documentary Changes of God. It's amazing. It is so well done. The outer planetary synodic cycles and what did it bring, and you're going to understand the historical parallel. Why I'm talking about actually, leaking diplomatic, data or war, for example, and new gun law, because it's all happened before. Yes. And, also that eclipse could bring in some kind of digital classrooms, right? It could be like, holographic images, and the children doesn't have to go to school. Why? Because we're going to have a lot of social unrest, and maybe children not gonna actually commute the school because of it's gonna be dangerous in some countries, and they're gonna learn. A lot of children going to learn and study at home next year or the next 18 months as well. Yes, but definitely there will be a lot of surveillance scandals. You know what I see also, because Neptune also could be some kind of hospitality, right? And Neptune, Saturn over there in Aries, and it's sextile with Pluto and in Aquarius and Uranus in Gemini, right? And we have the eclipse right now also here in Aquarius. It could be some like Airbnb or hospitals has some kind of secret cameras, and the pedophiles or people are watching, for example, you to go to the bathroom or sleeping or when you dress up or down. So those condos could come out. By the way, there is a detector on Amazon that you can buy, and actually it can detect any kind of hidden cameras, and it's good to invest, especially if you are traveling a lot, so or you are not going to be watched, because it could be some issue over there. Yes. Okay, and they can create, because of that is also something to do with the DNA and lab created animals. And we're going to learn more about, for example, DARPA, what they created 20 years ago. Perhaps we're going to learn, oh, yeah, there is a lot of cloned people already, they're living with us, and it's going to come out somehow and being seen by the public as well. All right. And you know what? This could also create something like data issues. For example, something going to lead, like they use the DNA samples, for example, to clone people. So it is also like they use something, stem cells from children. Actually, I did stem cells for my boys, I actually conserved it for 25 years. And it could be like, they are using my stem cells of my children without me approving in, and they create money, because there is a lot of stem cell therapy, obviously, and out from my children's stem cells. So something could come out like that. Yeah. All right, let's move forward, because of I talk a lot, but also weather-wise, because of it's ruled by Uranus, right? Something to do with Saturn and Uranus, Aquarius. So there could be a lot of tornado or some kind of, wind could destroy electricity grids or in huge metropolitan areas, and then they gonna be without lights for a week, and it could be a problem over there. And the other eclipse going to happen actually in so February 20, we're going to have the Saturn Neptune conjunction, but I was talking a lot about Saturn and Neptune. So I just going to mention a few things over here, which is could be some kind of crisis in faith system. Guys, I told you before the Pope going to die with Saturn and Neptune conjunction. And 2025, when they came together by degree, but not by minute exact, the Pope died. And I do see some kind of crisis in Popeism again when they come together again. So yes, it could be something to do with faith war, Pope issues again with with Saturn and Neptune conjunction, collective exhaustion as well, chronic burnout and suicide, as I said, even with soldiers. Something to do with opioid dependency as well could be like it's a lot of overdose could happening, or something to do with like people going to need antidepressants, and actually it's going to increase the use of antidepressant because of people are so unhealthy and they are so, depressed right now. Yes, and spiritual cults could actually rise during this time, fake healers as well. There are going to be a lot of new lawsuit and accountability with vaccination, previous vaccination, maybe even the COVID vaccination. Right now, the data is coming out. You know how many deaths after COVID vaccines happened, and what kind of endocrine issues and heart issues or stroke did it create it. So there is justice in this system. But March 3rd, we're going to have the total lunar eclipse in Virgo. Virgo rules the sixth house. It rules the small pets. It's real estate. It rules, anything to do with service for others, and health as well. So over here, something to do with health system. It's a lunar eclipse. It's always turning out to be negative. For example, so, there will be a lot of hospitals that need to close down. There will be some kind of issues with private insurance, or the employers not going to be able to pay insurance for the employees anymore. Some kind of regulators, right? There because of they're just not going to be able to provide insurance, and also something to do with the union. For example, six houses union and military defense as well. So the eclipse over there could be weaken some military defense in some countries, you know, or it could be because six house also representing data. It's ruled by Mercury, Virgo, right? So it is like people going to lose faith in system because, like my data was not protected. And, like I went to the dentist, I gave my social security number and somebody stole my data over there. It could be that as well. All right, let me just stop for a I always have to answer for my children. Okay. So, but I was talking about actually, um, all right. So, oh, I forgot my, uh, yes, so we were talking about the lunar eclipse, March 3rd, and which is in Virgo. So yes, the union could be in trouble, and there could be a lot of whistleblowers, right? And also leaking out data about employers and how toxic environment they worked in, right? Uh, or some kind of health related issues could come as well. And Virgo rules the stomach, and Virgo, and Mercury itself, it's respiratory illnesses, but Virgo also could be something to do with digestion. So I can see something, some kind of issue coming in with GI tract issues during this time, or something to do with, also with respiratory illnesses. Uh, we also going to see some kind of information about the vaccination before, and we're going to see the mortality table after, the side effect, actually, side effect reports coming out. And it's gonna be officious, and, we're going to lose actually trust. Maybe in vaccination. So yes, that could be an issue there. Uh, Virgo is facts, win over beliefs. Virgo is very factful. There is data. It is like All right, here it is. All the data, it's available for the public, and that's it. We need to believe that right now. Um, so something to do with service profession as well because of the six houses, labor and workers, right? So for example, it could be like nursing going to go for strike in big cities, for example, because they are being overworked and the system is not working, or there is still some kind of systemic racism or minimum staffing, and they look like martyrs. They have to be martyrs because of, they are absolutely have to work a lot more, taking more night shifts. They burn out, and that's why they have a lot more medical malpractice because they are tired, right? Uh, so that could happen as well. Fatigue, Uh, also, it is like, okay, we're going to refuse, for example, technology because then we are going to lose our jobs. They're going to demand, for example, psychological supports. And asking for realistic workloads as well. And that's why they're going to start strikes. And, also, because of Mercury is the roads and the drivers, right? It could be also some kind of transportation system gonna go on strike also because of, like big camions, for example, and everything going to stop with transportation because they are like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. We get very small, we don't have insurance. We get very small amount of money. We have to drive a lot. And, like they're gonna go on strike as well. And Virgo also rules the wheat and the rice field, something to do with food. It is a lunar eclipse, so it could bring in some kind of contamination, right? It is some kind of, maybe we will see how much pesticides actually or Roundup in our food, and it shows up actually in the bottled water, or if, for example, it could be some kind of microplastic in the water, or even human blood, or some kind of chemicals from groundwater coming up, or some kind of heavy metals in baby food. And we're going to learn about these scenarios, and it's going to be a lot of recourse, something to do with salads, baby cereals, buttered water, tuna, for example, even cosmetics and sunscreens, guys. It could be, recalled as well. All right, and education, because Virgo ruled by Mercury, which is education as well and testing. So solar lunar eclipse over there, children are actually overwhelmed. They cannot, like it is just test, 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 test. It's not life, and a lot of people going to start to do homeschooling, for example, and taking the children out, not just because of reason for what is that safety reasons, right? But also because of the children are overwhelmed and they don't want to indoctrinate their children through that kind of, exam, but they are pushing on our children right now. Yes, but definitely something to do with issues with, because it's an axis of Pisces and an axis of what is that? Virgo. Virgo is food, right? And it's the rice field and it's also wheat field. And okay, and then we're going to have, what did I want to say? So yes, so I lost that. Now I have it. So Saturn, Neptune, it's in Aries. Something is toxic water, and it's sextile with Pluto, which is feces, which is like some kind of sewer, could go to the fields, and could create some kind of E. coli outbreak, for example, right? Because of the sewage, some kind of waste dumped on on the food somehow. Yes, it could create that as well. Yes, but it is also like moving away from perfectionism and seeing the bigger picture, moving away from criticism and seeing the bigger picture could be really, really good for this eclipse right now. We're not gonna be obsessed with purity and daily routines right now. Um, However, because Mercury is respiratory issues, there could be something like air purifiers going to boom like on the market, or maybe a lot of people start to put flowers in the house because they know they need to detox and from EMFs, or a lot of people going to have hydroponic gardens and uh, you know, um, urban gardening as well. April 25th, we're going to have Uranus enter Gemini, guys. And it is something to do with information shocks, right? It is something to do with political manipulation as well. Something to do with also, they want to influence the campaign, but it is obviously through social media, AI, as I said before. Uh, as I said, there could be a dangerous leaking of national security or some kind of plan, who wanted to, for example, attack another country, and it's going to be out in the public. And it's going to end a lot of political careers as well. You will see, like, for example, journalists going to become heroes, right? Or they could become traitors as well. It could go either way, but mostly you're going to see a lot of political journalists as well, and like investigative journalism as well. So the old structure going to collapse overnight, and something new is coming right away. Transformation revolution going to be, for example, huge cities, metropolitans like Dubai or Singapore. We're going to have a lot of flying taxis, and we're going to create already flying taxis rules. China already have flying cars, guys, so it's going to be more. And there is actually a stock, because I had a lot of analysis today, and there is actually the BMNR, which is something to do with flying cars and technology on the east. So that could be also something which is increasing its values, right? All right, and then what else could be? Drones, anything to do with surveillance, anything to do with holographic images, anything to do with drone as warfare. Um, AI coordinated air traffic patterns. In US right now we have issues. People are overworked. They let go of a lot of people right now. Like over a million people lost their job already because of this new Dodge. But Elon Musk fired so many people. And the controllers has less people, so of course it could create more airplane accidents, but right now they're going to rely on AI coordinated air traffic patterns, right? Um, Also, Uranus is bridges as well. We're going to see a lot of 3D printed uh, um, roads and 3D printed bridges as well. And Uranus is also could be skycapers as well. So we're going to see right now skycapers going to, like coming out from nothing, like mushrooms after rain. So we're going to have, and Uranus in Gemini also something to do with urban, technology for food. So there is going to be a lot of hydroponic gardens, and even top of the skycapers, we're going to have a lot of gardens as well. On the other hand, Uranus in Gemini and it's trining Pluto in Aquarius, something to do with gain manipulations, right? So there will be, a lot of people who going to be, okay, I want to make money, and I want to be the guinea pig actually for some kind of AI chip in my brain or in my arm, or that's how they're going to, some people make money as well. Um, so on the other hand, like the flying cars, could be also a debate over here how safe they are in storms and how many air traffic accident they can create with big airplanes, for example. So it could be like, all right, there could be also a lot of drone malfunction as well during this time because Uranus is drone or nuclear. It is nuclear facility. So we're going to have a lot of more nuclear powerhouses or nuclear bombs. And even if it is trining with Pluto, guys, whenever Uranus and Pluto trine, we did have nuclear bombs. We did have Hiroshima with Saturn in Aries. So we did have Cold War also. So definitely I do see some kind of nuclear power, either, accidentally exposed, but I don't believe in accidents anymore. They might going to say it was an accident, but I think it's very intentional to create more chaos and actually suppress us somehow. But education Uranus is also the Akashic record, and it is the genius in us. So education going to go through radical changes, the curriculum going to change in school, right? The textbook regulation going to be different right now. It is like going to be more on logic right now and reasoning in classic. Children also going to learn AI literacy as well and digital ethics because it's gonna be the future. So obviously, that's going to happen right now. And media and propaganda, because speech going to get weaponized, right? There is going to be a lot of debate classes, but also it will be like, okay, is it AI related or is it a hate speech against gays or transgender? Uranus rules the gays as well. So there could be something coming up with that kind of, is it real or not, for example, scenarios as well. Um, and as I said, turbulence because of going to create a lot of air turbulence, even during flying, something to do with they're going to reroute the aviation's routes as well. Or it could bring in mass flight cancellation the moment it's going to go into Gemini, right? Yes, and as I said, the GPS get confused, or the radar not going to show, some kind of risk, and risk is escalating during this time. Then we're going to have June 9th, Venus, Jupiter going to conjunct in Cancer, and Jupiter actually, it's in exaltation, and it's gonna happen 25 degrees in Cancer. So it's going to bring in a humanitarian relief for refugees, for example, or for people whose homes was displaced, for example. Mm. In nation-wise, it's going to help families, single mothers, also something to do with, asylum seekers. It could bring in a faster route for people who are coming with children from a war zone, for example, to provide some kind of temporary, either healthcare or some kind of housing as well. It could be also the media going to show a lot of things like children reunited with families, mothers, and warm meals, giving to communities. And it's going to be a lot of volunteers who are reading, for example, for orphan or refugee kids as well, right? And politicians, they can actually use that, to implement or their political career, like photos and some kind of this can become some kind of influence or thing for political career as well. But Cancer is housing market as well, and it could be something to do like single mothers cost of living, single fathers going to decrease of half, or they going to get a rent freeze for 12 months, or like low income families could have some kind of support for the government, 30% from the government, something like that. So it could be good. Or if you have a child, your child food credits in school could be paid off as well. So yeah, that could be very, very good. Or anything to do with maternal leaves, for example, after giving a birth for a child. So some countries going to start to support, like young woman mothers who just gave birth, and they can stay home with the children for a year, 2 or 3 years. Um, it could be also, like mothers going to have some kind of lactation support, or some kind of free postpartum depression counseling, or, infant sleep support, anything like that. Nurses visiting you at home, and you can have a home birth with a doula or a midwife. It's gonna be an option, obviously. Also, there could be also amazing opportunity for parents, with children's therapy as well. And it could be all right if your child is diagnosed with spectrum, or ADHD, like let's go to the shrink, or let's help those children somehow. Definitely also education support for caregivers and parents, because it could be like, all right, a universal breakfast lunch is introduced for the classroom, something to do with sensory friendly classrooms for atypical childrens, it could be like the student teacher ratio also could be like better right now. So they're going to have not necessarily the teachers, but helpers with the teachers. Or there could be some kind of mandatory anti-bullying program as well. Or 4 days of school instead of five, or shorter school days could be introduced during this time as well. But definitely, it is very good. For example, Venus and Jupiter in Cancer. It's good for agriculture as well. It could be something to do with water restriction, like, okay, they lifting up the water restriction. They're going to have more well, for example. They're going to have more. I don't know, maybe they're going to put back more worms in the soil, so they're going to create better soil, or they're going to start to use again ashes, because ashes has a lot of minerals. And before, our grandparents, during winter, they put the ash out on the snow and in the backyard, and the soil was very, very fertile, and we had good mineral food, and we didn't have mineral deficiency. We were a lot healthier, like humanity, right? But also because if it is something to do with families and mothers and female leadership, so a few female leader can get honored and rise also. But if there was any kind of female victim during this time, they're going to, like get some kind of honor recognition. So the Epstein fire victims, for example, could be, either to get some kind of settlement for their abuse, which is like settlement, not really, but at least some kind of justice coming in into their, life. And the market could be very optimistic during this time, something to do with food services, home improvement, interior design, caregiving services, for example, could become very good. Anything to do with mental health application or health application. Also, diabetes pills could go down, the price of diabetes, or could become free, for example. Uh, you know, yeah, it could be very, very positive. Venus is also local farms as well, and luxurious items and designer items. So those are could go actually go up on the stock market. Yeah. Um, yes. And then let's talk about Chiron in Taurus, guys. And Chiron is Taurus. Taurus is the money axis, right? It is rules the second house, ruled by Venus. So money wounds going to be revealed. Like, for example, uh, millennials or Gen Z is going to be like, are you kidding me? We're never going to reach the vast level but the boomer did, and it's wrong. So we need actually different wages right now, and we need housing affordability because that can go any further. And Gen Z going to be and millennials the one who going to protest content constantly. Also, it is like, okay, so retirement is actually, it's retirement security, actually, it's a fantasy. And, we are having some kind of financial collapse over here. We need to do something, a new system where we can feel safe. Yes, and then also land and food, because Taurus rules the land and the food could become healing, right? So definitely we're going to start, community gardening, herb farms, for example, right? Something to do with rooftops going to be turned into micro farms, right? In schools, we're going to teach the children how to grow vegetables, for example. Definitely, we're gonna go back composting. Like as I said, when we are actually releasing more worms back to the soil, because it's actually making the soil soft and better, and also helping to decompose, the trash or like decomposed. So it's gonna be very, very important. Children going to learn about seed saving and soil science as well. And by the way, Uranus in Gemini also something to do with mushroom and mushroom cultivation. And Chiron in Taurus also could be like, yes, let's teach them mushroom cultivation. Mushroom going to be source of protein also. We're going to have and prescribe, for example, hug a tree or go to garden or build a garden. Plant something, some kind of time outdoors or garden therapy, barefoot walking, grounding going to be, like prescribed by doctors, and nutrition, supplementation. Okay, not like take these pills. No, touch the earth, hug a tree instead of take the pill. And also because of Taurus is also, as I said, it's banking as well, right? So it could be something like, all right, there going to be some kind of debt forgiveness, something to do with medical debt erased or student loans erased as well. Mortgage could be restructured for elderly homeowners, or it could be something with taxation, like after 60, you don't have to pay tax for your houses. So it could be some kind of relief, definitely. Um, yes. So, yeah. And the body itself, it could be like the Chiron in Taurus could be like, let's have more protein in our diet because of we have chronic muscle fatigue, or a lot of people has some kind of muscle issues and restless leg syndrome or posture issues, and it is coming because of we are not eating enough or good protein, and we need to have definitely a good protein source. But definitely I would think mushroom is going to be one of our source of food. We're going to definitely eat more mushrooms during this 7 years somehow. Yeah. We, also, Chiron is the wounded healer. Well, in Taurus, definitely could be down to earth healing. Like Taurus likes touch therapy. So cardiosacral therapy for autistic children, breath work, anything to do with somatic experience, something to do with children going to be healed through uh, using their senses. Hmm. What else? Herbalism, midwifery, agriculture training, anything to do with carpentry, because Taurus is also the carpenter, plumbing, anything to do with food craft, for example, baking, clothes mending also could be, and stonework, home repair could be. really, practical skills right now, and it could actually boom during this time. Um, but will be really paid well, like people who are handymans, fix my sink, help repair my fence kind of work as well. All right. And hmm, because of the land, the second house is land. I'm just trying to think right now and healing of the land. There is a lot of massive dispute because of lithium and also lithium mining and electric vehicle batteries right now. And it could end up on the landfills and it could bring in a lot of lawsuit, for example. And we want to go for green transition, but corporation claims actually green transition, but they still put the lithium batteries on landfill, and it is like, okay, we have to find actually another version, maybe like hydrogen car and water driven cars, for example. But it could be like some kind of fight for your own farmland, because foreigners could come in, foreign investors, and on your farmland and in your country, and you are like, no, 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 I'm not going to allow this, because of the foreign investor wants to have some kind of, you know, uh, big factory over here, which could actually dispossess the whole entire rural population, and or actually could do something with our water, and it's a water scarcity over here, and the community going to clash against the new investors, and they're not going to allow them. But also it could bring in some kind of ancestral healing for landowners, Indians going to get back, Native Americans their lands, and things like that. Something what was stolen from a nation, it could get back to them, for example. All right. Yes. And then we're going to have what we're gonna have. We're going to have hmm, Uranus-Mars conjunction July 14, Gemini. It could bring in accidents, some kind of shocks, transportation issues, and communication issues, right? For example, it could be some kind of major breakdown, something to do with trains, something to do with helicopter, airplane signals are not working, cell networks are not working, for example, glitch in air traffic, driver's navigation, as I said. It could bring in, as I said, solar flares and cyber attacks. It could bring in the US, Uranus return, something to do the infrastructure going to weaken. We're going to have something but long ignored, exposed right now, and the information going to bring in, for example, a whole entire civil war, as I said. Um, some kind of cloud storage for a major university could get out in public as well, something to do with banking as well. Um, there is definitely going to be some kind of major rough activist group who not going to, uh, like allow whatever old structure we have, they're going to protest and strike against that. As I said, delivery drivers, Amazon drivers, for example, because AI want to take over Amazon self-driven cars. So, for example, that or tech coders or university students, anything to do with freelancers, contractors, IT guys could actually go and have some kind of, okay, we are not working for 4 months because unless you're going to change the system. But definitely Google, Amazon could have some kind of plummet, and it could be really, really sudden as well. All right. And then it could be also something to do with verbal violence as well, because it happens in Gemini and it's verbal. A lot of troll going to be on social media, and maybe Uranus is astrologers going to attack astrologers as well. But definitely, moderators could lose control. For example, if it is a debate. And the audience itself is going to go like lunatic, and the candidates going to either insult the public, or the candidate going to be insulted, and mockery is coming up. But Uranus in Gemini also stand-up comedy and mockeries, so we're going to see a lot of amazing new mockeries as well. Education, in education system, they're going to rebel against the outdated system and remove any kind of standardized exam which is outdated, and they're going to include some kind of real world digital skills as well, AI literacy, into the curriculum as well, and it's going to be mandatory. But also there will be something which is going to protect the free speech of the student, because right now they put gag order here and there, so it could be definitely very. There could be also some kind of tornadoes outbreak, like the tornado alley going to get very, very active, and earthquakes as well, because Mars and Uranus is very violent. And tornadoes and earthquake, but also because it's in Gemini, it could bring some kind of neurological issues, panic attacks, for example, sensory overstimulation. A lot of people could have ADHD, as I said, fogginess, like, okay, I just cannot think, I cannot function, I don't know what's going on, kind of situation. A lot of people can have asthma flare up. Gemini is also could be asthma, because we're gonna have a lot of wildfires and smokes, as I said, and it could bring in, yeah, asthma attack as well. Um, Yes, so you will see, like maybe you need to take magnesiums, maybe you need to take ashwagandha, because there's some kind of neurological issues coming in. But definitely, as I said, is earthquake, and it is very high frequency lightning. Uranus is also lightning as well. So we're going to have not just tornadoes, but it's also lightning as well coming in. And because of the US itself has a Uranus return, that is decentralization, that is something to do with disruption, and it is something to do with rebellion, correct the old identity of the nation, right? And it's going to mirror a lot of things from 1776 energy, right? Which is like something to do with wars, and it's against actually the corporate empire. So yeah, we will see that in Gemini energy, but also Uranus in Gemini. I wouldn't. I would believe, the Gemini AI actually could soar during this time like crazy, and instead of ChatGPT, it's going to take over. All right, guys, I'm gonna stop right now because I have to pick up my children, and I'm going to continue because, as I said, it's going to be very long. So then we will need to actually talk about also the North Node is and the South Node is going to shift into Aquarius, and also the South Node in Leo axis. And it is not only a political shift over here, but it's going to also shift the whole entire humanity. The humanity going to move away from, when the North Node is going to Aquarius, that's representing the human race. It is representing, to have some kind of charismatic savior, some kind of person who is very, very intelligent as well. And you know, for example, we're going to move toward to collective problem solving, shared power, for example, peer-to-peer structures, like living in small communities, sharing resources, and it could be also horizontal governance as well. The public going to be the crowd, going to be more resourceful and more knowledgeable. it is also going to be like, because we're going to move away from the Leo archetype, right? So now this in Leo, it is like we're moving away the monarchy, the kingship, the chosen ones, and we're going to move toward to the archetype of, okay, no one is going to come to save us. We have to become our own superhero, and also we have to save each other. So that kind of mentality going to happen. And, you know, right now, people going to be less impressed by flashy celebrities, for example. And also, we're not going to need those kind of strong leaders or trust in them, the king-like, or people who are narcissistic or who think they have, a lot of charisma. We're going to definitely to start sharing. Well, Aquarius definitely represents something with community, with neighborhood. Sharing actually tools with neighbors. We're gonna buy from friends and from small businesses. Small businesses also going to be very, very important. As I said, community gardening, have food sources from the same community, sharing food with each others. And then also, what is karmic and why is it really karmic? Because of, the North Node in Aquarius ruled by Uranus, and it's also ruled by Saturn as well. So it could go back actually something traditional and something to do with, for example, value, maybe traditions and family structures as well. And um, the queens, the kings, the divine kind of divine right in leadership and monarchy, the royal houses going to disappear during this 18 months, guys. Or if it's this not even disappears but weakening, anybody with Jupiter gonna go to Leo, but because of the South Node is here also, anybody with Leo ascendant and Leo rising, and they can actually fall from fame, especially if they've been narcissistic or if they've been, like very, very selfish. That's when they're going to fall from leadership and from fame. Mm. It's going to actually also show up, like, for example, Leo era is something to do with influencers and personal brandings, and like all the TikTokers look at me, look at my flowers, my status, my bikini, the dominance displays over there. And right now, the Aquarius area going to be like, let's collaborate, let's do a lot of, like crowdfund and non-profit for the starving children. Let's do something with the collective issues and have knowledge and share our knowledge and solve this situation. Let's build bridges instead of to separate with ego, like let's build bridges, because Uranus, which is Aquarius Uranus rules Aquarius. It's also representing bridges as well. Peer education, like people going to be, I'm gonna help you with this, you're gonna help me with, you better in math and I'm better in biology. So let's do that and we're gonna help each others. So, it's going to definitely shift the trends from influencers to communities. In the economy, it could actually show up like anything to do with centralized corporation, monopolies, billionaires, oligarchy, tech oligarchy and tech savvies, like celebrities going to actually dim their lights. And what's going to happen right now, like worker-owned companies, people going to create companies, but there it's gonna be like everybody has some part from the companies or shares. It's going to be also decentralized finances. community currencies, right? And also, we can create some kind of intellectual properties as well as a community, and either trade between us or share it with another community. So we are going to move from one person who owns the business, like Amazon Bezos, to business belongs to the contributors, right? Whoever works in that business, they can buy a percentage or like some shares out from it. And also geopolitically, we're going to have some kind of ending of one-man show, right? The people who are like so narcissistic and they are drumming on their chest like, oh, I'm a nationalist and I'm the best leader and I'm spectacular, things like that. Those people are not going to be in center of attention. Everybody is going to be like overwhelmed, and I cannot take his face or her face anymore. And Aquarius is community building. It is also, something to do with networking as well and share technical knowledge, for example. It also something to do with collective security. So definitely we're going to have a backlash if they want to actually do the surveillance by Palantir on us, or we're going to definitely have some kind of backlash against AI, and so this is going to help us to create some kind of law which could actually save humanity from AI. But as I said, something to do with NATO and UN and the EU, which is going to actually lose members. And then, anything to do with the Asian or BRICS nations, for example, going to become more dominant. And the other ones who was in top going to become weaker right now. We're not going to need any more messiahs or gurus or prophets or charismatic teachers or spiritual celebrities or cult leaders. It is like, okay, let's, like Buddhism, like everybody is equal over there. Nobody is, there is no hierarchy in Buddhism. There is a meditation group, but everybody is going to take their part to create this community or share their stories, their experience. Teacherless schools, for example, but it's not really teacherless. Somebody gonna go and be there to coordinate, or maybe they're going to be some kind of holographic image. But everybody has some kind of knowledge to put into the public big bowl where we can share and learn from each others. Definitely. So it is Aquarius always going to say, I'm the North Node over here, I'm part of something greater. Leo always says, oh, I'm beautiful, I'm special, look at me, I am everything. But Aquarius says, no, 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 I'm part of something greater, but I'm only part of it. It's not me. Without you, I cannot be great. Without me, you cannot be great kind of situation. Until Leo is always about personal legacy and, like personal accomplishment. Aquarius is network effect. Aquarius, anything to do with the collective, with the shared growth, the collective uplift, for example. Leo says, I shine. Aquarius says, we spark each other's. My light is helping your light, and together our light actually could create a greater good. We are better together because Leo could be very autocrat or something to do with narcissism as well. And Aquarius is not going to worship celebrities or CEOs. Aquarius says, you know what? I'm actually worshiping the genius in someone, but not their narcissism or their corruption. Um, and there is going to be a lot of curiosity, Uranus in Gemini, and right now we're gonna have the Aquarius North Node and Uranus rules Aquarius, so it's in Gemini, something to do with curiosity, with speech and debate, with wisdom as well. And as I said, a lot of fun because it's very, very funny. Uranus in Gemini, it's really sarcastic as well. So this North Node in Aquarius definitely going to trigger that, right? So it could bring in South Node in, for example, and we're going to have a solar eclipse August 12th, and it could bring in a coronation, right? I told you guys, Saturn and Neptune going to be across the Saudi Arabian nation's sun. So that could be a new coronation in Saudi Arabia when the solar eclipse gonna be August 12 in Leo. So what's gonna bring in? Like also, for example, King Charles could sign off or die by that time, and William takes over. But because of we have North Node in Aquarius, these new leaders, it's going to be either weaker or more humanitarian, you know. But definitely there could be also like right before this solar eclipse, some kind of corruption or some kind of leaked document coming out, and which brings in massive and mass public protest, obviously as well, against some kind of monarchy, against some kind of authority, kingdomship. But Trump and G.D. Vance also have Leo rising. Vance has Leo sun as well. So it could be something also a protest against them in general as well. But it could be also protest against some kind of huge star, a media figure, a singer, someone who is a influencer, a populist. And then they are like, okay, we don't want this anymore. We want more authenticity. We want more humility, humanity, and we have enough from these kind of megaloman personalities. Yes, so definitely it could break down some kind of head of states or monarchies during this time. There could be also, because it's a solar eclipse and crown or some kind of cultural, artifacts can return to some museums as well. So, it could be a protest. All right, I see the crown. The crown has a jewelry in it, a gemstone, which is belong from the African queens and not from the British, and return that to our museum over there, right? Um, so also because Leo could be dictatorship, though sometimes, the sun in Leo could be very powerful, and we also have Saturn Neptune in Aries, so they're going to trine by end of August. So definitely it could be something to do with a new mogul. Coming up, someone who is very strong, actually want to come up like a new dictator, but somehow it's not gonna be allowed because of the population, the country's public sphere, the general public going to protest against. The solar eclipse also in Leo, because the fifth house ruled by Leo, it is something to do with creativity, children and youth. It could actually bring some kind of protection for the youth, for the children, right? Children who shines actually because they are geniuses, and they're going to protect their rights or their maybe their work. Then it's also going to stop human trafficking or sex trafficking, and also the child labor in supply chain also going to be out in public, and we're not going to buy those cell phones where they use child labor. Uh, and also religious institution, abuse within religious institutions. So for example, when Saturn Neptune conjunct, we're going to learn about, popism or anything to do with the churches, how they abuse the young boys, altar boys, uh, like pedophile ring over there as well. So it's going to weaken their religious structure itself, the Vatican itself. And right now, with this North Node over here and the solar eclipse is shining lights on those victims. And it's going to bring out to the public life light. We're going to learn about that. Anything to do with blackmailing or sexual crimes and abuse, also within the religious institution as well. We're going to have new child protection laws, new pedophile laws, for example, safer online platforms, right, with parenting control as well, and a lot harsher penalties for predators as well, even in foster cares. And when you have also adopted children, and the foster parents are abusing those children so many times. So yes, we're going to have new laws in this kind of sphere, because Jupiter is law and courthouse and justice and judgment. So definitely new laws, which is helping the children, saving the children, protecting the children. Also, there is new law in entertainment as well. There could be like abusive or corrupt entertainment business agents, or directors, producers who actually only gave job or whatever when they abuse sexually of those young actors, actresses, dancers, whatever. So we're going to learn about that as well. uh, and actually, this could be really, really fast because of something to do with the abusive, corrupt kind of megastars and actors, singers, even athletes and influencers. Their empire could collapse within a day. Like they're going to drop their names, and everybody unsubscribe, and the stadium's not going to be filled anymore because of the right now we're going to learn how much sex trafficking is during for example, an American football, end game, for example. And then people doesn't want to watch anymore because they're going to see the statistic or the victims are talking out. uh, yeah, so definitely it could be like a new cultural icon could be born because it's a solar eclipse. It's icon, it's someone who is authentic, someone who is also could be very emotional, you know, uh, uh, emotional, intelligent, or very, very talented on a human way. It's not machine polished. It is not someone who is reading scripts from AI, or someone who is really there and capable to talk or sing or sacrifice for the crowds, for example. Yes. So that's what's happening. And health-wise, I was talking about that already because of, we also had Jupiter going to Leo, and that is something to do with the spine, pride, heart health, something to do with the cardiac function, arteries, blood pressure, anything to do with your dignity, your vitality, your backbone, right? So, for example, we can have new, for example, amazing heart surgeons who going to be very, very famous, and everybody want to go to that heart surgeon to when they are in need. Or it could be also they can 3D print, for example, hearts right now, and somehow it's going to also stop human trafficking, right? Because of for organ trafficking. Um, it could be also because it's a solar eclipse, right? They're going to find some kind of solution how to stop heart attack or strokes the moment you feel it, either with medicine or either because of its opposing Aquarius, right? Aquarius is waves and red lights and frequency. It could be like stimulated with some kind of frequency, and somehow it's going to stop the stroke or the heart attack. Uh, so the blockage. Um, yes, and if it's weather related, then we have a solar eclipse. It's Leo. Leo is heat and fire. It is anything to do with, some kind of heat wave, for example, during summertime. So definitely we will see people to have some kind of heat exhaustion as well. And then they're going to, for example, open up in big cities like some kind of cooling centers, who are suffering or for homelesses, not to have a heat stroke, for example. Um, Psychologically, Leo eclipses actually, it is like, okay, who is charismatic, and do we need dignity, or do we want to have some kind of charisma? Which one is better, morality in leadership, or, to be charming in leadership? So that kind of questions we're going to have, for example. Uh, so we're gonna ask, because the spiritual interpretation of this is, okay, do we want kings at all? Or do we want to have leaders among equals from us? Right? So we're going to have a lot of people rising from the general public, for example. And it is like we're not going to believe blindly in loyalty. We need some kind of people, leaders, with mutual accountability. So that's gonna be very, very important, right? And we're also going to have the lunar eclipse, the last one in 4 degrees Pisces, August 28th. It's going to happen on Formohat, fixed star Formohat, which is Archangel Gabriel. Actually, it's on my sun. I have a 4-degree Pisces in my fourth house. I'm a Sagittarius rising. So obviously, I'm a little bit scared of this, but it's a partial eclipse. And because Archangel Gabriel is a saving grace over there, it could be something very positive. The Pisces eclipse actually, it's a collective forgiveness and collective cry as well. It is a cry which could actually sweep over a nation. So losing a leader, for example, who were very humanitarian or very kind, like some young leader could die instead of an old one, and the whole entire nation are in shock, and it is a global tragedy, for example. Um, it could also bring in a natural disasters, and natural disasters anything to do with water, hurricanes, typhoons. I told you guys, like for example, New Zealand also going to have Saturn and Neptune opposition to their sun, so New Zealand could have earthquake and floods, and Iceland also going to have some major change over there. So yeah, definitely those are over here the countries which could suffer greatly from either grief or because of maybe there is some kind of natural disasters, but I'm gonna go one by one on these countries in a little bit. Just wait for a little bit. But yeah, definitely it could be something, on social media, we're going to have collective griefs. We're going to have collective compassion also, right? For example, murals, because of Neptune, so Pisces ruled by Neptune and Jupiter, and that is art and murals and, big wall painting, for example. So art is going to release songs which is about the genocide, or anything, films, for example, and murals which going to capture, griefs and loss. Um, but it is collective mourning, definitely. There are going to be a lot of refugee stories which going to go viral, and it could break millions of hearts. You know, a very, very deep soul level grief could be this Pisces eclipse over here. With Archangel Gabriel, however, it's giving hope. So out from this grief, compassion is rising and hope is rising, and stand together, hold each other's hand, and weather the storm together. So we will rise from this, definitely. There could be also, because Pisces is hospitals, addiction systems, GS as well. we're going to have a lot of people out, for example, from prisons who were convicted, actually, you know, uh, unlawfully because of, they didn't commit the crime. And right now, with the new Uranus-Pluto trine, it is forensic. The forensic sphere are going to get really, really um, evolved. And because of that, we're going to know who committed the crime, and those people are going to get let go. But after 25 years of serving like innocent. Um, and also it could be because of this is a lunar eclipse, so this is negative, but hospitals could cover up, for example, medical malpractice, preventable death, right? There could be also a lot of false medical records also coming up. Also, we're going to learn about prison issues, like they didn't give the right medical attention to prisoners, or something to do with corruption involving pharmaceuticals distributors as well, drug cartels, obviously, right? There could be also something to do with high profile rehab centers or spiritual retreats going to get shut down because maybe they neglected ayahuasca treatment retreat, and somebody died, or multiple person died during ayahuasca treatment, or they had a rehabilitation center in Derry Beach. We have rehabilitation centers, and we had a lot of police issues over here because they sold drugs back to the people, because the government pays $16,000 after one person to get in rehab centers, and the owners resold the drugs, cocaine or heroin or whatever, after a year for these people. So they coming back to the center and they got the other $16,000. So we can learn about things like that as well, right? Uh, or offshores account, your politician has a lot of money offshores in Cayman Island, whatever, and where they hidden the money, for example, as well. Yes, there could be also some kind of people displaced, right? We have ICE in America, and they're displacing. Oh, El Salvador. At the beginning of the video, I forget the country, which is actually no crime right now and has a very, very terrible prison system, and where actually our government is sending, without due process, immigrants. And it could be something to do with refugees or displaced people. This eclipse could actually pull the curtain off of human suffering. And even by the borders or on seas as well, because Neptune also the ocean seas, like whatever, like, okay, they killed actually the fishermen and not drug traffickers of Venezuelan boats, obviously. And we're going to have the knowledge about that. Uh, or yes, things like that, something to do with shipwreck. As I said, there could be a big cruise ship which actually could have some kind of uh, uh, terrible, terrible crash, for example, during this time. And yeah, it could be also, for example, fishermen rescuing immigrants on the sea. So you're going to see a lot of headlines like that: sinking boats, fishermen rescuing, children's, how to clean up the oil from drilled. So compassion is always going to be in, because as above, so below. So when we have a challenge, when we have some issue, we always going to solve that, guys. We always going to. There is always a lot of compassionate people, humanitarian, who are like, okay, they're willing to fight and stand up. But definitely there will be some countries where the police is going to become softer, right? especially with humanitarian visas, like with refugees, right? And it could be climate refugee or war refugee as well. But if somebody is seeking asylum, then it could be something softened up during this time. But also something to do with pandemic and something to do with um, immune system or lymphatic system. The topic about that could get headline again because Pisces rules immunity and also Pisces is pandemic, something that is contagious, right? And hospital. So definitely it could be something the for example, because Neptune also fluids, the hospitals could actually run out because Saturn going to conjunct Neptune over there, and this eclipse is Neptunian because it's Piscean. They're gonna run out from fluids or blood, and they cannot actually have blood transfer, unfortunately. And there is a big um, uh, kind of accidents, and then they don't have enough blood. Also, there will be a lot more waterborne pathogens as well because Pisces is water, and also pathogen because it's a virus. So yeah, it could be that, and it could be something to coming from water or water-related food, like kelps or sushis, raw sushis, which could create some kind of, not pandemic, but I would say some kind of viruses, some kind of inflammatory conditions. And also, it could be because of the ice is melting, and there could be Saturn is old, Neptune is virus, and they're kind of old virus because of it's gonna be in areas, right? Because of the heat, because of the ice is mm, melting, old virus is coming from areas like Iceland or Greenland. Under the ice, there is some kind of old virus which could resurface. Why do I say that right now when we are talking about the eclipse in Pisces? Because Pisces ruled by Neptune, and Neptune makes a huge conjunction with uh, with Saturn. Also, it could be some kind of chemical leakage in the oceans, or what? Oh my God, what is that? The algae blooming, like red algae, red tide could be like very intense during the summertime. For example, right before hurricane seasons. It is the last eclipse. There are going to be huge hurricanes as well, right? So that's could be. But also it is for art programs because of Neptune is filmography, photography, music, and dancing. There could be really, and that going to be introduced or gonna come back to schools, or art funding for schools going to be very, very important, or storytelling, because it is going to help emotional healings, for example. And they're going to tell the children to write their stories and put that in lyrics and sing it, for example. And it could help the children to get healed, right? Yes, but definitely there could be some kind of huge fish dies off because of red tide, and anything to do with hurricane and typhoon kind of storms as well. It could be tsunamis as well, because don't forget we have Uranus and Pluto in a trine, so those two malefics could create tsunamis with this kind of eclipse over here, right? Yes. And then also we're going to have Saturn Jupiter trine end of August, guys, and that is going to be great for the market. We waited for that. Saturn Jupiter conjunction that is started in 2022, December 23rd. So, that's over there was actually 2021, December 23rd. That was actually something great because of that was the Star of Bethlehem. We call it the Star of Bethlehem. And it is good for the market. It is good also when they are trying. When they scare, it's really decreasing the financial market. But right now, this trine, and it's a actually fire trine because Saturn is in Aries and Jupiter is in Leo. It's going to bring in abundance, gold, and submarine technology, or anything to do with infrastructure or luxurious housing. You know. Something to do with some kind of new energy strategy as well. And because Saturn is resistance, and it could be something to do with and history as well. Um, People going to be pride to their countries, proud and to their histories as well. Saturn also railways and locomotives, right? So it could be like, all right, we're going to have. New locomotives, luxurious one, for example, fast and luxurious. It could also bring in, for example, new hospital buildings as well. First of all, when Saturn and Neptune conjunct very beginning in February, it could actually close some kind of hospitals, but by August 31st and after that, it could start to rebuild those empty buildings and that empty hospitals because they got their funding uh, back somehow. So where Saturn Jupiter could bring in actually a ceasefire, or it could be like prisoner exchanging, letting go of hostages. Um, it could be, joint anti-terrorism coordinations, like, okay, we have enough from terrorism and we have to check and discipline the terrorists. Saturn is discipline and Jupiter is optimism, and together they are really, really smart and sustainable because this is a trine together. So it could be like, all right, we're going to standardize defense commitments, for example, BRICS or for example, NATO. It will be also new training protocols as well, and also collective cyber defense, because before, when we're going to have Uranus in April going to Gemini, there could be some kind of cyber attack, and also during the Aquarius eclipse. And right now, it is like, all right, we need to do something against it to get, and it's also could bring in boundaries as well, very, very strict boundaries. Um, so Saturn in Aries could bring in to the economy and the infrastructure, for example, some kind of massive government contract. Jupiter in Leo, it is entertainment, it is art and tourism, farm to table tourism or historical tourism. Or also be going to value the antique, for example. So antique watches going to be super expensive. Swords, for example, a collection of swords or antique guns, but definitely it will be like the entertainment, also some part of entertainment can get government contract as well, and tourism going to get blooming right now. But as I said, because Saturn is in Aries, Aries is high speed and Saturn is rare, so it's going to be high speed trains as well, and new renewable energy grids as well. For example, smart cities going to be, like 15 minutes cities, or smart cities going to get built as well. And Jupiter is luxury and beauty, Saturn is simplicity. So we're going to have small houses, but still new and beautiful and functional for example, veterans, because Saturn is close to Neptune, or homelesses, or people who are pressed on the edge of society, single parents, for example, affordable housing, box housing, it is all going to come in. And the same time, for example, film industry, TV production and studios. festivals and tourism could blooming right now, and also fashion and luxury brands as well, Louis Vuitton, Estee Lauder, whatever it is, Christian Dior, those are could be really, really luxurious brands, could highly go up even on stock market as well. Anything with performance industries going to get a big, big measured optimism right now. Mm. And as I said, because of for education, this could be like leadership academics, like children going to have debate classes and they're going to have certain children to raise to leaders or gifted national gifted student scholarship, and they're going to be provide all the university going to be like sponsorship and scholarship, I mean. There could be also elite art schools as well, like not just the New York Ballet, but multiple elite other kind of art schools as well. Yes, and young inventor incubators. There will be a lot of classes with robotic engineering, coding, music, sport. As I said, they're gonna bring in, creativity and imagination, which is very important. As like Einstein also said, imagination is the most important actually in a children's life. Yes, so definitely going to replace and health is like, okay, let's focus on health and oral vitality, or cardiovascular screening could be actually free in general, mandatory and free, for example. Yes. All right. What else happening over here? I don't really, really want to say, anything else because of maybe something about the market, because Jupiter and Saturn trine the global market also going to change. And, there is massive infrastructure contract with bridges, with ports as well. Like cruise ports, boat ports, and railroads, and also the airport going to get modernized as well, because Jupiter in the ninth house in Sagittarius rules the aviation airports. So we're going to have more luxurious seating and airport and air plane as well. Yes, and we're going to have also maybe new kind of defense upgrade, fiber optic networks as well. Um, it could be some kind of global war between China and US and South Korea and the EU itself, as I said, the BRICS nation against West, because West is going to lose power. And as I said, anything to do with uranium demand going to increase. Because it's going to found new nuclear reactors and small modular reactor project also. And, it could be also very good for recycling project. Recycling ocean cleanup could be really be good during this time as well. Um, yes. So, all right, guys, that's what I wanted to say. But also, I wanted to say something about, you know, um, the countries which could be actually under some kind of influence during Saturn Neptune. And this year, Saturn Neptune conjunction is really, really important. By the way, I forget, when I mentioned Putin was actually born during Saturn Neptune in Libra conjunction. But also Stalin died back then. I forget the other Russian dictator, and it was Stalin actually. And also during this time when Saturn Neptune was conjuncted, the Cold War ended because Churchill demanded to end the Korean War and the Cold War as well. Um, Yes, but we also had the Hiroshima bomb during this time, Saturn Neptune conjunction, and right now we're going to have Uranus returning for the Americas, so that's definitely symbolizing something in the US. as well. It could come like Pearl Harbor. Yes, so other than that, I wanted to talk about like what countries could be under this influence. For example, New Zealand has the Sun in 1 degree Libra, so it's going to oppose Saturn Neptune. So New Zealand is going to have some kind of change or challenge. Indonesia, because they have Mars is in Libra. So obviously Saturn Neptune opposing Indonesia, there could be major flood and it could be a lot of typhoons as well. Then Iceland also have Neptune and the ascendant conjunct 2 degrees Libra. So those could be also some kind of, like earthquake, for example, eruption, volcanic eruption, fogginess from ashes, for example, and fire. And also, unfortunately, Palestine has Mars in Aries, 1 degree. And also, Palestine has Capricorn ascendant and Neptune Saturn conjunction in Capricorn. So, because of Capricorn, it's going to create a T square, actually a square with Mars in Aries and Saturn Neptune conjunction in Aries. So, poor Palestine going to go under a lot more West Bank and it's going to go through a lot more fights and a lot more death, unfortunately, next year. It doesn't seem like Israel ever going to stop bombing, unfortunately. And Los Angeles also has the moon in 3 degrees Libra. Los Angeles, the moon is the people over there. So there could be some kind of huge earthquake, which is going to actually, or maybe even some kind of water-related flood, but earthquake could be which is moving the people out from there. And Syria's sun is also 2 degrees Libra in the fourth house, which is, the house, the land. And Syria's sun, so no matter what, even if they want to have a new leader, and they want to have some British leader in Syria. I was like infuriated when I heard that. But yes, it could actually create more devastating news for Syria as well. Because of the sun, the vitality of the country, the government, also the sun, right in the fourth house, they are just like sweep the bay, taking over Saturn, Neptune, creating illusion, lying. Definitely. And the United Kingdom has Uranus in Libra 1 degree. So Saturn, Neptune going to opposite, guys. Uranus in Libra, it is taking out the monarchy. It is a lot of rebels. It is a lot of protest in United Kingdom. And as I said, Saudi Arabia also has 0 degree Libra sun, which is world axis. I believe there is a king change over there. And those countries going to have crisis and redefinition of the nation and identity shift for sure. So that is what is going to kick in. And right now I'm going to talk about that each individual signs, guys, from areas to what is that? To let me see, um, areas to Pisces. All right. All right, my beautiful Aries rising sun and moon. This is your 2026 astrology forecast. January 26, we're going to have Neptune enter Aries, and it is your sign, it is your first house, right? So Neptune going to plunge into your first house. So your identity going to change. It can actually ignite some kind of new journey, something with spirituality as well. You can become really, really visionary or very, very artistic during this time, right? You are going to shed your old mask and you're going to adopt to new roles right now. Anything to do with photography, with filmography, anything to do to detox your mind and actually get over addiction could be really, really amazing. Neptune is truly magnetic. So your persona, your public persona, going to become softer and, ethereal and also very magnetic. You're going to have a lot of amazing fantasies. Maybe you want to actually, create some kind of books right now. Um, the other thing is you going to have some kind of illusion, delusion, perhaps in your life. Like sometimes you don't really understand what is real and what is not real. You're definitely going to take on to creative projects like some kind of spiritual missions, right? You might going to actually launch a project with herbalism and herbal store, or you're going to learn Reiki or prana or even Feng Shui could be really good during these times, right? The good thing is over here, just please don't, just try to avoid escapism and don't chase any kind of illusion. But if you are into some kind of new career right now, definitely you can take on to you can become a nurse or you can become an art therapist or even a hypnotherapist during this time. You can do, as I said, something to do with a tattoo and it could be something to do very mystical tattoo on your body, or you can become a makeup artist, a hairstylist as well. You're aura going to become, as I said, magnetic. You're going to feel beautiful and you're going to become really psychic as well. For example, you walk into a grocery store and suddenly you're going to feel everybody's energy. You're going to have vivid dreams also, right? So, and because it's in areas and you're in areas, you can start some kind of capoeira, tai chi, some kind of aesthetic dance, some kind of tantra as well. Martial art would be really good for your spirit. Yes, and you're going to have a lot of charisma, but right now your charisma going to confuse people because you are Aries and you were very bold. But right now you get an extra level of mysticism over here, right? And everything is vanishing, which is actually not serving you anymore, right? You're going to have zero, tolerance to, for example, people who are not spiritual or not compassionate. You want compassionate people around you, and the artistic gift that you had when you were a child, it's awakening right now. So you might going to just channel something overnight and write a book or create, a poetry or lyrics right now. That could be really great for you. And it's mirroring also your relationship house as well. So you can become more romantic as well. And health-wise, you will have to really be careful with EMF or, some kind of toxins, toxic, for example, toxic water as well. You might want to start to fasting. Some kind of water therapy or juicing could be really, really great during this time because your immune system and lymphatic system could be overwhelmed, right? You're going to become a spiritual soldier with compassion, right? Fighting for the underprivileged, standing up for your rights. So that will be a rebirth for you. And February 13th, Saturn going to enter Aries as well. Going to stay over here for 2.5 solid years. And it's going to demand you to redefine your identity and your taking back the power and your leadership position. Saturn over here, it's really visible and visible responsibility. So you can actually step into public roles and you can become a face of a project, or you can take on to responsibilities in your marriage or because of parenthood or promotion at work, and you can become a politician also. Saturn also going to make you slow down and going to build more endurance. So for example, you might going to experience some kind of inflammation in your joints, so you're not going to be able to like run that much. You might going to have some kind of sticker food restriction, for example. Also Neptune is over here and they both conjunct, so it could create some kind of ear infection, eye infection, something to do with your eczema can actually flare up during this time, or you might going to need some kind of surgical correction. Saturn in Aries is in this iron spine, so you might might going to have to correct your sum because you have a scoliosis, something like that. But you're definitely going to sharpen your goals and you're going to put more boundaries, because Neptune can create situation when people are overstepping you, but Saturn over here, it's like, no, 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 boundaries, it's still love. So you have to create some kind of boundaries and get back your power. And anything to do with physical mastery, as I said, body sculpting or martial art could be, great for you during your time, but it has to be something consistent and slow because Saturn loves slow and consistency as well. Mm. And Saturn actually is your skin, as I said. So because of stress could create some kind of, flare up, as I said, with allergic reaction also. But, you can also become very obsessed and very routine like with your skincare rituals as well. So, or, you're going to go to some kind of etiquette class and how to actually eat with VIP people, or your posture can become literally your metaphor as well. And definitely it's going to test you, your leadership. You can become the commander with a lot of, responsibility. It's almost like a wake up call. Like, okay, adulting is here. You need to pay your taxes, your debt, do your business paperwork. Come on, do your website. What are you doing? You cannot be lazy. And Saturn also some kind of fear as well, and Neptune is here, which could be like already I'm in charge, and actually Saturn wants me to be in charge, but also wants me to be patient, and I still have some kind of rejection. I need to take back my power and take on to more responsibility, but with this Saturnian fear, it's also like, what, I have some kind of fear of failure or rejection, and also from visibility, and I'm not sure I want to take on to this responsibility. Yes, so it could, and also there could be some kind of isolation, Neptune and Saturn, like you are working on a movie script and you write a lot, or some kind of art, and you not necessarily want to be very social. Maybe the new role, responsibility, what you need to take on right now. It is like, all right, I have to be with people all day long, and when I get home, I just don't want to get social anymore. Saturn definitely wants structure in your life and want to create sustainability, rebuild something. You might going to buy, for example, an undeveloped land and start to do some kind of building a house over there. February 17, we have the annual solar eclipse, and actually it's going to happen in your 11th house. It's gonna happen 28 degrees Aquarius. So it's an Aquarius new moon on steroid, right? And 11th house, anything to do with your community alliances. It is also the house of luck, and it could actually bring a major shift in your social world, in your social life with your friends, right? You can actually get a totally, completely new social circle, right? Something who are very aspirational, who are very authentic and innovative people, innovative thinker, and those social circle could be like 10 years old till 99 years old, right? You're going to quit something which is toxic, a workplace, or you're going to definitely cut edge with technology as well. It would be maybe like I need to detox my life, not just, like friends can fade out rapidly, and new collaboration with new people, but also it could be like you can start a rebellion community, a grassroots movement, something to do with maybe if you are a student in university or with friends, you're going to go and join protests together with your new friends. But yes, it could be also like there is a lot of technology in your life, and you will need to actually save yourself from EMF exposure. So careful with that. Yes, and then also what else could happen? Like Definitely you're going to embrace your uniqueness, and you're going to stand for your rights, stand up for your rights, and you're not going to, I'm not saying you're not going to care who is going to troll you on social media, but pretty much about, like, you know what, it still give me views, and I still accomplish what I want, so I just gonna go on my direction, and that's it. That kind of new uh, personality rising for you. And you are also going to start building some kind of passive online income, because you can create an application or a software which could actually go global as well. Definitely, there will be some kind of upgrade with AI tools, or maybe you're going to start a school, but it's going to be through virtual learning, or something to do. You can get actually paid by YouTube, or some kind of through some kind of digital intern, uh, like digital uh, business. And what else could happen? Well, let me think. It could be like one of your old friends going to become very jealous of you and quietly going to either ghost you or unfollow you. And it's going to be painful, but that vacuum actually going to create instantly a new circle. It's going to draw in, artists and brilliances who you're going to have. They're gonna become your new alliances as well. And you can definitely create some kind of digital wellness app, or some kind of astrological app as well, something even with mental health, and something with, even you can create some kind of videos when people are working out, or you working out actually doing yoga, tai chi, or something on the videos, and you can actually get paid through this. There could be also a mentor or an influencer who can actually notice your work, and they can offer some kind of collaboration, and you can become actually a celebrity overnight, or like well received by the public overnight. Definitely that. uh, if you are invent in your community, or into your studying, then right now it could pay off. So you might go into actually join a crypto strategy group, or something like a business circle, woman or man business circle, or learn about, for example, AI education as well, or learn about frequencies and frequency healing as well. Yes, because this is Aquarius, and Aquarius is actually, brilliant, and also a little bit wide as well, but it is allowing you to create a crowdfund, or a digital platform where you can have like-minded people joining you. Uh, and March 3rd, we're going to have the total lunar eclipse in Virgo, actually, and Virgo is your sixth house. It's a full moon on steroids, guys. It's always a loss, actually. And in the sixth house, something to do with work, health, and your pets, for example, your daily routines. It could actually create a breakup with, like colleagues, or you can fire one of your employees. It could be also like if you are renting, it is like, all right, the rental property or the landlord is not fulfilling my desires, whatever I ask from, and I just going to leave, and I have to find another rental property. Uh, it is also like you were seeking for perfectionism, and right now you're purging that kind of micromanaging, kind of overworking attitude, because you don't want to have more anxiety in your life, because you feel like you're going to crash, and you want to force actually a healthier rhythm into your life. Physical health could reveal the truth. Right now, you might going to initiate some kind of new healing protocol, or get a second opinion. Right now, you can have a new nutrition plan as well. Virgo is actually gluten and rice. You might going to cut out gluten and rice, because it's the wheat and the rice. So the eclipse itself could be like, okay, I cannot have any more of that right now at this moment. And you're also going to, the eclipse can bring, for example, clarity about some kind of damaging routine. Like for example, even you woke up every day 5 o'clock to running, but you could go at the gym at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you should have some more sleep. So that is the martyrdom over here, or you are maybe an over pleaser, and it is like, okay, stop it. You can be a workaholic. You have to put boundaries, right? Yeah. Also, you can adopt a pet or something to do with a veterinary clinic. Maybe you're going to actually become either fostering animals or become a veterinarian. But definitely toxic job and manipulative coworkers who are suffocating you is living your life right now. Uh, and you can have some kind of acupuncture, Reiki, because sixth house Virgo really likes those. Like magnesium bath for anxiety, some kind of, like as I said, you have to change your eating habit and routine. And also the timing when you are eating last time the day. So maybe you had it very late dinners at 8, 9 o'clock, but right now you're going to definitely break this kind of cycle and honor your body. And you're gonna eat maybe 4:30 in the afternoon, and that's it. It could be some kind of, like it could bring in some kind of sudden pet bill because the your pet is getting sick, and you need to, and it's unexpected. And but careful, because of it could be something to do with well, Virgo, something with GI tract, or yeah, it could be some kind of GI tract issue of your pet, or some kind of breathing issue. Mm. Yes, so you're going to take on more supplements as well. Um, all right, so what else is happening? April 25th, we're going to have Uranus enter Gemini, and Gemini is your third house, something to do with communication, learning, and siblings. It's your uncles, aunts, and niece, nephews as well. It is also your neighborhood, your familiar, what you are familiar with, and online schools as well. So you might going to create a lot of online schools, an AI platform, an application, something to, you can buy a new gadget, something to do with a new computer or phone, or you're going to actually invest in technology right now. Maybe you buy an electric car, third house is car, and Gemini is car as well, or a drone, because of you are creating a lot more drone footage right now. It is also bringing you a lot of traveling options as well. And Uranus is very futuristic, so you might going to try the first flying cars during these years, right? Or you might going to start to write, but you're going to start to write about energy healing, or maybe UFOs, aliens. You can also become an activist, but on online platform, for example. It's definitely a digital rebirth for you. You can write on Substack, or start to have your YouTube channel, or just go to podcast as well. Also, it could be something with a sibling, a shockwave with a sibling, or a childhood friend as well. Maybe they suddenly reappear or ghost you completely, niece, nephew as well, some kind of distance or bridge, because of Uranus also could be bridge, but also could create chaos as well. Yes, so the other thing is, maybe your sibling get pregnant, and like it's surprising for you as well. Definitely neighborhood revolution happening around you. People are moving in and out. You might going to join a digital nomad community, some kind of futuristic city. You might going to actually move in a Tesla, small houses, smart gardens kind of neighborhood. Yes, or you're just going to join some kind of journalist, or reading club, book clubs as well. you're gonna study right now, and you feel like you're going to study how to read fast, the speed reading and the speed learning, and you're going to have available a lot of data. You can do a lot of researches, maybe creating an astrology software or buy an astrology software, or actually right now you're going to have some kind of study robotics as well, or engineering as well. On the other hand, it could be a robot, a cleaning robot. You might going to buy actually a cleaning robot right now to home as well. So definitely it could overload you and overstimulate you, Uranus over here. So your nervous system, you can get dizzy or insomnia or anxiety as well. You should limit your screen time, or at least have the EMF blocker somehow, and go to do some kind of grounding and breath work as much as you can. Um, yeah, because it could create dizziness or some kind of vertigo, the overstimulation, ADHD. You have too much information right now. And even commute could become chaos. Maybe, your car breaks down multiple times, and you buy an electric vehicle, and it's an impulsive buy. And, maybe, like you have to commute not only 80 miles, but like 120. So you have to stop to recharge the electric vehicle, and you regret it. So careful with that. Um, yes. Or, it could be like, all right, I'm going to actually download. Uranus is the Akashic record, and you can download a lot of information from the collective knowledge, and write maybe a sci-fi novel or something about, uh, I don't know, like protest or rebellious institutions, anything like that could be, which is very erotic. Or maybe you are gay or lesbian, and because Uranus rules that as well. And finally, you came out and you want to write your story as well. Yes, that could be, but definitely revolutionary in speech. And it could also bring in some kind of liberation if you had some kind of issues with, like early set of Alzheimer or dementia. You might going to have some kind of chip put in your arm or whatever, which is creating healthy thinking, and cognitively it's going to help you as well. Yeah, so it could be that. But yes, that's what I think. June 19, oh no, actually, let me talk about June 9th. I forgot to talk about that. Jupiter in exaltation with Venus conjunct June 9th, and it's going to be actually in 25 degrees. So this is in Cancer, and Cancer is in your fourth house. So you can renovate your home, you can buy new furniture, you can renovate your kitchen, fourth house, right? And get new appliances, hire an interior designer, for example, or maybe find someone who you thought is lost or who you didn't know about, but you did the ancestry, and you're going to find a new relative. It could also bring in a news about your family is extending. You might going to adopt a child, or being pregnant with a child as well. All right, and then we're going to have June 19, Chiron enters Taurus, and Taurus is your second house, money, self-worth, survivor needs. It can bring actually deep karmic healing around values. So, for example, you might have some kind of old poverty wounds, some kind of imposter syndrome, survivor fears when you were actually being raised. And right now you have to face it, and you have to be healed. You can revisit some kind of past financial failures, and also some kind of childhood scarcity. Maybe you didn't have food to eat, and you inherited that kind of money trauma. And right now you're going to have a momentum when you're not going to need material validation to feel valuable, but you're also going to learn how to feel safe and stable and abundant. And this is actually could also shift your career because second house is a gig, right? And it is something what maybe you haven't done before. You can become an herbalist, a body therapist, something to do with financial coaching, maybe a financial practitioner or certified financial advisor. Taurus is farming also, so you can start some kind of sustainable farming as well, which is healing the soil itself. Um, and if luxury is some kind of addiction of yours, right now it's also healing. It is like, okay, you don't need to spend so much money. I'm going to break free, for example, extreme spending because Chiron is here in Taurus. Um, your bank account actually going to be like your mirror right now because your values are changing. So you might going to notice some kind of, parallel with your values as well and with your moods. Um, and you can get definitely rid of that kind of financial trauma that came from your childhood. Um, so, yes. Also, if you did have some kind of debt, it humbled you already, and finally you're going to understand it was not a punishment. It came into your life, that mistake, because of you needed to be humbled, and you are not going to overspend anymore. You're going to have a budget, and you're gonna have passive incomes also and savings as well, or preserve your money. June 30th, we're going to have Jupiter enter Leo and Aries rising. It's going to happen in your fifth house, love, children, creativity, something to do with joy, something to do with, like creativity and romantic affairs. And, it could bring in a pregnancy or a creative masterpiece also. Definitely, it could, for example, make you have a lot of passion right now and chemistry. You may going to go on stage and people gonna applaud you and celebrate you. It's kind of red carpet transit for you, especially if you are artist performer. And also your child could get the same exact applaud as well and recognition as well. Jupiter can bring your luck and lottery winning, something with competition games. You can win, for example, even if you are a gambler, you can launch a product or pitch a project which can go viral overnight, and you can become famous out from that. You can have a new agent sign with record label studio, for example, during this time, your own jewelry line. If you invested in gold, for example, then it could increase your finances significantly. It could bring a golden child for you. You will be very proud of your child. Definitely, it's a creative boom for you with your brilliant work with painting and writing, even design as well, and performing. And your romantic life going to become, like you, it's like very sparky, and it's a lot of attraction. You will feel your heart pounding when you see your lover, for example. It's very childlike. And also, as I said, it could be something to do with the victory lap around the children, maybe graduation of your children, and they are getting creative recognition, some kind of awards as well. Then, as I said, because this is your golden stage right now, and also you can go to a lot of concert right now, or you're going to be engaged on stage, and you're going to speak a lot on stage, and people, you're gonna be very inspiring and joyous, and people going to believe in you, believe in your art, and believe in whatever you have to share and say. You can get press coverages, for example, if you go viral as well, and it's going to bring Jupiterian rewards, which is visibility and also money. Mm. Jupiter also something to do with the global world, so you might going to expand globally as well. And if you want to heal your inner child, it could be like, okay, I want to know how to roller skate, or I want to dance barefoot, at sunrise on the beach, and also something to do with old shame and bullying. It's gonna melt away because you're going to have so much joy right now. Then it's everything from your childhood trauma just melting away. And as I said, speculative wins, stock market could go very well for you guys. July 26th, North Node going to enter Aquarius and South Node going to enter Leo, right? This is the axis. Right now, the North Node shifting in the fifth house and South Node in your fifth house, 11th house, anything is where actually Aquarius, the North Node going to be, it's your friendship, that is your collective destiny and your future goals. And it's going to ask you to get detached from selfishness and selfish ambition and actually lean into community leadership. You might become a leader, but you have to work together with people. And you can become a social activist or like fighting for human rights, for example. You might be called actually to mentor people and younger people as well and join some kind of humanitarian causes. You can actually have some kind of startups or non-profit would be really, really great right now. You can create a tribe with your friends. Actually, you can create a city, a futuristic city, and have it with your friends together. You live in a community right now. Definitely, it's going to bring in karmic rewards and it's going to bring in totally new community for you. Um, because when you're going to meet new people, actually, as I said, you're gonna attract new people, all this cutting out, and you will feel like, oh my God, this is a deja vu. I know these people from somewhere. It could be like activists, astrologers, people who are capable to think differently, who are very, very brilliant and good with mind. And from the spotlight, because Leo is spotlight and South Node is over there, you're going toward to community and collaborations. You don't want to necessarily do your YouTube channel on your own. You want to collaborate with teams together. Uh, and it could bring in also, some kind of, first of all, it could bring back some kind of relationship, friendship, which faded away a long time ago, and it's going to make it reborn again. But you also can actually create a group with AI ethics or crypto education, even space, because, Aquarius representing something to do with space exploration. Maybe you're going to pay actually to go out of space a little bit, or because it could be also something to do with urban gardens, green technology, and you can actually create something like that. Um, yes, you are an architect. You are someone who can create bridges as well, but literally you can become an engineer or an architect who actually works on a bridge or a skyscraper or some kind of urban village. And you're going to create that, and you're gonna get a big project and paid very well, because and also, your work could bring you abundance right now, North Node over here, but it's going to be some kind of digital abundance, like it could be through some kind of technology investment, anything to do with NFT art project, creating Patreon platforms, crypto ventures also. And yeah, that's what could happen. August 12th, we're going to have a solar eclipse, and it's going to happen in Leo. So it's new moon on steroids. It's going to happen 20 degrees Leo, right? And it's going to be in your fifth house, which is a royal reset for you. It's going to electrify, your creativity and your children. You're gonna be very passionate. You might going to even meet your soulmate or conceiving, right now during this time a child. But definitely your creative project could be very, very successful, even if South Node is going to be here. You can actually have a lot of fun and pleasure going to spend the summer in a bucket list place where you feel like you are spoiled and you are VIP. You can meet a lot of famous people, for example, during this time as well. Or you might going to create or actually take on to a leadership role if you are in performance roles or art education as well. Mm. You're definitely going to pursue your dreams. Maybe you're going to go back and learn something artsy what you really wanted when you were a little child, but you didn't have money, and right now you do have the finances to continue what you had to stop over there. If you are in fashion, you can show your pattern and fashion lines, and you can be in some kind of allure magazine or whatever. Right now, you can be seen by the public as well. So definitely it will be some kind of creative rebirth for you. And also, if you have some kind of investment in fashion brands like Louis Vuitton or Estee Lauder, whatever, it could go up on the stock for you right now. Uh, and it could be like, all right, I'm gonna actually write a book, and it's gonna be a romantic love story. Um, or you can perform in a love story as well. It could be also a child miracle. Maybe the doctor said you can never conceive a child, and right now, miraculously, without even IVF, you can just become pregnant as well. But sometimes I see that a creative project also could become actually like a child for some people. Yes, so the ego is going to die because of Sono this here, but you're still going to get applauded, but somehow because of you're gonna stay more humble and more authentic as well. Um, so yeah, it could happen, and definitely it is going to be some kind of fame portal over here. Jupiter, it's something to do with you can get exposed. And in headlines everywhere, and very, very visible right now. It is also a financial fireworks, something to do with maybe you selling arts and you are an art dealer and right now you get a lot of commission. Maybe you are an artist and somebody from foreign country, Jupiter could be foreign country, buying your artwork for, and it's giving, spiking your adrenaline because you are like, oh my God, I can invest my money and it's so good. I never been recognized before. Be careful with new kind of hormone therapies, which could actually create some kind of heart palpitation. Jupiter over here could give a little bit of extra. And also, what with your spine as well, because of you have too much joint, and literally you can actually strain your back somehow. August 28th, we're going to have a lunar eclipse, and it's a partial lunar eclipse. It's a full moon in steroids in Pisces 4 degrees. It's partial, so usually I told you guys lunar eclipse is bad, but it's partial lunar eclipse, and it's also on Archangel Gabriel, which is fixed at Formohad. So it is going to allow you to detox. It's going to allow you to purge, to get rid of addictions, for example. It is also a spiritual breakthrough, but mostly you can actually surrender to toxic habits. So you attend a retreat, a healing retreat, or addiction retreat, something like that, and you're capable to get rid of things that doesn't serve you anymore. Also, some kind of hidden truth can surface, something to do with secret enemies revealed, and then you are not going to sabotage or allow sabotage for yourself anymore. So definitely it's a powerful closing for you, Aries rising sun and moon. It could end toxic relationship, toxic jobs, especially if you were working in mental institute, addiction center, as a nurse. It could bring in retirement for you as well. So yes, and definitely you would benefit from meditations, prayers group, and for example, walking on the by the shore if you live close to ocean or sea. It is a sacred withdrawal right now because you rather to be silent right now, turning off your phone and cancel all the plans, and it could be like I want to vanish from social media. I just want to be nearby the water. Maybe, especially also if you are pregnant, Jupiter in the fifth house, maybe you are planning a water birth somehow with dolphins, or who knows, but it could definitely be that as well. Your dreams could become really prophetic and really cinematic as well. You can see symbols right now, or past life could come back in your dreams. Mm. Your fantasies, so your spiritual guide could appear in front of you and become your guidance. It's an end of era, as I said. So whatever drained your spirit, it's going to and gave you lesson. It's going to become liberating right now because you are like, okay, I have to leave that behind because it was suffocating. I'm done with this. Um, it could also bring some kind of secrets to light, so exposing some kind of secrets, especially if you had an offshore account and some kind of tax situation. It might going to actually reveal an offshore account, something what was hidden. And it could actually expose if you bought a new house, I would go to the attic, for example, look around because you can find some kind of art over there which was buried or forgotten, and it could actually be very, very valuable. But during this time, you can use actually salt or salt water because, Pisces is Neptunian salt water, or music therapy, or go to a tank where you can have some kind of meditation. It would really, really help right now. All right, so this is a spiritual breakthrough and definitely a health uh, mental health going to become a lot better because you are actually giving up some kind of addiction, and you're going to set some kind of boundaries right now. Hydration going to be very important as well. And if you have some kind of karmic ancestral karma with old family griefs and some kind of memories about poverty, right now you can let that go. Maybe you're going to get a hypnosis, and you just, okay, I'm done with this karma right now. All right. And you know what? Also, we have to talk about Mercury retrograde because of Mercury retrograde also going to be in water houses during this time. And for example, first it's going to be in Pisces in your 12th house, right? And it's going to actually bring back some kind of spiritual message, or like it could be some kind of mental test, maybe a lot of deja vus right now going to happen for you, and prophetic dreams when Mercury coming back in around March in your 12th house. As I said, also hidden enemies going to get resurfaced. And when Mercury retrograde gonna happen in Cancer in your fourth house in July, then it could be something, a decision coming back with a legal family matter, something to do with, a family dialogue, something like, all right, I thought I lost the beat on this house, but it's coming back to me, and I can buy it anyway. Something to do with security and belongings. Maybe you will need to talk and ask your parents because you forget something, but you had a hypnosis and some kind of family trauma came up and you're going to question your parents right now. Some family members also could reappear right now, maybe a phone call, a letter, but they can reappear. And then Mercury going to go retrograde in Scorpio in your eighth house, no, in November, and that's something to do with debts and taxes. You might going to have some kind of tax, how do they call that when they invite you in and you have to show all the proofs? Or, you can pay off debts, for example, or you're going to go and maybe you're going to refinance your home. Uh, Definitely, it could be like revisit a prenup. Maybe you need to sign a new prenup right now. There was some kind of mistake with taxes or loans, and right now it is like, all right, I can pay off this all debts at this moment. And also, if there was some kind of trauma or sexual and trauma, you can work on your shadows, and you can hire a shrink and or a detective also if somebody did an identity theft as well. So yes, and also I wanted to talk about Venus retrograde, which is going to happen between October 3rd and November 6th, 2026. And it's gonna start in Scorpio, which is your eighth house, and gonna go back in Libra, your seventh house, which is mirroring you. So, something to do with past lovers, could appear right now, but it's not necessarily romantic. It could be only sexual, for example, but also something around inheritance could resurface, or prenup, taxes, something to do with trust fund. Maybe you need to have a new insurance right now and surrender to control as well. So when it's gonna dip back to Libra, then it could actually renegotiate some kind of partnership or romantic relationship as well. You might going to say, you know what, let's get married because we live together for a long time. But right now it is like I want to get married. If you had some kind of codependency and you avoided actually to become dependent right now, you are saying it's enough from people pleasing, and I want some kind of correction in my relationship. So it could bring in a closure also, or it could bring back an old flame as well. Yes, so that's what happening for you, Aries rising, sun and moon, uh, during this year. And I'm going to move right now to Taurus. All right, Taurus rising, sun and moon. This is your 2026 astrology forecast. And January 26th, we're going to have Neptune enter Aries, and it's going to be on a world axis, which is shifting the whole entire collectives. But for you, my dear Taurus rising, Neptune going to move into your 12th house, because 12th house is the area's real estate of your chart, right? And that is an invisible world. And it is something with old ghosts lingering around, it is your deepest unconscious as well. It is your dreams. And over the coming years, your relationship with solitude, rest, and hidden fears will be fundamentally reshaped. Around this ingress, you may already notice a powerful pull to retreats and also disconnect from chaos and from a lot of people, and you're going to start to begin exploring spiritual practices, something like meditation, breath work, dream journaling. The old self-sabotaging habits might going to come into spotlight, and right now you're not going to punish yourself or have some kind of guilt over here, but it could dissolve also like mist. Because Neptune also something to do with fogginess and mist, so it could just dissolve in the ether. And there also you will trust in the unseen as well. So you're going to become very, very creative, and you're not going to need validation from the external world. Um, you're going to feel instead, and your feeling, your intuition is going to be very practical and really steady, and It is also like sometimes it could bring in some kind of signals from burnouts, and it could be definitely mental burnout. Mm. You're going to like, for example, want to sleep a lot during this time because of there could have been before some kind of like you overworked before the before years, and right now you are like, okay, right now I really need to to take advantage on retreats and massages and meditation, or even go close and nearby water, because that's going to help me a lot. So definitely the dreamer is awakening in you. As I said, prophetic and vivid dreams, and you're going to be overloaded with that. It could bring in a spiritual calling as well, something to do with I need to do maybe fasting, maybe I need to open a yoga retreat, maybe I need to go to a monastery and just seek for solitude and not talk to anyone for months. It's going to help you to confront with addictive patterns as well, especially if you had some kind of old coping mechanism, something to do with caffeine, eating habit, a lot of sugar, anything to do with social media, they can actually lose their magic, and you're going to do some kind of therapy which is healing, maybe hypnotherapy and emotional detox. You can actually do hypnotherapy and lose weight. Anything to do with spiritual training, or if you want to become a nurse, a healer, a teacher, a Reiki master, you can become right now. Even working in orphanages or underprivileged people, maybe veterans as well, homeless shelter. Your immune system and your lymphatic system could actually have some kind of issues right now. You can have a lot of fatigue and brain fog. Maybe you are in menopause, or you are pregnant right now, and like you are not thinking the way you did before. So you will need to surrender right now, because healing is come first at this moment. You're going to, crave for it. Um, and also, the social life, as I said, is actually fading right now, because maybe you are studying, you're doing your masters, and you're just not gonna have any time for your social life right now. It could also bring in some kind of fogginess around a distant relative. For example, somebody going to claim they are your uncles or aunts, and you're not necessarily going to believe in them. Definitely going to be more psychic during this time, and you can have a lot of telepathy, or like some kind of perceptions, deja vus as well. And it could overwhelm you, so it could bring in some kind of insomnia. So you will need to protect your energy and do some kind of grounding rituals. And then they're going to be also, some kind of breakthrough from psychiatric trauma from your childhood, or maybe even from your previous life. You can end actually long-term patterns, which is were addictive or obsessive with compassion right now. And you are preparing for your rebirth. You might going to get retired also. February 13th, you're going to have Saturn enter Aries. Also, that is your 12th house as well. So, Saturn is karma. Saturn is something to do with boundaries and lessons. And it is also courage as well, and accountability. So it says if you promise something, you have to keep your promise right now. Saturn going to grab you by the collar and going to demand, for accountability, and you cannot hide from Saturn. It's not going to be a punishment, but it's going to be some kind of karmic cleansing for you, right? And you can have a new therapy program, or, you can go to hospital or retreats, or you can create your own retreats as well. Saturn going to support you and help you, with the structure. Um, it is definitely sharper than Neptune because Neptune wants to dissolve and Neptune doesn't have boundaries. Saturn has boundaries, and Saturn is like, okay, you need to be courageous and you need to do the work because without work, you're not going to get healed. So you need to show up for yourself and want to have boundaries. Sometimes Saturn in the 12th could feel lonely and isolated, just like Neptune over there. But maybe, as I say, you are emerging in 2028 a lot stronger or wiser person than Saturn going to go to your side sign, and you're going to have a lot more power and authority as well. So yes, it is like, as I said, you can go to anger management group, or it is like, all right, I'm gonna go to a 90-day silent retreat, or I'm going to do some kind of hypnotherapy once a week to get rid of my addiction. Um, and you're going to have a lot of boundaries with people around you. You're not going to allow them to sabotage you. You can actually have and file a lot of formal complaints because Saturn could bring in law and regulation. So, like if somebody mistreated you financially, you can have a formal complaint right now. It could also like bring in some kind of training block if you are an athlete, because Aries is someone with training, but Saturn is like, all right, my mental, Neptune is there, my mental health is not necessarily but it's supposed to, and Saturn is tiredness. So I know I need to be disciplined, but first I need to start something with anti-inflammatory diet or some kind of weight loss, and then I could become more resilient, and then I could become, like more athletic. But if you want to build or buy an undeveloped land in an island or far away, it could bring in that opportunity for you as well. Yes, so that definitely could be great for you. And well, what else could be over here? Mm. If you go to some kind of hotels or Airbnb, make sure you checking for hidden cameras because something could be hide and they can actually watch you while you are there. So you don't want to expose yourself naked or whatever. It could be some kind of betrayal by that. Um, yes, and if you investing something to do with Saturnian themes, which is, and Neptunian, because those are actually conjunct together. So oil or defense or anything to do with heat, iron, steel, something to do with, like underwater, but is that submarine technology could have some kind of spike for you and a good breakout here. Um, it could be like you going to become someone who offers emergency services, like maybe an ER doctor or, an ambulance driver. So it could be that as well. And you know what? Saturn is cold and Neptune is water. Maybe you're going to be overheated or way too tired because of your adrenal system is creating anxiety, and that's why you are very heated up. And you're going to include right kind of cold plunges right now, weekly or daily, You're gonna buy a cold bath, somehow a plunge, and you're gonna do that. All right, Taurus rising, the solar eclipse going to happen in Aquarius for you. And it's going to actually be in your 10th house, right? Taurus, let me see. Uh, Taurus rising, just a second because I'm losing my find over here right now. What am I doing? So I'm Taurus, you Taurus, rising, sun and moon. 10th house. Yes, I was right. So 10th house, and 10th house is your career, it's your reputation, it's your life purpose, anything to do with your public image. So there could be some kind of massive correction over there, and you can have some kind of fame overnight. You're gonna get into spotlight, even if doesn't matter if you feel ready or not. The eclipse is something to do. It's a solar eclipse. It's positive. It's new moon on steroids. It's going to bring in the energy of ambition, and also like the old dynamic is going out, and you're going to be renewed, and you're going to be a leader, but in an unconventional way, because Aquarius doesn't like conventional way. So you're going to find yourself to shift your career, or getting to a leadership project, or launching a project, for example, which is very truth and authentic to your identity. A boss could leave or disappear, and the company has to restructure, and maybe you will be asked to become the CEO. Um, or you can actually have some kind of activist movement right now, somehow at work, with your colleagues. Yes, also it is, and it could bring some kind of um, new career with humanitarian project, or perhaps even with a new startup, something to do with non-profit organization. You can be in the limelight as a politician right now. Um, so that's definitely an opportunity for you. Anything to do with tech-driven companies like AI's blockchain, renewable energy, a humanitarian project where you're going to be pulled into. You can actually invent an application, a platform, um, something to do with software as well. And well, it's ruled by Uranus, so it could create some kind of instability and chaos, temporary. But you're going to become a really visionary, very, very visionary right now. And you can actually organize or build your own company. And it could be something for the social good, the greater good, and it could be some kind of educational platform. You can actually start your own online astrology school as well. And you're going to break away from old kind of authority figures. You don't want to follow the steps of your grandfather and grandmother right now. You just really want to break free. But definitely, it could bring in some kind of digital expansion, writing on Substack, or do some kind of um, launching some kind of YouTube channel as well, for you. And then, hmm, yeah. You are capable to rebrand yourself right now. You can support the gay community, or the transgenders if you are a politician. Or actually, you can seek for equality, because of Aquarius is fairness and equality as well. So you can be the face of equality and fairness. Yes, so definitely oh, you know what you can do? Also, you can create your own digital currency as well. And even with, also you can do a crowdfund, and or start to invest in something with ETFs which have dividends, so you're going to get paid out from that. If you have anything to do with your ankles and below knee, there could be some kind of neurological pain over there, or you might going to need an Achilles surgery, things like that. And if you do have some issues with law, right now that could be like, or not necessarily have some kind of battle. It could be some kind of corporate battle, but also it could bring in some kind of um, somebody who is supporting and protecting your software and application that you created. So you might going to need to hire an attorney, but just because of they are actually helping you to protect your rights. Okay, so the full moon on March 3rd, which is a lunar eclipse in Virgo, it's going to happen, in your fifth house. And fifth house is your romance, your joy, your children, your creativity. It's luck also. It could bring in a load ending romantically, and also it could bring in like an old story, like I wanted to have children, wanted to have children, wanted to have children. Eventually, you're gonna say, you know what, I don't want it anymore. Uh, or it could be like, all right, there was a toxic relationship and or the pattern was toxic and right now it's dissolving, it's done. It was unfinished, but right now I'm just done with that. Also, it could be like a creative project could end right now, and you can maybe have your lyrics or your music out, or maybe your book out right now. Definitely, it is like all the rigid routines in fifth house way going to end. Criticism of your children, or criticism of your partner. You either not going to tolerate or going to have that kind of release those kind of obsessive tendencies on your own. Which actually could be also blocking intimacy before. And right now you're going to be more rational and. Also, you want to be more joyous as well. You're not going to, if you procrastinated right now, you are like, all right, I'm not going to procrastinate because I need to become, have some humility over here and have to be honest, if I want to have more productivity or more fun, actually, or feel more alive. You're not going to overanalyze anymore romance. It is just like, all right, this is a love affair. It doesn't work. Let's, like go and move over. Uh, but as I said, complete a masterpiece is definitely possible right now, which created joy before, and right now you have to start something new. You don't know what to do with your time. It could be like an empty nest. Your children could go to university, college, and you are like moving out, and oh my God, what do I do right now? I always serve them, and right now I have a lot of free times. Definitely turning point in fertility and parenting realization. It is just like, okay, as I said, it is a breakthrough right now. I don't want to have that third child anymore. I want to, my two children are almost adult and I'm done with this. And I'm not going to return to the parenting stage. Um, so yeah, that could happen for you over here. And also it could be like reset the market right now because fifth house is investment and anything to do with, trades as well. So Virgo says right now, you know what, you might have to pull some kind of profit because I don't want to have you have a risky position right now. So I rather, to have and keep some money in the bank as well. And right now, you're going to actually get rid of self-criticism because you say it's not taking you anywhere. So it is just like, okay, I have to be kinder to myself and braver as well because then the projects that I'm creating going to flow easier as well. And you can also monetize some kind of hobby. You're going to upgrade something, maybe your design or your astrology study or painting, and you get a new contract, and then you can rebrand yourself. Then April 25th, is going to have Uranus enter Gemini, guys, and that is going to happen actually in your second house, which is values and self-worth, and that is your possessions as well. So it is, and it could bring in some kind of, you want some kind of comfort and stability because you are Taurus, but Uranus over here could create chaos and some kind of financial awakening. It says the old way you were doing banking, it's not working anymore. You cannot pay with the check anymore. Come on, how old are you? Have some kind of digital account, and you have to learn something about money as well. So, it could be also like some kind of surprising financial opportunities could appear for you. And it could be something to do with I want to actually have some kind of tech-based ventures or some kind of digital currency, and look for AI-related industries because it's going to give you financial stability as well. But also Uranus in Gemini, also, your values are changing. You're gonna be very rebellion. Your words going to be rebelling and brutally honest. And it is like, you know, uh, you can have some kind of new gigs right now. Maybe you're going to become an AI prompt writer, or maybe an IT guy just on the side, or you're going to have a book publishing or formatting company helping people who are too busy. You're definitely going to declutter things right now because of you don't want to become very materialistic. You want to, maybe you're going to downside or relocate, but definitely it's going to be more like a tech savvy technology curve, or you might going to move into a skyscraper apartment, and going to have an urban farm on your roof, something like that. So definitely working with different energies over here, investing in energy stock, lithium or uranium or cryptocurrency. Um, Definitely digital income. As I said, maybe you are going to monetize your social media account, or you're going to help people to monetize their account as well. You're going to have a radical self-expression, especially through speech. You might going to have some kind of disturbance information, for example. Um, and they can actually throw you first because they think you are a hypocrite or a propagandist, but then you don't care anymore, and you just like, okay, I need to stay in the truth. But second house also your vocal cords and your throat chakra. Uranus over there could give some kind of issues with your vocal cords. So yes, and then the other thing is you might want to declutter also. So it is like a lot of things was sentimental, old phones, old laptops. Right now you have to delete the data and just give it away, or some kind of recycle program over there, donate them. That's very important as well. Yeah, so it could be like you can invest in EV cars, electric vehicles, right? And it could be also help you, like right now, because this is the second house, your taste going to change, and it is also like I'm going to have more mushrooms in my diet, or I'm going to do grounding because Uranus is something to do with lightening, and the second house is farming and ground and soil and grass. So you're going to be barefoot in the grass half an hour to do some kind of grounding exercise. You can also have some kind of freelancer freedom, like, okay, you are going to become an AI content consultant, and you can make a lot of money through that as well. All right, and then June 9th, we're going to have Jupiter and Venus conjunction, and it's going to happen in Cancer, which is your third house. So, you know what? It could be like a new neighborhood, a very loving neighbor coming in. You can become friend with, you can reconnect with your niece, nephew. They can come to visit you, your uncle, aunt. It could be a family reunion also. It could be like, like somebody is helping me to buy a house. It could be an uncle or aunt because they don't have children, or I get some kind of inheritance for them from them. Then Taurus rising, June 19, you're going to have Chiron enter your first house, Taurus, which is your body, your identity, your mask. It is very raw, it is very personal, right? It is definitely life altering for you, and you're going to embark a journey of healing, and you're going to see yourself worthy right now again, because maybe you've been unseen and you felt unworthy before, but right now it is like, okay, I see, I can right now, I can heal my wound. I see where the light's coming in, where I was cracked before. And so my voice, my appearance, my self-image going to change. You might going to have a facelift surgery or a teeth, because that is anything to do with jaw, so something to do with neck, thyroid, and the jaw surgery could happen for you as well, something to do with a teeth implant as well. You're going to become very wise. Chiron over here, it's like, all right, I'm wise as well, so it could be very positive. You also could become healer yourself. So maybe you become an herbalist. Taurus is herbalist, and I want to heal people, nutritionist with food, for example. Yes, so that could happen for you guys. Anything to do with your body image, if you had any kind of insecurity about your weight, your skin, aging scars, it is like, okay, I can take care of it right now, and I'm healing. My voice are changing right now. I'm not trembling, I'm going to roar. I know how strong I am. And then also, because Taurus is finances as well, so it could be some kind of if you had any kind of financial challenge surface right now, and your salary was stagnating, and you did have some kind of job insecurity and fear around survival, right now you are capable to separate your value from income, and this is going to be amazing. You're not going to have the healer's guilt, right? So you are healing, and either with herbalism or something through trauma coaching. Mhm. And right now, or like for example, you and your friend has the same illness, and you are the one who actually healing. But right now, this Chiron going to allow you to enjoy your healing, and it says, okay, you don't have to feel guilty because you were lucky. Very important, guys, to get healed through touching and taste and sensation. Taurus likes that. Taurus likes tangible energy. Um, but also something to do with medicine, with supplementation, with gardening ceremonies as well. Old injuries, something to do with surgical mark and stretch mark could also disappear. Maybe you're going to get a tattoo over it as well. Yes. All right. So what else is going to happen over here? You know what? Jupiter going to actually enter Leo on June 30th, and Jupiter in Leo going to be in your fourth house, and anything to do with your family, your roots, your inner security. It's going to get, a bigger, bolder foundation. It's going to be really joyful. You might going to reconnect with someone. You create a beautiful nest. You are having actually buy a house with a huge garden, you relocate, and or you hire a designer right now. Actually, Leo, also the children's room, you might going to redesign your children's room as well. And it's also, your home going to become your stage. You're going to host a lot of gathering over there where it's going to be a lot of laughter and joy, or events for children as well. You might going to have some kind of healing with your ancestors, with your bloodline, and also it could bring in a new baby or some kind of adoption, adopt a new family member, for example. Um, And Jupiter over here, it could be like definitely if you are in a lawsuit to having a child or getting, some kind of the law turning for your favor right now, you can have that happening during this time. You can actually profit to sell a house or become a real estate agent or actually buy a very luxurious home right now. Yeah. All right, guys, what else could happen over here with Leo? It could be something like an older person coming to live with you. It could be also Jupiter in Leo, it could be some kind of heart issue for a mother figure. So you might want to check your mom's heart somehow as well, but definitely a lot more joy and creativity, creative project with your family, playing and joyfulness, taking your family, paying your whole entire extensive family for a family reunion and vacations. And then you're going to also have a North Node in Aquarius and South Node in Leo. So that's going to affect your 10th and your fourth house. So 10th house, your career and life purpose going to change, okay? And it is a new purpose right now, something to do with which is going to pull you toward to some kind of group healing and humanitarian causes or also innovation as well. You can actually become a public figure, but you're going to, demand some kind of, you know, um, your public image is going to be very different right now because Aquarius is innovative and you're going to raise some kind of eyebrow. Uh, you're gonna be very progressive and very future minded, and you haven't been before. You were very down to earth, and right now it is just like, I don't need approval from everyone. I just going to do whatever I need to do and get qualified. And doesn't matter, if it's something unconventional. I going to do that anyway, even if I don't have experience. You can create some kind of community, or launch an application, become a shareholder in your company right now. The fees, definitely it is a karmic mission, and it is has to do something with the collective evolution, something to do with, like with maybe technology and studying or teaching. But the teaching, the education platform you can create, but it could be very futuristic right now. Um, you can definitely create an application as well. So from public mission, you're going to actually move actually from private approval to public mission because of the fourth house is pride, and parental and family approval. And right now you're going to say like, what, I don't want to follow my parents' footstep. I don't want to be an attorney. I want to be an artist, and that's it. Um, and also, you can launch some kind of new brand, and it could be something to do with AI ethics, with green energy, something to do with community technology, community gardening, right? And you say, okay, I don't need a perfect home right now. Leo is over there, or very luxurious. I can minimize things. I can declutter my home and sell, those kind of expensive stuff, and actually create something, put something in my new business that I want to launch, and then I'm going to succeed. As I said, also, you can actually crowdfund a public education platform, and also some kind of home security surveillance could be also possible for you right now. Yes, so what else could happening? Um, Family gathering could be actually through some kind of platform, like not necessarily you're going to take them to vacation, but after vacation, you are like, okay, we have holographic images right now, and we're going to have the family, gathering through some kind of holographic Zoom meeting, things like that. You can actually invest in something to do with biotech, with digital community platforms, because that's the Aquarius market, something to do with, cryptocurrency, technology, anything to do with lithium, uranium. Yes. You can actually create old family photos merged together with ancestral photos, right? The people who already died with AI, and recreate a whole entire family tree and giving that to your family members, and they're going to really love that. Um, you can also actually release the attachment from some kind of forever home, which where you raised your children, but it's too big right now, and you can move actually to a flat or to a condominium somehow, which is more modern, and you can declutter as well. And from the inner child, right, which is Leo, which is like the spoiled child over there, the role become like, I have to be an adult right now. So definitely it is right now something to do with adulthood and growing up quickly. It's gonna require you to grow up quickly. Um, all right, and then August 12th, we're going to have, what we're gonna have over here. So we were talking about July, right? And yes, July 4th, we're going to have Uranus and Mars conjunction, and it's going to happen actually in Gemini. And Gemini is your second house of real estate. So it could be some kind of financial stock. Issues over there. Maybe you invested money only in one things like over $100,000, which could actually decrease or increase its value significantly. Uh, but also it could create some kind of verbal conflict or some kind of contract breaches. Maybe your publisher somebody is stealing your writings, for example, and you will have to fight for yourself. It could be also on social media, you said something which is going to trigger a lot of people, and they're going to troll you or actually socially canceling you. And then we're going to have the total lunar eclipse in Leo in your which house, fourth house. And that is, no, solar eclipse actually. And the solar eclipse is always positive for your family and your living situation. It's going to bring in emotional security, and it's a once in a lifetime fresh start. You can move, and you're going to have some kind of selling your property for major profits, and ending some kind of toxic home dynamics as well. You can settle somewhere in a different place right now. So Taurus rising, this is the eclipse actually being in your fourth house. It's definitely going to uncover some kind of long buried family secrets as well. It's going to bring that to the light. And it's going to be something which is liberating. You can actually reconnect with people who you thought not existing, or connect with someone who you didn't even know about. And it also could unfold a path right now with like all right, where is my home? Because you were looking for where do you belong from, and somehow deeply inside, and you didn't know, why do you not feeling safe or home where you live, and in with your around your own family. So for some of you, obviously, not for everyone. But definitely it is like, all right, my living space right now, it's not how I want it to be, and I need to, upgrade something. But as I said, it could bring in sudden real estate opportunities as well. And it is also like, yeah, I don't want to live my family drama. I don't want to have that toxic family patterns anymore. And I don't even have to be codependent. I don't need to feel guilty, because of generational, my whole entire mother, father, their generation created some kind of drama in the family, and they want me to actually follow that path. I want to be detached from that. um, but also it could be like some kind of parental wound could get healed, or your mother could be actually have some kind of miraculous treatment and healing as well. um, and it is pride. You might going to be proud actually for your maybe for your ancestry, maybe for the land you were coming from. You're gonna learn history. Maybe you were 4 years old when you moved to a different country. But right now you're going to visit your grandparents' home and you're going to feel like, yeah, I belong from here. I feel some kind of pride, to return where I'm coming from. You can also actually sign up your family to some kind of therapy, some kind of family constellation, or some kind of family therapy. Or you can start a new kind of ritual, or a new tradition for your family, what you want your children to follow, your legacy. So, or you can start actually to homeschool your children as well. Uh, and yeah, so it could be really good for that. Definitely, your home going to become very heart-centered, It could become some kind of creative or emotional sanctuary for people. Family comes together, and you have candlelight and soft music and soft lights around in the whole house. And you can create a lot of healing gathering over here. And the lunar eclipse, which is going to be a full moon lunar eclipse at 4 degrees Pisces, and it's going to happen on fixed star Fomalhaut, which is actually Archangel Gabriel. It's going to happen in your 11th house, guys. And 11th house, it's Pisces real estate of your chart. And it is actually something to do with your social circle. It is something to do with your friendship, right? The eclipse could actually, dissolve a group, but no longer resonate with you, what you actually outgrown. Also a mission, what you wanted, but it's not fitting you anymore, a goal, a mission. And it's going to push you toward to bigger dreams right now. There could be some kind of realization also, like what kind of group is supporting you and who doesn't support you anymore, who is gossiping behind your back, for example. It could also bring some kind of like settlement, but not necessarily settlement. It's more like a project is ending, and it's showed for the public, for example, and you will be actually recognized by that. You can also start some kind of humanitarian project, feeding the orphans, the veterans, because Pisces governs those kind of um, people who are pushed on the edge of the society. And it is also, Pisces also ruled by Neptune, and it is mysticism and magic and compassion, forgiveness. So there is actually, I forgive to everyone who wrongfully treated me, but it doesn't, allow them to sit at my dinner table ever again. So you can end the relationship, but still being compassionate and forgiving. Um, yeah, definitely. You're going to be very, very empathetic. And, but also it is like, yes, I'm an empath, but also I need some kind of boundaries, because I feel like in my friendship group, I dissolve, I'm not myself. Uh, and it is overwhelming me emotionally also because some of my friendship group is taking my energy like my psychic energy. I'm being actually attacked, psychic attacked also in some kind of organizations, uh, or in online community as well. Um, and you're not going to feel guilty to release, like friends or communities. You're going to feel actually relieved right now, because of the vibration. It's not you anymore. It was your past. Definitely, there could be some kind of spiritual network, which is like, it could be like a cult mind. And, it was like, all right, maybe this guru is fake. And finally, I realized that there was a lot of misleading action by those people, and I don't want to join them anymore. I'm done with this. Definitely your public image going to go through cleansing as well, right? Because of those are the friends, anybody who influences you or you influence them, and they could be some kind of illusions for you, like not clear what are they doing, or for perhaps you are giving up, for example, alcohol or drugs or something like that, or even smoking, but the group you belong from, they still continue those kind of self-sabotaging behavior, and you don't want to be surrounded by them. So it doesn't have to be a, a drastic goodbye or fight, but it is just a falling out. It is just smooth, like the ocean washes away something and taking out the tides, taking it out, the ones who doesn't serve you anymore. It could be like also detoxification from also through, like anything to do with pharmaceuticals, or anything to do with, maybe you went for a lot of event where you did ayahuasca, but right now you said, I found myself, I don't need to do that anymore. So I also want to detox myself, from any kind of self-sabotaging or numbing, substances, for example. They're definitely you're going to be very sensitive psychically, very intuitive, and this moon going to amplifies your intuition as well. So you enter a group, an event, and you feel like you have superpower because you feel everybody's energy, but it could be overwhelming. If you have some kind of, like art coming out with music, film, writing, some kind of social activism, documentary, for example, it could become very successful during this full moon. You let it go and seen by the public, right? And this movie or documentary could heal others. It could talk about, the underprivileged, and or collective healing, or some kind of how did you heal your cancer, for example. Yes. And then what else is happening? There, the retrograde is going to be in water signs. So first the Pisces eclipse, not oh Pisces eclipse. First the Pisces. The Mercury retrograde going to be in Pisces first in February, March, and it's going to be actually for you guys in the 10th house, so 11th house. So it could bring back a friend from the past who you got disconnected with. You can reconnect with one of your dreams, for example, or maybe you should have get a bonus or a promotion you didn't get, but right now the opportunity is coming back to you. Then also the next one going to happen actually in Cancer, and that one going to be around June and July, and that one in Cancer going to happen actually in your third house. So you know what, it could bring back actually a communication with your neighbor or siblings. Maybe you're going to start to communicate again because you get distance before, and maybe a niece nephew going to visit you during this time. they coming back to you. Or, you did have some kind of product to sell on market, but you stopped doing that after COVID, and right now you're going to go back again to sell, like something what you've sold before. But also it could be Mercurian, maybe, like some kind of craft you created with your hands. But also, it could be also very positive for example, you know, uh, well, it's not positive to buy a laptop or what is that, a phone right now, or fix your car, because you might going to have issues again with that. But you definitely could edit your book and your website. And the last one going to take on to Scorpio, and that is actually going to be your seventh house, guys. So it could reconnect you with collaborating with a partner, or it could bring back an opportunity to talk about marriage and engagement again. So, or bring back, a partner into your life, an ex-partner, or bring back passion, for example, into your life as well. You might going to talk with your partner about finances. You stop talking about, for example, selling a house, like a land or something like that. But right now it's going to resurface, and you want to talk about that. And then Venus going to go retrograde from October 3rd till November 6th, and it's going to start in Scorpio in your seventh house, and it's gonna go back to Libra in your sixth. So Venus is, something to do with love or money. So there could be an issue around, prenup, or an investment project with your significant other. It could be something to do with, like maybe even like a shared bank account and shared resources. And you were okay being actually independent, but right now you say, I want to have that shared bank account. I want to be codependent. Maybe I get pregnant and I cannot work, and I need some kind of safety, financial safety. It also brings back the mojo and the love into your life. And then when it's going to go back to the sixth house, it could be like you going to adopt a dog, or you a small pet, or you going and going rehire an employee who left, who moved to another country but coming back, or like maybe you had a renter. For example, if you have renter properties and they left, but right now they want to come back to rent your property again. But it could be something to do with also like health routine. Perhaps something is coming back. Careful with diabetes, sugar intolerance, kidney issues, because those are also, like could come back at this moment, and you might going to have to check your sugar level or your kidney, like UTI or something like that could happen as well. But you can fall in love with your landlord, or with your tenant, or with your co-workers. You have an opportunity open a juice bar, for example. If you had it before, especially right now, you can reopen. All right, guys. I wish you an amazing new year. We're gonna move to Gemini now. All right, Gemini rising sun and moon. This is your 2026 astrology forecast. We're going to start with January 26th, when Neptune going to enter Aries again, and it's gonna be on the world axis 0 degrees, cardinal signs of the world axis, right? So for you, my dears, it's going to be something to do because of where does it happening? It's happening in your 11th house, right? And then, yes, Aries is your 11th house. And something to do with friendship, communities, future dreams. It is promotion, and it's actually income from your career as well. But it's the house of luck as well. So it's a social upgrade for you, right? It's dissolving all illusions over here because it's in Aries. You may notice some certain friends going to feel less real right now, less aligned, but other could come in mystically, or other groups almost like, very magnetic, very mystical qualities coming into your life. So some of the social circle is drifting away, but at the same time, others are coming in to your life, right? And those social group could involve charitable, humanitarian initiatives. Uh, it could be like, all right, I'm starting a praying groups or some kind of spiritual meetups right now. I'm building my dream team because I want to work with others. It could also bring in some kind of movements, which is like I'm going to actually have a startup or maybe a humanitarian project, a non-profit for underprivileged and lost souls. Have to help for lost souls right now. So that's going to be the theme right now of your 11th house. And on your personal levels, your dreams about your future could become a little bit foggy, or maybe you are very, very imaginative and you are living in illusion right now. You know, you're definitely going to crave more freedom and you don't want to be part of the rat race anymore. You want to actually develop something with communal living, for example, anything to do with new age spirituality, new world order, Maybe you're going to actually create a retreat with psychedelic therapy, ayahuasca treatment, San Pedro, something like that. Also, it could be like you can climb the social ladder because Neptune actually it's glamour and famous people. So you might going to meet a lot of famous people. Neptune actually also basketball players as well. So you might going to start to date with someone and marry with a basketball player if, especially that is your third marriage. But Neptune also could bring in some kind of, you know, it could actually strip away some kind of false ambition and it could replace this kind of false ambition with creativity. You can become an artist or connect with artists. You can actually be the bridge to sell arts, very expensive arts, or you can create a dance studio, for example, ballroom dance or ballet as well. Um, and definitely, if you connect with new people right now, because of Neptune is very, very afterlifey, so it could be really karmic relationship as well, especially because Saturn comes in, and Saturn is the Lord of Karma. Saturn comes in at February 13th for you guys, I mean for all of us, but it's in your 11th house in Aries, right? So it is joining Neptune together right now, and together they are the teacher and the trickster, right? So Neptune is illusion, delusion, no boundaries, and Saturn is, the teacher, like karma, the Lord of karma, the boundaries also, and over here it will help you to build something permanent. You can build a community, you can have audience, and it could become permanent and not superficial because it could have, for example, real connection. Saturn is craving for real connection here, something to do with fairness in friendship or build on the same values and morals. Definitely, you can have actually very spiritual but maybe older friends around you right now. Your values will feel a little bit more, heavy, right? Not values, but your responsibility is going to feel very heavy right now, and sometimes even irritating because you have beautiful visions with Neptune and imagination, and Saturn is a reality check and it's kick you in the butt, if you don't do everything step by step. So it could be a little bit of distraction, like annoyance over here. And don't forget, Saturn in Aries also in fall. So it's very annoyed, it's very frustrated. But on the other hand, Saturn could be like, all right, I'm a spiritual warrior. I'm going to become actually a spiritual group, a leader of a spiritual group. Um, so that could definitely bring in for you some kind of leadership position as well. And in business and for example in partnership, if you invest in anything, it could be like, all right, I'm going to crowdfund some kind of uh, retreat center or healing village, or like an art center, as I said before. Yeah, Saturn over here is definitely discipline, like all right, you need to have realistic visions. You cannot go on La La Land and, just dream, 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 because that's if you're not going to pull in, work into it, then nothing going to happen. So if you want to actually learn something, you have to put in the work, you have to commit to it. You have to create content, for example, 11th house content creations, something to do online. So if you are doing a social movement, then you have to connect with the people. So definitely Saturn and Neptune can have a lot of, tension between. Because of this is just like something what they do. Like one of them is boundaries, and the other one, has no boundaries whatsoever. So yes, you're going to establish something meaningful. You're gonna start to build something. As I said, you can build a community. You can buy actually a land and start to build a retreat center on it, or a spiritual healing center as well. And Saturn is asking you, because that's the friendship zone as well. And Neptune is, oh, let's give a try for this new group or whatever. But Saturn is like, hey, 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 look around. Are you sure you trust these new people? Also, like just look around in your friendship zone, and who will be here for you in 10 years or when you are in trouble. That's what Saturn asks from you right now. So February 17th, we're going to have an annual solar eclipse, guys, and it's going to be in 28 degrees Aquarius. So it's actually hybrid eclipse, because the north node and south node, beginning of the year, it's still in the axis of Virgo and Pisces, but the eclipse is going to start in Aquarius right now. And Aquarius actually is a brother sign for you, because it's an air sign. So it's trining with your placement, and it is in your ninth house. So it's trining with your first house, and ninth house, anything to do with, education, your worldview, your spirituality, your religion. That is your older sibling. It is anything to do with export, import, and foreign matters. For example, your visa, your passport over here. And it's a solar eclipse. You might going to get your citizenship, a passport, or you might going to go abroad to teach abroad, or have a foreign exchange student in your home, and your child is going to a different country. It could be also you get expected to the high educational, you do your master degrees, for example. You can pack your bag and just start to travel and start a YouTube channel with traveling as well. But definitely it will help you to also enroll a prestigious program, maybe even abroad. And if you want to publish or write a book, this is very supportive energy for that. Your long held belief system right now, it's collapsing, because of, there was a lot of new information is coming into you and inside, and even in politics, religion, cultural identity going to change, because Aquarius ruled by Uranus and Saturn, and it is just like going to create questions, like you need to have those questions. You want to be true and authentic and wise, and you're going to research and search for something, and not necessarily go with the religion, with the even if it is orthodox, then definitely you're going to leave some kind of orthodox circle as well. So yes, you might going to get a scholarship, like a full ride to a university as well. And, also somebody might going to pay for your trips as well. Uh, yeah, so definitely you can publish a book over here or actually open a publishing company. Um, and if you have lost relationship with your older sibling, you might going to reconnect over here again. But definitely there is a lot of positive, change in your immigration status, approvals of, citizenship status, for example. Uh, and yeah, the personal story over here, it's like you moving toward more to spirituality and away from religion. And you might going to even give up your mentor and guidance, and you're going to seek for a new leader right now, or you will become a mentor to other people. On March 3rd, you're going to have the total lunar eclipse in Virgo in your fourth house, right? So fourth house, what's going to go happen here? It is your family, your living situation. That is your family dynamic, your real estate investment, your home, your roots. That's the land that you are coming from. So the full eclipse over here could be like I'm moving away from the country I was born into. It could also be like an emotional detox from family members because maybe there is a lot of toxicity from relatives, and you want to distance yourself. You are like, okay, there is a lot of inherited issues which is, never get resolved. And right now, I am not even want to resolve that anymore. I just want to move away from here. There could be also something to do with a house loan could get closed, for example, or you pay off a debt. It could also bring in authority figures passing, for example, unfortunately for some of you. But definitely it is like, okay, my inner foundation, it's changing right now. I might going to seek for a therapist and actually heal my family karma because this is Virgo, and Virgo is like maybe my mom wanted to me to be perfect, but I'm not. And right now I'm not going to have guilt because I'm not going to do everything perfectly, and I'm not gonna be a martyr again and anymore. And I don't need to be micromanaged by parents, and also, I don't have to fix my family. It's okay. They are the way they are, and I can get detached, and I don't have to also get attached for the childhood suffering anymore. I can move away, and that's fine. I'm gonna heal on my own, and I'm going to heal my mental state as well, and my psyche as well. So it could be like an emotional detachment over here, and it's a huge closure as well. And closure in your family ancestral wounds, what was created through, like family traditions or the way they allowed them to be abused by others. And right now, healing is going to go, and you're just gonna purge. You're going to purge the rotten out from your life. Then April 25th, we're going to have Uranus enter Gemini, and that is your first house, guys. And Uranus was here in 2025, but Uranus is chaos and it's electricity. So it's going to be truly, truly life-changing and electric for you, in the first house of identity. And that is your physical body, the mask, what you wear. Everything is about you over here. Uranus is like a thunderbolt upgrade. It's quick and it's sudden, and it's going to ditch the old style, and it's going to make you to change your name, or you're going to start a wild reinvention. especially the way you represent yourself to the world. So, you can change your look and you adopting something very eclectic, new, bold. You can also switch industries on your field and in your career. You are going to become known as the shocker, who says the truth, who is rebellious. You're going to raise some eyebrow. You can actually become the voice of new ideas, and you can become, the working billboard for independence right now. You're not going to allow anyone to manipulate you. It's going to be very frustrating otherwise. You can actually come out from the closet or do some kind of gender surgery, if you don't feel well in your own, body and as in your own gender. But you can come out from the closet, you are gay or lesbian. And Uranus over here, if you have your sun, then it could change your career and you can become very, very, what is that? Uh, Not only wealthy, but well known overnight. And as I said, you are craving for freedom and you can't allow to be codependent anymore. You will say, don't tell me what to do. I'm an adult. I know what to do. I cannot take any kind of control anymore. I have to feel free. And you're going to snap out from toxic cycles and going to ditch people pleasing behaviors also because you need space, right? Right now, you are in the stage of your life when it's like, okay, if you're not going to give me space, it's better to divorce you or to leave, because of I cannot do that anymore. You can also become a leader of, like a social unrest, for example. You're definitely not going to be bored anymore, and you're not allow boredom in your life because it is Uranus over here. It's restless. It wants to move. It's thinking. You're going to be obsessive with knowledge and also smart people as well. Um, all right, and then you're going to have, and you might going to actually to implant some kind of chips in your arm because Gemini is arm, or you might going to buy an vehicle, electric vehicle, or you move in a smart city, something very innovative. And then June 9th, we're going to have actually beautiful Jupiter and Venus conjunct in your second house. It's going to bring you money and a new gig. You might going to have an opportunity to actually have a side gig, which is can get monetized. And it could be art, or you are selling art, or you are getting from a family member an inheritance, a bling, something very valuable, or a piece of art could be gifted for you. What you find out later on, it is really, really valuable. It could be like somebody is helping you to put a down payment on your home as well, or you have the funding right now to renovate your home. Um, Definitely, it is amazing if you invested in silver, or anything to do with luxury items, or art could be really increase its values during this time. Yes. And then June 19th, you're going to have Chiron enter Taurus, and it's going to be actually in your 12th house. So there is a lot of, healing your spiritual karma. You might have been isolated, but right now, you coming to a term where, okay, it is actually isolation was great for me because I could really work with my shadow. Maybe I did a lot of hypnotherapy. Maybe I went to retreat and I found myself, my wounds are not open and not raw anymore. Okay. So it is something to do with, yes, I'm capable to heal myself right now. So it is something to do also with money from abroad, or maybe It could be something to do with, like you can hear your body image as well over here, or mentally you can get detached from some kind of self-sabotaging patterns as well. And it was rooted actually in feeling I'm not enough or I'm disposable. But right now, you are like, I'm okay. My childhood memories of scarcity or relationship betrayers are actually healed. It's not going to determine me anymore. So also there is some kind of profound spiritual awakening. You might going to become very psychic, intuitive. You can download your Akashic record. You can go through some kind of somatic healing, right? Connecting with your spiritual family, for example, in your dreams. You might going to be able to work in as a dead doula or midwife right now. So it could be really good for you as well. Or maybe you are creating art and working as an artist in a hospice. And like you see people painting their last painting, and it's going to be awakening and beautiful. You can also go to hidden places, bucket list trips, islands very far away, where it's places actually which has healing properties, healing energies, right? Um, and something to do. You can become a volunteer in hospital or prison or shelter, for example, during this time. On June 30, we're going to have Jupiter enter Leo, guys. And actually, it's going to happen in your third house, which is communication, your intellect, your local environment. It is blessing. It is a golden tongue. You get a megaphone right now because it's going to amplify your ideas. You become phenomenal with speaking, and you are capable to write and teach and launching some kind of digital media project right now. It's also like something to do with social media, sign, book deals. You get actually some kind of advance for your books. You becoming the go-to person. Also, you getting a green light over here with your words and a lot of opportunities. Maybe you're going to reconnect with your siblings and neighbors, or you're going to have someone moving next to you who is a celebrity, and it's going to increase the value of your house. There is going to be a lot of short distance traveling, and opportunity to learn also. But it could be craftsmanship, it could be something to do with weaving baskets or painting classes. And it's going to be great for you mentally because the creativity going to make you feel optimistic and curious and young, and it's going to expand your mind as well. So if you had any kind of disability with learning or languages right now, you are capable to study languages and capable to process information quicker right now. Yes, and definitely it is your relationship with your siblings going to become very, very amazing. All right, and then you can get a luxurious car like a Rolls Royce or a Ferrari or something like that with charisma, it could be beautiful as well. And you're gonna upgrade your phone, you're going to upgrade your neighborhood, or even your computer, so or your website will be very luxurious. All right, and then July 4th, we're going to have Uranus Mars conjunction, and it's going to be in Gemini, and it's not a good thing. So be careful with electricity, with lightning, not to get electrified or hit by a lightning. Or it could be also if you go to a protest, you can get sabotaged or stabbed, or gun could be over there. So this is a very bad conjunction. Don't go anywhere near a protest. For example, careful with your arms because you can cut your fingers, for example, during, you are baking. So careful with sharp knives as well, and definitely electricity as well. All right, and Then also careful with putting your opinion in social media because you can get attacked as well. So careful. Then July 26th, we're going to have North Node actually going in retrograde in Aquarius. So North Node shifting into Aquarius and South Node in Leo. So that's in your ninth and third house. Leo is your third house. So you are actually finishing a writing project, for example, and it could be published, or you're not going to go for a lot of short trips, for example, or commute to work. You might going to start to work from home, online jobs, right? And you don't have to commute anymore. You can actually also give up an old car and buy a new one, for example, during this time. But North Node in the ninth house, it is definitely it's a new destiny over here, and a destiny toward wisdom and global impact. You might going to actually monetize your YouTube channel, or you might going to decide you want to go to a foreign country and teach over there, and or staying in a foreign university, for example. It is also like you can actually immigrate to a new country and like just try to learn a new language or a new culture, adapt to a new culture right now, physically, literally physically. And also, it could be something like a scholarship is offered you to study right now. You're going to be pulled toward, for example, new groups, and it could be something to do with a group that creates global healing, or for example, maybe legal matters is ninth house. So it could be something to do with like you becoming an attorney, and you are actually a defend attorney for the people whose rights were stolen through publishing or AI, the data leakage over there, and you want to actually support them. You definitely can win a lawsuit during this time, um, and especially if it was something to do with religion or something with publishing, or even on social media account, if somebody sued you, it's going to turn for your favor. But definitely you can become an activist on social media for human rights as well, and create maybe an educational platform, and an app or a software for maybe astrology even. And solar eclipse going to happen in your third house in Leo on August 12th, guys. So this is a new moon on steroids, and it is going to make your voice actually roar, because you're going to be seen. You're going to do a lot of talks, like TED talks, being in front of people, teaching, for example, journaling, creating newsletters right now. As I said, your YouTube channel could blow up overnight, and you're going to start, new gigs and new podcast collaborations with others right now. You can also take on to a leadership in a community as well. And if you have siblings, this could be like sibling come close to you, live close to you. It could actually heal a conflict between you guys, some jealousy and some kind of pride issue. But also, of course, you're going to have new boundaries drawn as well during this time. And it's very fierce energy, Leo. It's very fiery energy and very courageous. Even your communication style going to become brutally honest as well. You're speaking the truth, and you're speaking it with passion and confidence for sure. So you may decide, I'm done. I'm not going to sugarcoat anymore. I'm stopping this because it's not me anymore. And I feel voiceless if I'm sugar coating. So my performance has to be like I'm authentic. And also you can have some kind of comedy outlet over here, because Leo likes joy as well. All right, then we're going to have the lunar eclipse in Pisces, and it's going to actually happen in your 10th house. That's your career, the public reputation. You can get retired or move away for corporate world and start to have your own business. Definitely, it is like, unexpectedly, it's a major public shift in your identity. You can become unfamous or infamous overnight. Maybe because of, you are seeing the truth and people who was there for you while you were pretending or sugarcoating, those people can move away from you. But, you will be held accountable what you are saying, and your reputation actually could become under attack little bit, and you might be forced actually to leave earlier for retirement or confront the mistakes what you did somehow. But it's also going to bring a closure around a career that no longer serves you, and also the dynamic between you and the CEO or the boss is going to change because it's releasing some kind of toxic energy between you two. Maybe the CEO is leaving, and right now you feel like you liberated and you reborn. Um, on the deeper level, this eclipse can peel back, for example, illusion around success. You say, all right, I was chasing something that was not there, and it was not what I wanted to create. I chased that because of my parents wanted me to become this, and right now I am like not going to sacrifice my mental peace, around this status. I'm done with this. I don't need this anymore. Um, it is okay. I'm not being seen and honored because of it's okay to work behind the scene and not getting spotlight right away, at least not right now. And I'm going to fulfill my spiritual mission and heal through my career. So that's what can happen with you guys. And then, the Mercury retrograde going to be in water signs, guys. The first one going to happen in Pisces in early March. It's going to be in your 10th house, which can actually create an opportunity to getting back to maybe you want to do a doctorate, or maybe you're going to change your name, or maybe after a divorce, or maybe it can bring in back a career opportunity, a promotion for you. And then it's gonna happen in Cancer later in June, and then it's your second house, so it could bring back a gig for you, or it could bring back an opportunity to buy a house or resolve some kind of family situation. Maybe family member ask money from you, and then they didn't have, uh, uh, the funding to give it back to you, but right now you're going to talk about that again, and they are willing to get back the money what they borrowed. Um, and also, then later on in November, it's going to happen October, November in Scorpio in your sixth house, which could actually have you find your lost pet, or a colleague could come back, or an employee could ask you to rehire them again. Uh, and it could also bring back opportunities. Like you might going to need actually to have a second opinion if it is your health involved during this time, especially if it's reproductive health. All right, and then Venus going to retrograde October 3rd till November 6th. So it's gonna happen first in Scorpio and after going back, dipping back to your fifth house in Libra. So when it's in Scorpio, Venus can bring in something like, you know, all right, I'm bringing back an amazing salary increase opportunity in your job. So you can get your salary increased over there. Or, maybe you're gonna hire your somebody gonna hire your love actually at your work. So you're gonna start to work together. It could bring back actually a lost uh, loving pet, as I said, as Mercury as well. So it definitely could do that. Or maybe you wanted to buy a renting property, but it get away from you, and right now the other people didn't go through, and you will have the opportunity. And when it's gonna go back to the fifth house, you're going to think about again about children, maybe you put that aside and you said, okay, right now I don't want to have baby, but right now you're going to start to think about that again. Or it could bring back an investment opportunity for you, Venus over here, or a creative project. You put that aside because you didn't have time, but right now you're going to keep going and just start to play the piano. I mean, continue to play it, or painting, or any kind of jewelry making could be as well. It could bring back also a romantic partner as well, a lover, a mistress. All right, guys, we're gonna move forward right now to Cancer. Cancer rising sun and moon, this is your 2026 astrology forecast. And we're going to start with Neptune, enter Aries, and it's going to happen in 0 degree Aries, right? And actually, it's going to square with you. So, um, it could bring in a little bit of challenges because of for example, let me see, Neptune in Aries. Yes, so this is, so it's going to happen in your 10th house. Aries, your 10th house, that's your career. That's something to do with your public status, something to do with your life direction. And, there could be Neptune can dissolve, like illusions over there. And you're going to look traditional success differently right now. For years, you might have built your reputation around other people's standards, and right now, you are like entering a surreal chapter where only soul-driven pursuit will matter. Something suddenly changing over here, and you yearning for more artistic and authentic and more healing profession, something to do with spirituality. So your ambition going to shift, and it's going to be shifting toward causes than greater than you are, greater than yourself. It is something to do with humanitarian efforts, something to do with creative leadership, even mystical businesses as well. So you could feel more drawn to invisible recognition and, becoming a force behind the scene, a makeup artist, someone who is building stage actually for Broadways, for example. You can become a mystical guidance as well, right? And also you can become a healer. For example, because it's in Aries, it could be a person who is a doctor, a surgeon, but you can become the head surgeon in a hospital, for example, right now. Definitely, because of it is a heavy energy. Neptune could be very heavy, especially in areas over here. It will like if you're going to leave corporate business and you're going to choose your own career right now, and putting a lot of energy in art and humanitarian effort at the beginning, you might going to feel like I made a mistake because it's squaring with you. And it will be like, oh my God, what did I do? Am I going to feel stable and like financially, is it going to reward me, or am I going to be disappointed, right? But the Neptunian energy is the higher octave of Venus, higher octave of love. So definitely, it will bring you a lot of compassion and also forgiveness as well. So you definitely going to become very professional and compassionate in leadership if you are taking on to, like onto some kind of healing initiatives, like you're going to become a head doctor in a hospital. But if you are going to choose healing industries or photography, filmography, making a documentary, some kind of artistic ventures, it's going to touch the masses for sure. You're going to create something that could be seen by the white public, and they're going to love that. You're going to have your empathy as a signature over there. And then, it could be like you can become a healer who breaks the mold. It is like something you're going to abandon the conventional method, and you're going to bring in more holistic, something to do with Reiki, energy healing, for example, trauma therapy. And it could be also like you are a visionary and artist who is unstoppable. I know you are dreaming your arts and you are painting it in the morning. You are composing music like crazy. And if you would like to create a spiritual business, you can become the CEO of that, you know, managing peoples. And also it could be like maybe you just going to get a managing position and you're going to initiate actually a meditation center, or after lunch everybody is meditating or dancing or, music therapy at work. So you're going to initiate that as well. But definitely you're going to be a lot more mystical. You might going to actually create your own map application, and it could be something to do with an astrology platform, energy healing, or meditation app as well. Yes, it could happen for you. And then Saturn going to enter Aries on February 13th. Saturn is everything about courage and, also fears and limitation. And Saturn is the Lord of Karma. Saturn also, responsibility as well and leadership. So it is an intense lesson over here, because you will need to put some boundaries and have, if you taking the leadership position, your public image, it could be a little bit harsh to you because you don't get used to criticize, and right now you will be criticized a lot, and it could bring in some kind of fears like, oh my god, am I up to it, I don't like this, they trolling me, and your pride could be actually suffered by this. But you are going to earn respect with Saturn being here, because of you going to be very diligent, and you take on to the responsibility and you tackle that, and you don't get corners. And because of that, it's going to bring you some kind of honor and recognition. You show that, yes, I am capable actually for this leadership role, and I'm capable to build something on my own as well. It could be something to do with, okay, maybe Neptune going to dissolve, or a leader, a CEO, they're going to get lost. And right now, you are taking on to the leadership and you have to emerge. You don't maybe have experience, but you have to do what you have to do. Uh, it is also like you can become an architect, for example, actually a real architect right now, and hired like one. You just finished the university, but you get a job. And it could be like, all right, I'm going to build, for example, maybe an opera houses, or maybe I'm going to actually create some kind of hospitals, actually. Design the blueprint of a hospital or opera building, could be that. Um, Saturn is very slow burn success. It is like, okay, I work hard and diligently. Saturn is very, very diligent, but it is a lot of gratification over here, because of it could be delayed a little bit because Saturn is a long road, but anyway, it's always going to give you actually a gift when it leaves this house. So you worked hard for it and you were responsible, so it's going to promote you by the end when it's leaving this sign. Mm. Your identity could be rebrand, actually. Your public persona going to be like very Saturnian, maybe your gray pantsuits, and even if you are a woman, something to do with a strategic spiritual warrior. You do have compassion, but you also understand realism and hard work, Saturn Neptune conjunction over here. You're going to go through a lot of public accountability tests, and if you created some kind of mistake with Neptune being there, Saturn is going to demand a correction right away. And you will do that no matter what. Then February 17th, we're going to have the eclipse, and it's going to be a solar eclipse, like a new moon in steroids in Aquarius, 28 degrees. And Aquarius is in your eighth house, in your chart, in your eighth house. And it is something to do with, like a solar eclipse is positive. So, for example, it could crack open some kind of walls of secrets, power dynamic going to change in finances. You can actually sign a really good prenup, or you get tax refund, amazing tax refund. You can get inheritance. Or if you had a medical malpractice, you can come out from that with millions right now. If you invested in cryptocurrency or anything to do with technological stack, it could actually significantly grow up right now. It is also like if you had someone who actually stole your identity and you hired a professional FBI or something, they're going to help you to solve this case and crack this case. You can actually cut the toxic financial cord with even a significant other if you were codependent, or also, you can pay off your mortgage right now, or refinance your houses, or pay off the debts from your credit cards. Your money is blooming, your finances are blooming right now. People want to invest into your ideas. Yes, so definitely something to do with, the eclipse, and Pluto is over here as well. So something to do with medical instruments, if you, or prosthetic arms, or it could be something to do with Palantir or technology, anything to do with cryptocurrency, anything to do with, you know. Earth minerals, rare earth minerals, uranium, lithium, anything to do with, but you have to mine. Even gas could be over here. Energy, nuclear energy could be really good for you to invest in. And also you are the digital alchemist. Eight house is the alchemist over here. So you're going to monetize your knowledge, and you can talk about taboos, or finances, or hidden subjects, astrology, shadow work, trauma healing. You can start occult studies right now, or actually offering online courses about that, and you can create a platform or a community with mysticism or occultism as well. That is also a psychological revolution for you if you do hypnotherapy, or some kind of, you hired, for example, a mediator or a trauma healer. Right now, you are capable to heal the trauma. You are going to get awakened, and your power is going to be shifted. You're gonna own your power again, because you're going to break, that kind of dynamic with your marriage or business partner who maybe manipulated you financially or controlled you financially. Also, you can be a heir of the unseen, like you get an inheritance and you didn't even know you had far away living aunt and uncle, and they leaving something on you, for example. It's definitely detachment and phoenix like detachment, a crisis, what was before prior, it's going to actually get healed, and you are rising from this crisis. So yes, and then March 3rd, you're going to have the total lunar eclipse, which is full moon in steroids in Virgo, actually, and Virgo is the third house real estate for you. So anything to do with siblings, daily environment, it is the familiar communication, your neighborhood, your marketplace, anything to do with your car, the way you're commuting, niece, nephew, uncle, and aunt as well. and your younger siblings. So, it could be like, all right, certain dialogues have to be stopped right now because it's toxic. So I'm not going to talk to my neighbors anymore because they are always bullying me and I'm done. Or I'm not going to talk to my sibling about some, issues or maybe politics because we are never agree and we're just going to start to fight. Also, your commute, the way you commute to work, it's going to change. You might going to have your car break down and you have to actually choose public transportation for a while, right? And it's also something is shifting intellectually over here. You are giving up some kind of dogmatic thinking right now. You can graduate from a course, right? You complete right now some kind of educational person, and you get a license and you can start to work right now. Also, you're going to free yourself and free your mind, some kind of clutter and gossip or overall analysis. You are like, no, I don't need to be critical anymore. And I'm just done with that. I'm not going to overthink. I want to feel joy again. And, it could be like, all right, a writing project is over right now and it is going to seen by the public. Let's see what's gonna, or I can actually start to publish right now the book. And all right, what else can I say? How can I actually let my voice to be heard right now? So those are actually what you need to ask. But definitely, it could end some kind of mental chaos. And it is like I'm not going to plan obsessively. I'm not going to be overthinking and like have my calendar over always out and filled with appointments all the time. I need some break. It also could be like you're going to break a contract because of you just don't want to finish the lease, or you don't want to anymore working for the people who you're working for. And then also, because of it could be cousins as well and sibling, as I said, it could be like, all right, I need to demand some kind of boundaries over here because they don't respect me whatsoever. Definitely, it could be something also like a milestone for you with some kind of skills, master some kind of skills, um, in third house matter. So it could be something like finish a language course and you speak the language right now, or something to do with crafting also. Um, as well. All right, and then Uranus going to enter Gemini in your 12th house, and it's gonna be April 25th, and it is something to do with your subconscious, the most hidden, the mystical. It is your karmic corner. It is the eternal womb. So this transit over here for 7 years, it's sudden shift actually in your spiritual beliefs, and Uranus is very electric. It's something to do with a shocking dream, psychic downloads, for example, spontaneous insights as well, and maybe past life regression and hypnosis. And during those past life regression and hypnosis, you are learning about your ancestral patterns and you're going to get healed. So the experience itself is going to help you to shift your mind, and you're going to get rid of, for example, addiction, and you're going to crave for retreats as well and isolation. You not necessarily want to be around people. Or if you are, then you will choose spiritual communities as well. Because, solitude is going to be very, very important to maintain your mental health, right? Definitely, you're going to upgrade people around you, and they have to be calm and not chaos, because Uranus is already chaos over here, and 12 houses like I don't need any, like um, crazy people around me. But Uranus in 12th house could be like somebody gonna actually think you are crazy and they want to put you in mental hospital. It could create some kind of craziness. It could create some kind of, you are thinking differently. you're going to need to do some kind of EMF cleansing because you can get overwhelmed. Maybe you have insomnia, you cannot sleep because you have your laptop inside and your phone next to you, and the electric magnetic field is going to disturb your sleep. So that's definitely could be that. Also there could be some kind of hidden enemies. Who are sabotaging you because of some kind of digital content online, and it's coming up from the past, and like you didn't know or you already forget about that, and right now maybe even a new friend could become your hidden enemy. Yes, so definitely there will be your nervous system is awakening. You can feel anxiety. You can have some kind of, like heart palpitation. Something to do with frequency healing could be really good for you right now. But, because of this is your nervous system, and, it could be some kind of spiritual recalibration for you as well. It is like, all right, I need some kind of new supplements. Maybe I need to meditate or a digital detox, or maybe I need to barefoot grounding, or maybe I need to reconnect with water. Or, valerian root, skull cup, actually, like an herb, could make you help to sleep, for example. Definitely, it could be like the digital mystic. You can actually create a platform where, you're creating mystical music and background, and you are doing meditations, and you monetize that platform as well. Uh, your subconscious going to become genius. You are downloading from the Akashic record. It is like, I don't even know where do I get those flashes and why do I talk the way I talk, but it just come very easy for me. And the isolation could help you right now because you are healing yourself, and you put some kind of like emotional wall around you, and it is like, listen, I want to just feel joy, to reconnect with my inner child, for example. So yeah, it could be really, really healing. Well, um, Hmm. You might be a cosmic hacker. You know who is the cosmic hacker? The person actually who is like can download information, and as I said, like, okay, somehow I feel like I know everything, and I just don't know where is it coming from. But also, you might have to actually. Your data could be leaked because of some kind of surveillance is in hotel or Airbnb where you go to travel, and they can actually make you vulnerable because they can see you, like while you are dressing down and up. So be careful when you are traveling. Um, all right, and then we're going to have June 9th, Venus and Jupiter conjunction. Jupiter gonna be still exalted in Cancer in your house. So you're going to feel magnetic. Your identity, it's like, I'm so beautiful, I'm so charismatic, everything comes easy to me. People want to talk to me, they recognize and honor me. I feel loved. I can buy a new home, actually. If I want to have a baby, this is the time to get pregnant, for example. This is the time to hire a designer and renovate my home, kind of situation. Then June 19, you're going to have Chiron enter Taurus, and it is your 11th house. So, it is something to do with your collective conscious awareness. It is something to do with your friends, where you belong from. That is your social network, your group, the money from your career as well. And your group could shrink, but whoever stay there, the relationship going to be healed between those members as you and you. And it could be something to do with, like, you're not going to tolerate any more superficial friendship. You don't want to have small talk. You don't need anybody's as approval but yourself. You're not going to shrink yourself just to fit in anymore. And it is like, okay, I deserve more. I deserve better. And I deserve something authentic, something loving, because it's Taurus. It wants to have, like Taurian energy hugs and dancing together. And it could be also like right now I'm going to find my group with people who are down to earth, who are doing herbalism, gardening, sustainable living, and positive, very, very positive, you know, um, movements with gardening, for example, and healing as well. So you're going to connect with those people. Uh, you're going to actually have, a community or collaborate on a project with someone, for example, who has, grounded aspirations, because Taurus is really, really grounded. It could be like, your social circle is going to be uh, actually, it's not gonna be social circle. But yeah, it's gonna be social circle, but it's not going to be on network. It's going to be like real people around you. So you're going to go to the community center together and pray. You're going to go to the community gardening. It's your tribe, the tribe which is built through integrity and not imitations and not limitations. It is something that is nourishing your soul and also give you joy as well. So, the outcast turned to become an earth guardian, right? So you could have become the outcast because Chiron is over here, but Chiron is healing you. And it is like you are going to drawn toward to environment and maybe an environmental group and become a rebellion or protest against injustice against the environment. And definitely you're gonna live maybe sustainable living, for example. uh, and yeah, you're going to protest for things that is undervalued, but it's very important for humanity, something to do with tangible contributions. So you're gonna actually go and plant that forest, not just giving money, but plant, right? Together, going to Ecuador or going anywhere on the earth and plant a tree. Your voice actually in this circle going to be healing. Your throat chakra itself could get healed as well, but you will feel like you are sharing your wisdom and you're not going to get rejected. You don't even going to hesitate anymore to speak and allow your voice to be heard because your voice is softened. It's real and it embodies the truth right now, and you are like, okay, let be it. I am actually someone who can heal others with my voice. You are the empath, actually, and very mission driven during this time. Maybe you're going to start a school, a trauma healing school, or some kind of herbal medicine. Also, it could be something to do with business because of Taurus is the axis of financial axis, right? And so it could be some kind of conscious business and teach people how to, create business as well. Yes, so if you were rejected right now socially, right now as a teenager, right now that kind of rejection is that kind of social scar is healing right now. It could bring, some kind of failed friendship going to resurface, and it's going to go through an amazing healing. Then we're going to have June 30th Jupiter enter Leo, and it's in your second house. Eh, it's a royal makeover over here. Jupiter is bringing in wealth for you. Definitely, your wallet is going to get thicker. You are expanding your self-worth right now. You actually going to have some kind of new financial opportunities, maybe some kind of new business venture, some kind of luxury investment. And it could be highly visible roles as well, with your new talents, for example, which could actually get monetized right now. So definitely this transit brings in abundance because Jupiter is the fairy godfather and Santa Claus, and it's not giving you crumbs, it's giving you big payout dates right now. And it is like, okay, I get a sidekick gig, which could become, like maybe I was singing before, and right now somebody going to recover. How not recover you, but recognize me on social media why I was singing and become famous overnight. But yes, Jupiter in the actually in the second house, it could be something to do with like you get a raise right now. And it could be like a very high uh, pay job, for example, right now. And if you are an entrepreneur, your brand, your product, what you launched, it could glow up and people are going to buy it like sugar, something to do with handmade jewelry or some kind of clothing fashion, right? What you created, it's going to get visible. Also, it could be like you are actually attracting right now generous givers, right? And you're gonna be a magnet for that. So if you have some kind of art or like some kind of yeah, fashion line. Right now, people going to start to tipping you or donate you, because of over here, it's going to exalt your second house, not exalt because it's not going to be an exaltation anymore, but, very, very generous and giving, right? And also, you're not going to have guilt anymore to receive. And it could also be like your beauty rituals going to become a little bit more expensive, your skincare, your haircut, because you want to have, and you will have amazing self-worth right now. If you are a gold investor, it could actually increase your stock or even your luxury stock, art, fashion as well, and creative industries as well. It could go very high at this moment, but gold could be really, really spiking at this time. If you are collaborating with celebrity, for example, and you have some kind of high profile connection, it could also amplify your performance and your sales as well. Somebody might going to give you a shout out and your website going to go crazy and everybody wants to have your creations. And yeah, so that could be definitely very pleasurable and joyous for you. And you might going to invest and buy a lot of like silk sheet and like something invest in art, for example. You can overspend a little bit on jewelry right now. You can get a beautiful bling bling with a significant from a significant other. On July 4th, we're going to have in Gemini, Uranus and Mars conjunction. It could become like, all right, you're going to get hospitalized maybe because of a bacterial infection. It could be also like you cut yourself or careful with burn yourself or electricity because you can get an electric shock as well and it could take you to the hospital, definitely. It could be like anxiety, you don't sleep at all, you have heart palpitation, and it could be actually, like benign, but definitely it could bring you anxiety as well. Or secret enemies trying to actually take your website down because everything going so well for you, but somebody is, like getting into your emails, for example, and leaking information out about you. So definitely it's a financial awakening. Definitely it is no, it's not a financial awakening. It is an awakening for your subconscious. It could be a panic attack actually. And then we're going to have July 26th, North Node going to Aquarius, your eighth house, and second house is South Node over there. So, it is definitely going to bring in opportunity to invest in cryptocurrency, in gold, as I said before, there is an inheritance story over here. It is some kind of prenup or some kind of radical investment. Anything to do with financial codependency, you want to break away. Also, you can hear some kind of sexual bond as well. And this transit can make you really, really awkward. Taboos around money are going to get actually disappear. You go through a major transformation, a period over here when you can take a quantum leap, and you can go from scarcity to become a millionaire. And the fear right now not going to hold you back. You're going to get liberated. And a crypto millionaire, it's a financial awakening. It's definitely a radical shift, something to do with decentralized investing and crowdfunding and profit sharing. Maybe you're going to have a new app, a platform where people can sell and buy cryptocurrency. It could be something to do with also you are going to definitely ditch traditional banking, and it's going to be more like, something to do with digital financial footprint over there. Uh, the detachment actually, it is coming in the Leo house. It is like I don't need to work paycheck by paycheck or, actually work. I can get my inheritance and trust and live off from that, or from the big investment. I don't need actually a daily job, a 9 to 5 kind of job. I can actually start investing and travel the world around, right? Um, and yeah, so that's going to be that. You're going to become and transform everything in your eighth house, uh, it could be like eighth house Aquarius there, so there could be some kind of surgery, knee surgery for you coming in, something to do with neurological issues as well. But it has to be in your limb and in your knee, or down to the knee. You can have some kind of death fear could come in somehow. Um, yeah. All right. So also a near death experience. What else is coming here? All right, guys. August 12, we're going to have the solar eclipse in Leo, and it's going to happen in your second house, which is positive. It is rebooting your finances and your self-esteem, because of you already have some kind of inheritance or some kind of shift in your income, and your earning is become actually different right now. You cut the cords with like with old kind of jobs what drained you, and you can get actually an unexpected windfall of money through promotion, and as I said, through some kind of crypto investment. And abundance is coming to you, and you're willing to claim it right now. And you're going to honor yourself with luxurious items. You can actually buy some kind of luxurious item right now. Money not really going to be a huge issue as I see it right now. And you feel like, yes, I deserve better, and I'm ready for it. I'm ready to buy a new car, a luxurious car. I'm ready to sign the new lease, for example, for a huge apartment. It is the financial phoenix, the golden opportunity over here, which could be terrifying but thrilling as well. So definitely it is like, all right, I'm getting more money, and it's weird to live with this kind of abundance. Maybe you won the lottery as well. Definitely, as I said, selling art piece could be really good. Or maybe you're going to actually buy a jewelry which is going to be a talisman for you, but it is, find out later that jewelry that you bought on the market, actually it's worth a lot more money than you bought for. Yes, so if you invest in solar energy also, it could be really, really good for you. Maybe put some kind of solar planner on your house, and which going to save money for you on the long term. And then August 28th, we're going to have the lunar eclipse, full moon in stereo at 4 degrees Pisces, which is Archangel Gabriel. It's formal hot, and it's going to be in your ninth house, which is something to do with philosophical chapter closing right now, something to do with the religion, you know. It could be something to do with travel and higher learning. You ending the university, you getting your doctorate, your beliefs is ending because you are not religious anymore. You're going to move toward to spiritualism, or maybe you're going to have some kind of spiritual doctrine right now. Also, it could be a political stance as well. Why not to pursue it, or some kind of new educational pursuit? But actually, you're finishing education and you're going to be out in public and available for work right now. You published a book right now and it could become a bestseller. Your international affairs and legal matters is ending right now. And it's ending with compassion and forgiveness, and you can choose right now a new spiritual path because the old one didn't take you anywhere. Also, around your immigration status, something is ending, something is give you some kind of peace and harmony. It could be also like like you are not connected with the faith anymore, what you practiced before, and you are just like, all right, you know what, I have to let go this because it is not serving me anymore. The faith is actually shedding. You are shedding it down like the snake, shedding the skin. You are stepping away from a teacher and ideology right now. Because Pisces is going to remove illusion over here, right? And then also the academic culmination, you worked toward to a degree and it's happened. And right now you are like, all right, I completed it, I graduated, and I can work. It could be also a travel farewell, like, all right, I'm going to relocate right now and I need to say goodbye to a foreign partner, and it is going to be very, very nostalgic, right? It could be also bring a break with a mentor because right now you find out the mentor was lying or gossiping or very, very fake, and you are like, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. But definitely, it is awakening your compassion, but your global humanitarian compassion. You're going to do a lot of charitable work and connect with global suffering, with refugees, with oceans, with animals, for example, and people who needs mental health, orphans as well. You're gonna be very empathetic, and it could also bring a publishing climax as well. Your project right now, a major project could become launched right now. And right now you don't know what to do with your time anymore because you finished the project. And it could be something to do with also cultural disillusionment. Why? Because, like you went to travel to a country where you thought it's a beautiful country, or you thought actually it's a communist country and it's a terrible country, but you went over there and you experienced totally the other side, what you heard, and that's going to bring you some kind of, like a shock, for example. Um, like for example, you thought the country is corrupt or communist, and you go to China and you feel like, oh my God, I live in a super authentic, beautiful, and also futuristic tones, and it's safe actually. And it's not what I learned and heard, and right now I have to change my opinion about that. And then on the other hand, we're going to have the Mercury retrogrades in water sign. So it's going to start in Pisces in March in your ninth house, which could bring back an opportunity to study a language, for example, or, to go back to do your master degrees, or it could also bring back an opportunity with your visa and passport, or go back to visit a country where what you loved, really, really loved before. And then June, it's going to happen in your sign in Cancer, which is like, okay, everything is about me. Maybe I wanted to actually, you know, uh, Maybe enlarge my breast, and I didn't do it, but right now I'm have some kind of time and I can do that. Or it could bring back a nurturing relationship, an opportunity to buy the your dream house. You thought, you don't have the funding anymore, but you do. It could bring back an opportunity to talk about, for example, an other child or motherhood. Uh, then it's going to happen later on in November in Scorpio, right? And it is your fifth house, so it could bring back a lover and investment opportunity, something to do with a creative project. You can start or edit your book or your lyrics, or it brings back your maybe your child going to return. You had an empty nest, but they finished college and right now they don't know what to do with their life and they want to move back a little bit with you. Or maybe talking about to have a child or not to have a child. And then Venus gonna go to retrograde October 3rd till the November 6th. So it starts in your fifth house Scorpio, then it's gonna go back to your fourth house Libra. So yes, it is bringing back an opportunity to talk about a child or a child. So your living situation is changing because of either you're going to actually have become pregnant and you have to take on to a nursery or create a nursery, or because of a child who is an adult coming back to you right now. And that's why the family dynamic changing, and it's going to become as it was before, right? Because Mercury is in retrograde. But it could be also like, I really wanted to renovate my children's bedroom and I'm going to reconnect with the designer who I connected before. I want the same designer kind of situation as well. All right, guys, thank you so much for listening. And we're going to move actually to Leo. All right, guys, we continue with Leo rising sun and moon. This is your 2026 astrology forecast. All right, my beautiful Leos. January 26, Neptune going to enter Aries and it's going to take place in your ninth house, right? So your worldview is actually going to change. You are going to enter the ninth house, rules your belief system, your long distance traveling, your higher education, also its laws as well. Also, it's representing your YouTube channel. It's representing also your elder siblings as well. So Neptune here going to give you a roadmap and going to say, you know what, there is a lot of bucket list traveling you should actually take on to right now. Neptune also throws a little bit of mist as well over here. So you're going to ask, okay, what do you believe right now and what should dissolve at this moment, right? Because of maybe the religion, what I followed, it is not where I feel home anymore. And you may be drawn to mysticism or some kind of alternative spiritual path, anything to do with culture as well, but different culture. So you might going to go abroad, for example, study abroad. Maybe you're going to study a new language. Maybe you want to study occult or some kind of history as well, because Saturn going to come over here. But definitely some kind of ancient philosophies. So it also could shift your career because maybe you're going to be more imaginative. And Neptune rules filmmaking and photography as well and creative work because it's higher octave of Venus. So some kind of spiritual counseling as well could, like happen for you. And you can also feel some kind of magnetic pull toward to a foreign land, a foreign country. You want to move. You might going to purchase a home, especially if it is trining with your moon or fourth house ruler, and it could be something nearby ocean or on an island as well. The thing is here you really have to be careful with frauds and scams. If it is like somebody say I can be your guru, or I can take curse off of you, do you give me like $2,000? Careful with those kind of gurus, because it might be some kind of scam coming in. But this the flip side is, this is definitely a divine opportunity over here. And it is actually good to escape some kind of mental rigidity as well. So also, it could include some kind of business trip, especially if you are, on a spiritual field, or if you are doing filmmaking, you might going to go and do a series in a foreign country as a actor or actress. But also you can get into a diploma program, like a university program, which is not going to be in your country. So you're going abroad at least for a year, to study abroad. But also, it could expect and expand your visions and your dreams, definitely. So it could be very good to finish, for example, a publishing, or it could be, as I said, a quick semester abroad, and maybe you're going to also finish something with screenwriting in Rome. Who knows, or any other countries as well. Uh, yes, so you are the golden lion, right? You are, and Jupiter also going to go to your sign, so you are quite frankly the golden star of the zodiac right now. But Neptune over here, it is promising a lot for you. It is the not only the higher octave of love, but also glamour. So you might going to experience glamour the next 16 years. And it is also the way you're going to talk and represent yourself for the public, and the way they are going to see you. If you have a YouTube channel, you're going to be very magnetic and very, very spiritual. So yeah. And then it could be also, because Neptune is retreat, and it could be like, all right, your sibling, your older sibling, or maybe a friend, or maybe a university student you study with, so a classmate could invite you, for example, to a foreign trip, and it could be something, let's go to a retreat together. It could be a silent retreat. It could be some kind of ceremonial, right? Where you can practice mantras, whatever. But it could be really, really good for you. But definitely, it could be also like I want to learn photography, filmography, a whole entire movies in my mind, and I have to start screenwriting or script writing, because I know I'm amazing with storytelling right now, and I create something amazing, something fabulous, and as I said, glamorous as well. Um, so that could be amazing for you. Also, this could be because of, Neptune could be also a little bit mischievous as well. And it could be like, all right, I am in university right now, but I'm not even going to tell my parents or anyone in the family yet, but I want to have a gap year, take a year out and just go to Bali or Thailand and, enjoy over there. So it could be also a little bit like too much, like, okay, I'm going to, for example, join a Hmong group and in Thailand, and I'm just not even going to tell to anyone yet. And it could trigger a lot of jealousy. So if you are in center of attention on YouTube, on social media, Neptune could bring in some kind of extreme attention for you and jealousy as well. All right, then February 13th, going to have Saturn join Neptune over here. 0 degree is the world axis, guys. That is a major shift for the collective together. So, Saturn is the iron spine of the zodiac, Saturn in Aries, actually. And Saturn is also cement as well, and bricks. So everything is hardens, and it's going to harden actually the Neptunian flow right now. and it's gonna be in your ninth house, so it's going to be disciplinary here. So it says, all right, enough from the delusion, illusion. You need to have some kind of boundaries and discipline. I love your spiritual ideas, but okay, which one can you manifest, right? So it is almost like, okay, let's go to a retreat, but let's have some kind of structure, not just, like being just like without any structure or any progress here. It goes wherever it goes. It says, no, it's not a retreat, it's almost like a boot camp, right? With Saturn over here. So, yeah. For example, Saturn is like, okay, you have deadlines, you have to accomplish it. Um, and Saturn one process actually, and one educational commitments as well. So suddenly you might have to return to school after years, right? And maybe you have to have your master degrees right now. um, yes, definitely you can accept some kind of issues with bureaucracy, and also, something to do with international dealings. So if you want to go abroad to study because Neptune is over there, and you see it would be amazing, there is Saturn going to awake you and say, hey, you're going to need a malaria vaccination, you need to have this visa, this pass, and maybe you're going to be even tired to start because Saturn is going to give you a lot of responsibility, and maybe you're going to rethink it. At least until Saturn is being in your ninth house. But it could also, because Saturn is honor and recognition, guys, and also courage. So you have courage, you have structure, and you can actually pursue serious academic honors, right? And it could be also like you are building some kind of educational platform. You are going to be maybe the professor in a university, and because Neptune is over here, maybe you're going to teach history or anything to do with religion or mysticism or actually art history as well. It could be all, right? Mm, Saturn actually is boundaries and the Lord of Karma, and Saturn doesn't really tolerate illusion. What Neptune brings in here, it's a wake-up call. It is like shaking you out from your daydreaming, because Neptune is really daydreamer, and Neptune could isolate you, but Saturn is going to kick you in the butt and say, hey, you have to commit, and your commitment is going to with your commitment, you will gain wisdom, and just let's do step by step, but don't skip anything, because I know I'm going to bring you some kind of honor if you are doing it on the right way. So, definitely it is like commit to higher learning or something to, get a certificate in philosophy, and also anything to do with film schools. Could be also formalized right now. You are signing a contract, or maybe you are signing a contract to be in a series, as I says. But travel also could become not just a fantasy right now, but the residency. So, for example, with Neptune, you go abroad, it's illusion, delusion at the beginning, la la land, right? And Saturn comes in and say, okay, you know what? Why don't we do this for a longer term of stay over here, and not just a semester, but let's do like 3 years over here, right? So it could be you can make actually an amazing grown-up decision over here, but also anything to do with your beliefs as well, because of you can become a mentor, a coach for someone. You are very thoughtful right now, and you are being careful with your words and what you teach as well. So that's really, really good. You're also going to learn a lot of history. And if you are having a second marriage right now, or you already been divorced, it could bring in an older romantic partner who is foreigner to you, for example. Yes, so it could be all, and Neptune could be dancing as well. You, if you do ballet, you might going to actually go to Italy, maybe to the or France to the ballet institute over there and practice over there. February 17th, we're going to have a annual solar eclipse, and it's actually a hybrid eclipse, and it's solar, so it's turning out to be positive, a chaos, an unexpected event in your seventh house. So it could bring in a sudden relationship, right? It could be like, well, I only know this person 2 months, but I want to marry him or her because I feel it's something very, very deep. Also, it could bring in a one-on-one partnership or a legal contract as well. And it could actually shine lights on open enemies. The annual solar eclipses are new moons on steroids, right? And this day we're going to enter the fire horse, Chinese astrological new year as well. So this is going to be big. And it's a massive reset with your committed relationship. So it could be like, all right, let's get married. Maybe you go to Las Vegas and you just marry someone. So definitely it's a new relationship, definitely very unusual because Aquarius is really, really, it could be very exciting because Aquarius are so detached and could be so cold sometimes. Some people are really drawn to it because they think it's mysterious and they want to soften them up or warm them up. So it could be something like that. But also it could be because it's seventh house as well and something to do with Aquarius. Maybe you're going to actually have a collaboration with someone, a business partner, and you are going to create an application, a software. Responsibility comes with it because Aquarius ruled by Uranus and Saturn, right? So it could be also some kind of shocking break. A lawsuit could turn out for your favor because it's a solar eclipse, right? So a legal matter, a lawsuit could turn out for your favor. Or overnight, because also this is your subscriber, your clientele, your VIP people, it could actually overnight your subscribing could go up like crazy. So it will bring in maybe a lot of subscribers as well. Yes, and Aquarius energy is not traditional. It's very, very authentic, and it's also saying over here, I have enough from toxic attachment and codependency, and I need to get rid of that. And it's a cold cut because it's Aquarius. It's going to get detached. That's it. I'm done. I'm done with this relationship right now. Um, yes, but also it could bring in a relationship overnight and you barely know the person. Yes, so either a clean breakup or either a very quick wedding coming into your way. All right, March 3rd, actually, we're going to have the total lunar eclipse in Virgo, and it's going to happen in your second house. And it's a lunar eclipse. It's sudden, it's unexpected, it's out of your control, but it's negative. The lunar eclipse is full moon in steroids, signing off of contract, finishing something, saying goodbye to something. So, the money chapter of your life is about to flip and it's dramatic, right? So, something to do with your possessions, with your self-worth, with your finances. You can experience some kind of climax related to your income. You can have a job loss over here, which is going to push you towards some kind of self-employment. But later on, the self-employment actually going to become good, right? Or something to do with clearing debt, what was haunting you. So actually a debt also could end over here. So the positive side of this eclipse could be like, all right, somebody's paying off my debts, or I cannot open any more credit cards, so eventually I have to have some kind of debt relief situation over here. And maybe you have to let go of possessions. So maybe you were a hoarder, and right now somebody coming to cleaning up your house and have to get rid of everything that you were hoarding before. But the hoarding could be also insecurity, right? Because that's usually what it is. Uh, and it is asking you right now, okay, you know what, you cannot sit with this discomfort anymore. You will have to let go. Like you put everything on marketplace, you minimize your living situation as well. So yeah, even the earning model, the way you're making money is going to shift drastically. You can work away actually from a corporate job and you say, okay, I'm done with this and I want to have something and open up something which is healing others, maybe to become an herbalist, maybe to become a yoga teacher, very Virgonian energy over them. Or you are actually trying to trim your expenses and you say, okay, there I have to cancel my auto insurance and go to another insurance company, or my subscriptions, for example. So everything what was on the slow burn, it is like, okay, I have to turn it off right now. So I'm not doing this anymore because of, it just putting me in debts and debts, and I cannot do that anymore. Maybe you are like, okay, I was helping free, and right now I'm going to monetize my skills. So it's ending something, it's ending, like your hobby actually going to become your profession right now. So the hobby going to end and it becomes a profession. So that's the positive outlet of this. And then you can also give up certain foods, like you stop eating gluten. It's the second host. That's your food as well. Or grain and rice, grain and wheat, for example, you will cut out something like that. All right, guys. Then April 25th, we're going to have Uranus enter Gemini. It's in your 11th house. 11th house is actually your friendship network, long-term goals. Expect some kind of new type of people to enter your orbit, anything to do with tech guys, free thinkers, even, geniuses and weirdos as well. Uh, those who stick to small talk will vanish right now from your life because you're not going to actually take on to small talks anymore or gossip. You can also join some kind of revolutionary movement as well. And it could be also like, your old stalkers going to feel like you became very odd and weirdo and you don't fit anymore. So right now, in this time, freedom going to become dominant in your social world, and you don't want restrictive orders from anyone or restrictive groups. You want to have people around who think bigger, and going to help you also with your mental process, because that's what it is in the 11th house. 11th house also bridges. So if you are actually an architect, you might going to you build bridges, for example. But that's your hopes and dreams as well. So whatever was outdated right now, your goals, it is like, okay, it's not going to happen in 2 years anymore. So I have to choose something which is going to be there for a longer time. And I'm ditching everything else. So you can become a social activist or you can become a tech entrepreneur as well. It could be something with viral movement, but on social media, because Uranus is social media, creating a group, creating a podcast, for example. Yeah, so that is, and the 11th house also the luck as well. So Uranus, you might going to have luck from investment like AI, electric cars, uranium, lithium, things like that. Or you're going to become an AI artist and connecting people together, right? Because of that is also you are capable to connect right now. You will be the bridge between people. Yes, and you're gonna be like a lightning. You're going to be everywhere, and it's quick. It's like it's like a tornado. So it's a tornado sweeping your friendship zone also, and whatever can stay whatever was in the path and blocking you, it's going to disappear. But whatever meant to stay, it will stay. You can also do some kind of documentaries and or Uranus in Gemini also stand-up comedy. You're going to maybe learn open mic, like sarcastic, joking event you're gonna go, or you will be the one who is actually becoming a stand-up comedist. On June 9th, we're going to have Jupiter in exaltation conjunct Venus, and those are beautiful together. It's going to happen in your 12th house. So it could bring you solitude and peace. You might going to go to a retreat to a very faraway country, which is a bucket list trip. You might going to find a relative, actually a family member, uh, accidentally, and it could also take you, for example, to retreats, and you are capable to heal yourself. Your subconscious is healing. 12 house is anything to do with the unseen also. So if you had a hidden enemy right now, it's going to be disappear because the person going to start to love you for some reason. And it could also bring in a new family member, right? Um, it is also like if you do filmography, photography, art right now, create a lot behind the scene, and soon it will be published. Soon the public could see, but that is very good to actually see something behind the scene. I mean, make something behind the scene. June 19, we're going to have Chiron enter Taurus in your 10th house. And that one actually going to crack open your relationship with public recognition, anything to do with authority and achievement. This could hit on your career wound. Have you tied your worth to external success? Or you might have been bullied by your bosses, the CEO, and it is like crushing your workplace right now. And you say, you know what, I don't want to compete anymore. I'm done with that. I want to heal. And Chiron will say, yes, it's time for your heal. You will be forced to actually confront the imposter. And, if there was some kind of old career flavor, you are like, or failures, then you are all right, I'm able to actually release that right now. So that could happen with you. And for some of you, actually, could be like, all right, I will have to confront my CEO or boss, and I need to create actually a positive work place to my colleagues as well. Professionally, it could push you toward to some kind of deeper purpose right now. You can become mentor, healer, a healer. Definitely, it's definitely possible during this time. And your egos, what was wounded right now, it's going to go through some kind of growth, and whatever you had before as a discomfort right now, it's going to become your superpower. So, yes, you might have said before, I'm not a real leader, and right now you got the microphone and you get into the new role and you say, okay, I want to have a title, I want to have make real decisions, I want to be visible, I want to be seen. And you're going to get respect with that because you're going to show up consistently, and you're going to talk about your vulnerability, Chiron, because of that's how you're going to teach and lead with actually through experience. And that's very, very important. 10th house also your father's story as well. So your father's story could come up during this transit. It's a 7-year transit over here. And it could be like, maybe I want to actually minimize the damage between me and my father, and I want to actually try to heal the relationship, or rewrite actually my on my father's side the destiny of my family. So generational healing could go on. And if you have a company, it could also go through some kind of rebranding as well. you feel where it was, weak and tangled, and right now you are like, okay, I'm going to make sure, my brand is, and the promise from my brand, my mission statement is clear as well. So the product, whatever I sell, whatever do, it is for certain clients, and they understand that's for them. Also, if you need a mentor during this time, it could turn up for you. And the mentor also very vulnerable and teaching from heart and healing as well. June 30th, you're going to have Jupiter going into Leo. So you are the golden child of the zodiac, the golden star right now. It is your birthday time, guys, if you have a Leo sun, right? But for Leo rising, Leo moon, this is going to be beautiful. I have my moon in Leo, and my son Martin has a rising and moon in Leo, so it could be very positive. And if you have Sagittarius or Aries rising sun and moon, this energy going to trine with you. So it's still going to be really magnetic. But for you, Leo rising sun and moon, it's going to be very optimistic. You feel more magnetic than life. You're gonna feel larger than life right now. And it is actually, you glow up right now, your health can improve, your emotions going to be stronger, your social presence going to be stronger, and you will be seen on the horizon. You're going to take bold actions, you launch a business, you can become a public figure. Right now, you can be on stage, and people want to hear you and listen to you. Jupiter also inflates a little bit everything what it touches. It's the fairy godfather. It is the Santa Claus energy over here. So it's bringing in confidence and ability to dream big. However, Jupiter can be very, very arrogant and know it all also. And Jupiter also loves to indulge. So careful with arrogance, with over promising, biting more than you can chew. And it could be also like, all right, I need to rebrand myself, but sometimes you spend a lot of money to rebranding yourself. So careful with, expenses as well, because you might going to need to spend a lot of not, don't need to spend that much money as you do. So definitely your identity gonna get a reboot right now. You are aiming for what you believe you have inside in you. You can actually pitch like three different podcasts at the same time. And definitely what it says over here, your hopes and wishes. It is almost like the Aladdin for me when Jupiter going into your sign. It is like your wish is my command kind of situation here. Yeah, and if you want to upgrade your health, for example, and you are ruled by Sun and Jupiter over here, it's representing like your vitality is very important. Wake up with the sun, go to see the sunrise by the ocean, right? And it is going to actually upgrade your health. You need more sleep. Actually, maybe you need more protein, right? Um, and uh, and it's going to definitely bring in vitality for you. Habits are changing. Um, so yes, and you can be guest of a lot of articles, recordings, something to do with stages, TED Talks, for example, red carpet as well during this time. Um, yeah, careful with your Jupiter, with your liver. Don't overindulge, right? So that could be an issue. And heart condition also could be for some an issue as well. Then we're going to have July 4th, Uranus Mars conjunction. That is actually a nasty one. And Uranus and Mars is always violent together, and it's gonna happen in Gemini. And Gemini is your 11th house. So it could take out one of your friend, literally like a car crash or an airplane crash, or it could actually bring in some kind of issue with well, Uranus Mars also here could bring in cryptocurrency investment could very high, or you can win the lottery with someone, but it could be something like the person want to claim all the lottery ticket and I have to go to court because they are stealing it from me. Or yeah, or it could be like an attorney represented you on court, or you had a business attorney, but the business attorney actually stole your business and you have to go to court. Uh, it could be also like a fight on court. So literally, you have a divorce, you had a divorce, and right now you're still in fight with your ex-significant other because of the children or because of money over there. Yeah, but it could be a major fight on social media as well with trolls. And then don't go to events because 11th house also events. There is people protesting because of you can get in danger. Then July 26th, North Node is going to go to Aquarius, right? And it's going to be in your seventh house, which is again, your mirror, your relationship, your contracts. It's also your personal alliances or your open enemies as well. So North Node over here, especially because it's in Aquarius, is going to electrify everything about your seventh house. You're going to master independence right now. Of course, within connection, you will need connection, but you don't want to be codependent anymore. You're just done with that. And then also something to do with partnership. It could be like, yes, I need a partner, but I will have some kind of, or I will bring some kind of unusual circumstances, right? Maybe we have cultural differences. Maybe we have a huge age gap with a partner, something which is unconventional setup. And you're also going to be called to balance some kind of legal matters as well, right? In definitely in Aquarian style. So it's going to be like, okay, I'm detaching. I'm totally, like detaching right now. I don't want to be codependent. I don't want this kind of ego power plays anymore. And I'm doing my way, the song I did it my way kind of situation. So this is actually a period to heal and heal any kind of unhealthy dynamic between you, a business partner, or any kind of partnership, and you can build stronger alliances right now. Yes, so definitely the ego is going to stay behind. It's going to focus more on collaboration. And it could be really karmic as well, right? Because of its North Node and it's in Aquarius and something to do with purpose, something to do with either, like technology or humanitarian work or some kind of progressive industries as well. Um, and you definitely can become someone who is ruling the company, someone who is the CEO right now. And also it could bring in a lot of distinct connection as well. So yeah, it could be something to do with we are going to have even partner with cross-culture differences or faith differences, bringing in, a significant other who was my business partner, but we're also going to get married right now. Yes, and August 12th, you're going to have the total solar eclipse, which is positive in Leo, 20 degrees. So this is actually in your first house, which is a personal rebirth portal. That is the vertex over here, which is like, it's as I said before, because Jupiter came here as well. Everything what was outdated, you are shedding it right now. You get a new look, a new personal goals, a full restart. So all the relationships could disappear, but you get a new career. Your public identity is changing, right? And also, it could be like, all right, I'm going to get onto journeys. I'm going to have maybe a new relationship and get married, get a new house. Maybe I'm gonna get pregnant, especially Jupiter first house could be, gaining weight, but also could be pregnancy as well because of, the gain weight. Definitely, it's very raw over here. The eclipse also, this is a full new moon on steroids, a new beginning. It's a fresh start, and it's almost feels like okay, everything is. I will be in spotlight right now, and wherever I go, whatever I touch, I actually make it gold. So of course, there is going to be a lot of admiration, but also jealousy and criticism coming with that as well. So you just know that. Definitely going to shed your skin publicly, and you're going to raise some eyebrow, beautiful clothing. Maybe you're going to change your hair color. It is like very flashy or luxurious brands. Your makeup going to change, your skin care going to change. So things like that. All right. And then what else going to be there? Your relationships also going to get filtered. You're going to keep the ones who are bringing grace and joy and happiness. Happiness is very important. You don't want to be surrounded by complainers and people who gossip or pull you down. And then August 28th, we're going to have a lunar eclipse in Pisces. It's the last lunar eclipse in Pisces. It's going to happen in your eighth house, but it's a partial lunar eclipse. And the saving grace in this is it's going to happen Archangel Formohat, which is, fixed of Formohat, which is Archangel Gabriel, right, guys? So what's going to happen over here, actually? Uh, so something and hidden emotional baggage, actually, maybe around intimacy, maybe around shared resources, maybe around fear of death going to disappear, right? So you are healed, you could be healed right now. It has also governs, sex, debt, anything to do with taboos, really, prenup, surgeries, uh, psychology, what is that? Investigation as well. So, you might going to find, for example, during this time who stole your identity and getting back your social security numbers or things like that. It could be also like you might going to have some kind of debts forgiven or paid off, maybe because you have an inheritance coming in. Um, yeah, and it could be also if you had some kind of sexual entanglement, it is done, it is over, especially if there was no value or no love into this relationship. But definitely your resources, your power going to what you relied on, it's done and some new is coming in right now. And if you had some kind of addiction patterns, toxic dependency, that's also whatever drained you. That's also going to be cut right now. You are actually healing hidden insecurities, and you can cut every kind of cords with people who are, who were overpowering you, for example, financially as well. So maybe you're going to get your prenup paid out for you and the divorce is over. Whatever you tolerated due to, like I have duty sex with my partner or things like that, it's gonna be like no performance anymore. It's gonna be honesty, and it's you're gonna value yourself right now. You're maturing during this eclipse. But definitely it could bring in a death of a family member and you are getting an inheritance right now. Yeah. So addiction patterns also going to lose its glamours. Maybe you're going to get rid of sex addiction, for example. All right. And then I wanted to talk about the retrograde, the Mercury retrogrades, the year. Hmm. We're going to have that in water sign, and the first one going to happen actually in Pisces in March, early March, end of February. which is going to be actually your eighth house. So it could bring back actually a contract. Maybe it's bringing back a subject about lost pregnancies, or you have to go back to your shrink because there was an abortion or lost pregnancies or some, a divorce. And because of the divorce, you are financially manipulated and you don't have to go to shrinks or have to rehire a detective. Then the second one gonna happen in your 12th house in Cancer, and it's in June. And it could be like I'm gonna go back to the retreat where I have been before because it gave me peace, and I became somehow wine addict again, some kind of alcohol issues, and I want to get rid of that. Or it could bring back a contract also, the 12th house, for example, you might want to be hired as a nurse or hospital worker or hospice worker, or maybe you wanted to open a boutique hotel and somehow it get away from you, but right now it's going to bring back the negotiation to the table. And then the last one going to happen in Scorpio, which is actually in your fourth house. And fourth house is anything to do with your family. So you can reconnect with a family member, you can renegotiate a price on a home, you can have a home back to you. Maybe somebody didn't go through and right now your payment gonna go through and you will win that you know uh, battle to buying that kind of house. But anything to do with family members, like a conversation, going back to speak to my mother because we had some kind of gaffe kind of situation. And then we're going to have October 30, November 6, Venus retrograde this year, and Venus rules your third house in Libra, and also it rules your 10th house, right, in Taurus, and it's exalted in your 8th house in Pisces. But right now it's gonna go retrograde in your fourth house Scorpio, where it's in detriment, and gonna go back to rulership Libra in your third house. So when it's gonna start to your fourth house, it is like I wanted to renovate the house I finally managed to buy, but we didn't have the foundation, but a family member going to either through inheritance or just a trust fund could happen for me, and then I can renovate the house. And then when it's going to go back to the third house, it says, you know what, I'm going to reconnect with my sibling or my neighbor, niece, nephew, uncle, aunt. I wanted to go for a short trip, but I didn't have the money. But right now I have the funding. I wanted to start actually a school, an online school, or something to do with crafting, jewelry making, and Etsy store, but I couldn't. But right now I have the money to create, and I have the money to restart it again. So that's what's happening for you, Leo rising, sun and moon. All right, thank you so much. And right now we're moving forward to Virgo. All right, Virgo rising, sun and moon. This is your 2026 astrology forecast. January 26, Neptune is going to enter Aries and it's going to happen in your eighth house Virgos, right? So, what's gonna happen for you over here, my dears? Eighth house is your shared resources. Eighth house is deep transformation. It's also any kind of psychological entanglement as well. It is something to do with depth, death, taboos as well. Miscarriage, anything to do with abortion, psychology. It's a spiritual awakening right now. It's a complex emotional lesson. So, this is the beginning of a year-long journey where you may find yourself confronting hidden fears about control, about intimacy, about trust. The eighth house demands surrender. And Neptune over here could blur boundaries with inheritance, taxes, or even your partner finances. So be mindful, definitely, because there could be some kind of financial illusion or some kind of financial manipulation, especially with prenup or, somebody, a sister, a sibling, going to make you to sign the inheritance and you get less. So careful with that. On a higher note, you are entering actually a spiritual, um, transit, transformation here, anything to do about death and rebirth. You might going to experience an NDA, near death experience, something to do with the metaphysical world. You might going to have intuition, downloading right now a lot of, you know, energy and science, and you can become a medium, or you can start to study occult as well. uh, Definitely you're going to be more compassionate, so you might going to become a psychologist or a detective as well, or a journalist. For example, it could bring in like an investigative journalism, or you might going to create movie about, like a destruction, war, and death, for example, or some kind of documentary as well. All right, and then on because this is really also about taboos like sex and power dynamics and joint finances as well. It could be like you are releasing right now some kind of old attachment, especially when Saturn gonna come in. And if you had some kind of any unhealthy control that you hold on to, some kind of manipulative people around you, you are like, okay, I'm done over here. You can become an artist and a spiritual entrepreneur and a healer during this time. You can become a really great surgeon as well. So that's possible for you. And then February 13th, you're going to have Saturn enter Aries, guys, and it's going to happen in your eighth house. And as well, just like Neptune. So they going to join Neptune over here. It is a karmic lesson because Saturn is the lord of karma. Saturn is courage and discipline and responsibility, but also powerful lessons as well. And Saturn is the old, the long term, all the time. It's coldness, it's ice as well. So, it could actually bring in some kind of issues with your sex hormones. You can get into menopause, or if you are a man, something to happens with your testosterone. It could bring in it could demand actually some kind of structure, especially because Neptune being here and Saturn is boundaries. Neptune is actually has no boundaries at all. So Saturn going to push you to sign contracts and not be illusional, to see the little print letters on a contract, for example. It is also bringing questions around mortality. So it's very sobering. Saturn is really like, it is okay, you need to do your wills, your taxes, anything to do with your prenups, anything to do with, like your trust right now. So it is like you will be accountable actually to do something about those kind of paperworks. And um, also, because it's in the eighth house, it could bring in some kind of Saturn here with Neptune. Neptune wants glamour in area surgery. Saturn is finding the right doctor if you have a facelift or if you want to do anything, like a plastic surgery. It's demand for the right doctor. So yes, but it could also actually cut ties with, some kind of financial entanglement for sure. You can have a new bookkeeper, especially because you are Virgo and you're really good with data and bookkeeping. Mm, Sorry, I needed to drink. You might going to become either for a huge company, start to bookkeeping, or you might going to invest actually because eighth house is also stock market, and Saturn is steel and bricks and lumber, for example, on stock, but areas, right? Anything to do with metal, something to do with luxurious metals, right? And Neptune over there, glamour. Neptune is actually inflation, Saturn is deflation. So Saturn, Neptune over here could actually decrease your stock investments, your stock portfolio for a while, especially February 20. After that 6 weeks, it could be a huge decrease for you. But after that, it will come back. But yeah, It could also like, all right, I need to detox and emotionally need to detox, or psychically need to detox because I had a lot of psychic attacks, and I have to have some kind of structure how I actually protect myself when I do readings for people. Yeah. And the heavier themes is like, obviously, it could be like, some kind of family property disputes over here, or partner is demanding some kind of, ex-partner, Saturn is also ex, some kind of money from me, and I have to pay alimony. February 17, we're going to have a solar eclipse in Aquarius, and that is a hybrid eclipse because of the nodes are still in Virgo and Pisces axis. So it is going to reboot your sixth house, which is your health, your daily routine, your work environment. It is also your pets and your rental property as well. And Aquarius rules innovations and groups and future focused thinking over here. So you might going to hire people who are good with technology, AI, right? Or IT people you need to hire. Definitely, you're going to have some kind of new innovative adoption to work or to technology during this time. You are leaving a toxic job. You are done with that. It's a solar eclipse. It's positive. It's new moon on steroids. It's always sudden, uncontrollable, but turn out to be positive. It brings in some kind of a sudden opportunity which going to pay better. So it could bring in also a new work community networking, right? Or you might going to invest in AI tools, which is going to help you to progress at work. Uh, on the body level, because sixth house is your head, and like Aquarius ruled by Saturn and Uranus, you can have some kind of issue with your knee, with your ankle, some kind of neurological issue, dizziness, maybe your limbical system could be also like, okay, I'm gonna have a vertigo kind of situation. It could bring in seizures as well, but if it is, then like you will be healed out from it. It's a quick healing over here because it's a solar eclipse. It could also actually return a pet to you what you lost before. But definitely, I would tell you to be careful with your pets because of it could also create some kind of seizures in pets as well. Maybe because of flea medication. So just careful over there. It could be also your autoimmune was flared up, but this is a solar eclipse. And right now you're going to actually have some kind of new supplementation which is helping your autoimmune flare, right? It's healing your Hashimoto, putting it in remission, or you've been a wreck hormonally, and right now you're finding some kind of holistic practice which is helping you with this kind of issues. March 3rd, it's also, or it could also bring in actually a rental property you buy quickly because your neighbor passed away, and the house is for sale and it's very cheap, and you're gonna buy it because you want to rent it out and have some income from renting later on. March 3rd, we're going to have a total lunar eclipse, and it's going to be in your sign, in your first house. So, because you are meticulous, like you are very perfectionist, it's going to bring in a climax in your identity. And it's going to actually ask you to let go of self-criticism. And it is just like you are going to release a massive emotional issues, for example. Your body, your life is going to go in a different direction right now. Anything about, the way you represent yourself or your company, it is done. You're going to have to expect to give up your old versions because it doesn't fit anymore. So you are outgrown labels and some kind of limiting, pleasing, workaholic, self-sabotaging behaving, and you will have to let go of that. And it is just like, all right, I was a perfectionist, but right now, and I did have actually a pattern for chronic need to control my lives and other people's life, and I'm not doing that anymore because I'm not loved, and I'm not gonna have that much questions, not gonna make people angry with my questions and my slowness, and I have to rebrand myself. So I need a major, life-changing uh, uh, new way of living right now. So you are unapologetically going to change yourself, declutter your closet, your home. Your whole narrative is going to change right now. You're gonna liberate yourself actually from everything what was outgrown, relationship, house, clutters, like self-sabotaging behavior. Yes, it could be also ending something with a stomach issue because Virgo rules stomach as well, a GI tract issue, and you somehow going to heal that on a holistic way. April 25th, we're going to have Uranus enter Gemini, and it's in your 10th house. That is your career, your public image, that is your life purpose, anything to do with honor and recognition. And Uranus over here is lightning bolt you didn't see coming, something to do with your career, a sudden shift in your career, something to do with technological revolution at work, or something, some kind of major changes in your public role. You're going to be seen overnight, or you're going to leave overnight a corporate job, and you are going to co-fund your own ideas right now. Definitely, it is something to do with AI focused, tech driven kind of roles over here and industries. It could be also teaching because Gemini also teaching, but if you are teaching, you can create a software, an application, a platform, a holographic image for people who cannot actually commute to school. And the system going to change, and we're gonna have a lot of severe wars around the world. So a lot of children are not gonna go to school. So you might be the one who is actually creating a platform so they can actually learn at home. Something to do with digital skills, something to do with, like learning. And you can anticipate in those things. Or, you're going to write. Gemini is writing, talking, TED Talk, being in the public, being the voice of a company, or a voice of the recent political party where you live. You can become a head journalist also. And so, create some kind of platforms where you are a podcasting, for example. So this could be really, really good. But definitely it's going to cut cords with old leadership. So you might going to take over, and you can definitely change your vocation overnight, and it's going to liberate you because you're going to have a new definition about success right now. You're not going to be dogmatic anymore, and freedom becomes actually important. June 9th, we're going to have Venus Jupiter conjunction in your 11th house. Jupiter is exalted and in planetary joy, house of luck. You can win the lottery. You can have VIP people who want to support you to succeed. You can get money out from your career right now. So your career is flourishing, Uranus into it and blooming. And right now you get public recognition and also financial rewards as well. It could bring in a lot of VIP friends. One of your friends could get pregnant, or it is just like you go to a lot of events. You might going to become an event coordinator, an event designer somehow for a huge political party could be as well. So yeah, it could be very, very positive for you, especially if you are a designer somehow for some reason. Then it could be like, oh, it's a huge event, and I'm going to actually do this event, and I get a lot of money out from that. The new 19, we're going to have Chiron enter Taurus, and that's going to be your ninth house. So anything about your ninth house going to start to get healed. The wounds are healing. So your beliefs, your long-term traveling, your higher education, knowledge, anything to do with your philosophies, dogmas, your cultural trauma, your educational wounds, everything is changing. If you felt like you are caged, right, then your spirit is healing right now. Anything to do with revisiting stories, like when you felt like, I was not that smart, or you've been told you are not smart and you are an outsider. You are like, okay, you know what? I'm okay to be an outsider. I'm okay to be not the smartest person in the room, but I'm still, doing what I need to do and fulfilling my purpose. And it is, if you've been excluded from some kind of spiritual community, or so, in university, those kind of secret societies, then you don't care anymore. You are healed. You also can have a lot of traveling, and traveling could become actually your healing balm right now, because you can visit places, ancestral lands, and attending retreats, which is going to heal your spirit and also helping you with your old philosophical wound as well. If your belief system is broken right now, you can explore some kind of indigenous sites and feel the energy over there and heal. Also, if you had any issues with teacher mentor relationship right now, you're going to be really down to earth, and you want to have some kind of earthy wisdom right now and grounding. And you can find someone right now who perfectly suits your desires. But alternatively, some of you could actually grapple with the painful realization that your worldview has become outdated and really, really limiting. And it's going to actually invite you to heal through some kind of new wisdom. Maybe you buy a book, maybe you write a book over here, and through that, through your journey, when you are writing it, or also it could be like, I'm going to a different country to live abroad for a few years, and that cultural exchange is going to help you to change your worldview, right? Something to do with herbal medicine. You can learn about and study about medicine and agriculture, or even sustainable living, and it could turn for your favor. Just so as legal matters and immigration, or some kind of publishing issue right now, it's going to become positive and get healed. You will be heard, your voice is stronger. On June 30th, we're going to have Jupiter going into Leo in your 12th house. So there could be some kind of hidden enemies is going to appear, and you're going to be able to tackle them and move away. Any kind of subconscious pattern, which was like, self-sabotaging. So if you have addiction, any kind of addiction right now, it could heal and become liberated. You can go to actually become the head of a hospital, and a jail, a prison. You can, if you've been convicted unrightfully to prison, you get to be free right now. If you had a terminal illness, and if you've been in hospice, you might be the one who miraculously healing. So this could be really, really positive also, but it could also help you to write a spiritual, like novel, or something to do with start a filmography, photography. You can also start charity work as well. 12 houses feeding the homeless, doing veteran shelters, or even big animal shelters as well. You're going to have a lot of vivid dreams, guys, and intuition. But because it's also expand the unconscious habits as well, so you will have to be aware for escapism right now. And as I said, with addictive patterns and laziness, because it could make you lazy as well. So yes, but you can have a lot of creative muse, and you can start to work on your creativity, right? But definitely not with substance. July 26th, we go, no, July 4th, actually, we are having Uranus and Mars conjunction in Gemini in your 10th house. Careful to not, you can get trolled or you can have a fight with a CEO and get fired unexpectedly. It could be also your views going to go up like crazy and you're gonna be in the public eye, but you can become infamous, unfortunately, with this as well. So careful what you are doing or what you are saying on social media, right? So it could be like also don't go to protest because it could be really dangerous over here. But actually, your words could become very impulsive and aggressive and dangerous. You can hurt people with that. Um, yes, especially if you are a professor or if you are a public figure and publicly you are doing some kind of social unrest, it could become dangerous for you. This is public execution also, obviously. I mean, it is just, for some really famous Virgos who could be, some kind of public execution over there. All right, July 26th, guys, the North Node is going to enter Aquarius, which is actually your sixth house. That is definitely very karmic. It's a karmic compass. It is like right now you have to move forward to practical services, anything to do with health and anything to do with, service for others. It is your daily routines as well. So toxic routines going to disappear and you're going to break free from that. And also codependency, even with work environment, co-workers, are you not going to depend on them anymore? Your vitality is changing as well because North Node is Jupiterian in favor. It could bring in some kind of amazing new healing modalities, something with energy healing, frequency healing. You can actually become one of that, an acupuncturist, or a Reiki healer, prana healer, frequency healer, sounds, healing with sounds as well, creating a wellness center, a juice bar, a gym. Also, you can open a gym, and the gym is very innovative. It's not necessarily like you are working out like crazy, but it is like resonates the frequency with muscles and you just sitting, but some kind of technological pads are contracting your muscles and you're losing weight, something like that. You can open, or you can actually be part of that. You can also suddenly change your tenancy. You might going to just leave what you rented or get rid of your tenant also. It could be quick as well. And of course, six houses unexpected. Six houses through now this here could bring in small animals for you. Maybe you're going to have an animal shelter or, support an animal shelter for sure. Definitely, there is some kind of wellness reform in your life and definitely evolutionary because it's Aquarius. You can also open a non-profit, which is going to become your like your job, your career later on. August 12th, we are having actually the total solar eclipse in Leo and it's in your 12th house. It's a massive reset over here in your mental health and it could release some kind of ancestral baggage as well and dissolve your hidden enemies. Everything with including self-sabotaging behavior you are capable to confront your subconscious fears as well, and those could actually anxiety, panic attack, rule your life. And right now, you are finding the roots and like healing it. So it is a powerful ending. It is something with retiring from a draining job or healing actually a long buried family wound or quitting some kind of addiction. You can have a lot of ambition right now, some kind of magical seed, to start a novel or compose music. Some kind of intuitive and creative craft is possible behind the scene. Also, there could be secret benefactors, spiritual guides behind the scene. pay attention to your work and they want to help you to become and have a richer life. Then August 28th, we're going to have the partial lunar eclipse in Pisces, and it is in your seventh house, guys. And seventh house is your mirror. As I said, it's your committed partnership, your legal matter. So there could be some kind of emotional culmination in marriage and also in business collaboration as well. Or, seventh house is also one-on-one dynamics. And partial lunar eclipse is inventable, something to do with a fated event, which could turn out to be negative. It's an ending. It is a full moon on steroids. So it is, like releasing toxic relational patterns, for example. It could be some kind of climax in your partner's life. It could be a job loss, for example, for your partner, or some kind of relocation issues as well. Hmm. Pisces could bring in spiritual awakening for your partner, and then, or for you, and then you are realizing you were in a cycle of codependency, and you want to step into a healthier and more spiritually aligned partnership relationship. You can expect a lot of tears, my friends, right now, but also it's going to be cleansing, and it's clarity and closure as well. Any kind of romantic relationship could drastically and dramatically transform right now. Some will end, right? And some will restart over here, but or just the pattern, the toxic pattern going to end right now. It dissolves and it could evolve with a greater autonomy. Uh, so you have to be self-aware to help your soul growth right now. Yes, and if you had anything to do with what is that? A legal matter, also if somebody sued you or you're suing someone, it's over right now. Most likely it's turning negative for you, but it's bittersweet, but it's ending and it's not draining your energy anymore. And then we're going to have the Mercury retrogrades in water signs. So the first one going to be in March in your seventh house, which could bring back a contract for you. It could bring back actually clients who you thought you lost via, yes, clients, definitely, subscribers, if you had any kind of YouTube channel, and a lot of people unsubscribe right now, they're coming back because you turned your narratives. And then it could be, yes, and also it could be like you might want it to divorce, but right now you renegotiate because you went to a mediator and you want to try again. The other one gonna happen in your 11th house in Cancer in June, and that's going to bring back opportunity actually to with friends. Like some of your friends are moving back, or maybe you get distance because your values became different, or maybe your political view, but right now you are on the same page, both of you, and the people are coming back to your life. Yes, it could be also like hmm, friendship. Your dream, something you dreamt of when you were a little girl or little boy, and you had to give it up because there was no financial funding, it could come back to you. And the last one gonna happen in October in your third hold in Scorpio. So it could bring back an opportunity to talk to your neighbor or sibling again if you get distance. It could be like maybe a family reunion was canceled, but right now they could come, for example, uncle, aunt to revisit. It could also bring back an opportunity to take some kind of leadership position in your community. So something to do with community, definitely. Your car could have some issues. Your phone might get stolen. Your computer data also could be stolen because it's in Scorpio, so it's hackers, right? So careful with your data as well. And then we're going to have a Venus retrograde starting in Scorpio and ending in Libra. And it's going to happen actually October 3rd till November 6th. So definitely it will bring in some kind of, like renegotiation with a no, neighbor, or you know, you were selling on marketplace something and you had to give it up because of COVID, but you're going back again right now. It could also, when it's gonna go to Libra, it's going to bring back a gig, an old value, but temporary. You couldn't, like. Live up to, and right now you're going to reconsider your values again. It could bring back like a financial opportunity, an investment opportunity for you. Venus retrograde here, maybe you're going to start to eat more fruits. Right now you are reintroducing fruits in your diet. It could be going back to a skin care, what you gave up before. Yeah, so it could bring in also money back from maybe somebody owed you money, maybe even an ex-partner, ex-lover, and right now finally they're giving the money to you. All right, guys, thank you so much for listening, and we're gonna move on right now to Libras. All right, Libra rising sun and moon. This is your 2026 astrology forecast. Okay, guys, we're going to actually start with Neptune enter Aries on January 26th, and it's gonna happen in your seventh house. This is your mirroring house. This is your relationship, committed relationship, partnerships, it's agreement, it's alliances, it's actually open enemies as well, and legal matters. So, because of Neptune is a little bit misty, and it is, it's glamour also, and it's a little bit illusion, delusion. Neptune is softening sharp edges and also dissolving ridges, acceptations from a loved one as well. But it's going to learn how to trust everything in a relationship, everything what is unseen, right? So you may find yourself more attracted to, for example, artistic and spiritual people as well during this time. You can idealize, people, and your judgment could be a little bit cloudy. You will be very romantic, and you feel something like, even if you're going to relationship, like intoxicating. But it's also slippery because it could become a fantasy and not reality. So it will be often very, very blurred because, as I said, Neptune is mist and fogginess as well. So you have to enter new relationship with caution, right? Because Neptune is could be something with illusional. On the spiritual way, you might going to learn compassion and forgiveness and unconditional love, especially if you are in a marriage, and if you have a long-term bond, and some of you did some mistake what need to be forgiven. It could also bring in some kind of experience with soulmate connection and relationship, and some kind of deep karmic spiritual union and relationship. You're also going to become creative with your significant other, or collaborate with people who are very, very imaginative. Maybe you're going to start to work on a movie together, or, maybe in a photography project, or write a script together with someone. Yes, so that could be as well, or you might going to bring in VIP client who are very glamorous, or very famous. For example, it could be the stars, the famous people energy. Mm. If you go to mediator because your marriage is in problem and trouble, the mediator going to ask you to try to forgive. Then Saturn going to enter the same house for you, the seventh house, could join Neptune over here, 0 degrees, world axis, pivotal, life-changing experience. And Saturn is courage, and Saturn is responsibility, Saturn is endurance. Absolutely not illusion. Saturn actually hates illusion. So Neptune is romanticizing everything, and Saturn wants proof. And Saturn is loyalty as well. And it says, hey, loyalty comes first, right? And then you have to be responsible. You have to do something for your relationship if you want it to become better. Even in business partnership, show it with work. It's not just saying I love you or light candles or things like that, but show it with not only with your words, but with act of kindness over here or service. Act of service is going to show love and loyalty. It is also like we need new alliances. They need to become spiritual, but definitely alliances they are responsible and we can actually count on for a long term. It is like reality check over here. Okay, is this relationship, is this connection is real, or does it have an expiration date, right? Saturn brings karmic accountability, so you might going to experience some kind of consequences for past choices in your life, for better or worse. And also, this transit could bring older or more serious partner for some of you, or more wise, for example, but older definitely could be possible. Uh, you want someone who is artistic, who has experience, who is wise, for example. Um, and also, if you are on a professional relationship, someone you really want someone with degrees, with credibility, for example. Saturn also going to put some, rules and some kind of boundaries. Neptune doesn't want to, so Neptune is after work we can stay here and drink together, and Saturn is like, no, you colleagues or you business partners, you're not gonna drink together. I won't allow it. You're gonna have your friends for that kind of situation. Or if you hire your friends go with friends in business relationship, you might going to have rules like, okay, we're not going to talk about business in front of our families, or when we are going out, we only speak about business at work, or when we are together and work together. Definitely, Saturn going to demand maturity, and going to cut off every kind of childish patterns as well. You're not going to people please, you're going to like avoid that, and you want to grow up in your decisions. So it is actually seeking for long lasting partnership right now. And love is going to become less about fantasy and more about grounded and soulful commitment over here. February 17th, you're going to have the solar eclipse in Aquarius, and it's a hybrid one, as I mentioned before, and it is going to be in your fifth house. Solar eclipse is positive, unexpected turmoil, something to do with an event that is uncontrolled. It's fated, it's out of your control, and it's positive. It could bring in joy and romance, or maybe a pregnancy. Also, some kind of fresh start because it's a new moon on steroids, some kind of creative fresh start. And it could actually electrify your heart desire and asking you to break free from still expression of pleasure and embrace your most authentic creative flow. Some of you could fall unexpectedly in love with someone who is very artistic, or someone with a singer, or some of you going to get a news about pregnancy. Even your children could actually achieve something amazing during this time. They could get an award in science or AI computing, or it could be like maybe even to get into a sport league. But definitely could be some kind of amazing event for you Libras. And then on a deeper level, it could reveal, where your inner child has been neglected. And some of you actually going to release some kind of toxic love patterns, outdated, creative blocks as well. And you're going to let go of fear and judgment and past rejections. And you are like, but I want to actually create art again and go to sing again, or play the piano again, and I don't care anymore. if they're judging me, I want to play it because it's coming from my heart. The new project, it's coming from my passion, my heart. Anything to do with hobbies also, which could actually become first very joyous and it liberates you, and later on it could be some kind of financial outlet you can monetize. Your personal happiness also going to be non-negotiable, and it will be very, very positive for you during this time. Investment, lottery ticket, lottery winning could be possible, and investment would turn up positive, especially with technology and cryptocurrency right now. Then the lunar eclipse going to happen in Virgo. Between that February 20, we have Saturn Neptune conjunction, but we were talking about both, and it's in your seventh house, so we're not gonna talk about that because we talked about that separately. So March 3rd, we're going to have the lunar eclipse in Virgo in your 12th house. 12th house is something to do with the eternal womb. It is anything to do with hidden sorrows and endings. It's also spiritual detoxes. It is hospitality, hospice, hospitals, anything to do with, subconscious and hypnotherapies, retreat center. Also, Airbnb, and if you want to do a boutique hotel, but also represents the underprivileged, the veterans as well. So, over here, it is a lunar eclipse. It's a fated event, unexpected, which is negative. It could bring some kind of hidden sorrow, right? And it could actually bring up your hidden enemies. Right now, you're going to learn about the truth because it's gonna surface. One of your best friend could become, who is gossiping about you. It could also expose some kind of old subconscious patterns as well. And you may find yourself needing to actually process some kind of emotional drama, trauma over there. So you go to hypnotherapy, and something is coming up what was in the past you didn't remember, but right now, maybe in the womb experience with your mother, maybe your mother wanted to abort you but didn't, and you go back to hypnotherapy and you hear that, and it has to be healed. It could be also, like something could drain your inner peace, which is, anything to do with old guilt, or, long held grief as well, and you have to purge those. It could also, because it's a moon, it's a cleansing moon, so it clears also some kind of psychic debris over here. So it's going to make space for the divine healing, definitely. So that's good. And your dream and intuition going to be very, very vivid right now. Anything to do with, spirituality. You can talk to the Pesdon, for example. You're going to go to a retreat and you're going to crave silence right now, withdraw yourself from society. You need therapy, you need healing. And the hidden enemies definitely over here was external. And then, it's revealed right now under this donation, and you are capable to cut cords and have clarity because of that. Yes, and you can let go of fear and self-sabotaging behavior. Or if some kind of curse is connected or curse is there, you can actually get rid of that. April 25th, we're going to have Uranus entered Gemini in your ninth house. You have to buckle up over here, Libra, because of ninth house, everything to do with beliefs, education, and global connection. It's your passport, it's your podcast, it's your publishing company. And there is a storm coming with Uranus into here, some kind of electric waves. So you might going to disconnect with your belief system, with your religion. You might going to drop out from university, and it could also make you break free from some kind of very rigid ideology, for example. Also, some kind of outworn educational platform as well, which is suffocating your worldview. Uh, you are craving for radical changes and also radical knowledge as well. You might going to start podcast. You might going to do podcast, YouTubing right now, and you can monetize your YouTube channel. Some Libras also decide to study abroad because ninth house is abroad, and it could also bring in some kind of revolutionary movement. Maybe you're going to be the head of revolution in your university if it's there is a social unrest, a protest over there, and you become the leader. It could be also like, you're going to find an alternative spiritual group. Also, you can get actually some kind of humanitarian work done, and it could be for peace. It could be a non-profit you are creating. You are creating that maybe for autistic children or children who cannot be educated because they cannot commute to school. You're going to create a platform, because Starlink gonna be available for everyone in 2026 and for free. And then, those children can also study at their location. It could become also you are going to either want to have a mentor, someone who is innovative, someone who has new perspective and worldview as well. You can also attend a global collaboration as well, and definitely travel a lot. So buy a flying car, for example, invest in flying cars. Your immigration process going to experience some kind of unpredictable twist right now. Even your writing and publishing goals could find some kind of, definitely success with Uranus over here, but it's unconventional platform. So you're not going to YouTube, you're going to actually create a platform like YouTube, but it's not going to be biases over there or like sensors. So it could be something really good where you can actually express freely your rebellion thoughts as well. So that could be possible. Definitely, you can go abroad or you can start to learn a language. And overnight, some of you might going to be like, "Oh my God, I know a language," and it is just somebody. You just downloaded it, and some of you going to understand that totally new language or understand coding, and it's going to be easy to learn, for example, coding data as well. June 9th, we're going to have in your 10th house Jupiter exalted and Venus conjunction in 25 degrees. So your career is changing. You're going to get an honor recognition. Your reputation is going to be very positive in the public eye. You might going to change a name through going to get married, or maybe you are doctorating, become a doctor, and you put the DR right in front of your name. You can change location due to your career right now, and you might have to relocate because of that. And you can join a political party and become visible also. June 19, we're going to have Chiron enter Aries, and oh no, Chiron going to enter Taurus, sorry. And Taurus is your eighth house, guys. So, Chiron is the centaur, the wounded healer. So it's going to bring in actually a transformative medicine into your eighth house, something to do with your shared resources, with your intimacy, with psychological depths as well. So, it can actually highlight some kind of old wounds around trust and vulnerability and survivor fears as well. So, anything what was tied to money, sex, and codependency and power dynamic. For example, maybe you lost a baby either through abortion or miscarriage, but it's healing right now because maybe you get pregnant again. Maybe you're going to revisit some kind of betrayal. It could be financial or sexual, toxic intimacy, right? And right now you are not suppressing it. You are ready to talk about that and you are healing. Anything to do with financial entanglement and inheritance issues. Also, mortgage or debt relief, something to do with joint investment could become actually right now healed at this moment. So you pay off the debts, even student debts right now. Psychologically, definitely, it's great to do some kind of shadow work and some kind of trauma healing. Find maybe hire a detective to find the person who hacked your account or stole from your bank account could be really great. You can also do some kind of esoteric studies or astrology, something to do with tantra sex, anything to do with energy medicine. Maybe you're going to actually become an herbalist because Taurus could be herbalist farms as well. So or you find actually a group with same similar wounds and somehow you're capable to surrender because of you see other people going through that as well, and it helps you a lot. June 30, June 30, we're going to have Jupiter going to Leo, and it's your 11th house, guys. And the 11th house is Jupiter, it's in planetary joy. 11th house also good for investment and like lottery winning, for example. It's community, it's dreams, it's your social circle, and it's burst open with opportunities. It can actually expand your network, and also it is going to help you to align with inspiring groups, something to do with what was long forgotten aspiration. Right now it's coming back to you. Your friendship, you're going to flourish, you're going to be invited to events, anything to do with creativity. And you can become an entrepreneur, you can get bonus, or you can get actually promotion through your career as well. It could bring in, for example, yes, definitely, like money from your career. And you can actually open up a humanitarian projects to do something for your community because you have money and you want to inspire others. It could also help to grow your social media presence. If you are an event coordinator, you can be booked for years ahead. So this is very beautiful transit over here if you are a visionary and if you have big dreams, because you can actually find very, very good and VIP patrons and benefactors who going to support and willing to support your ambition right now. So you get financial gains through networking and through events. So you will go to a lot of, you will have to cultivate friendship and go to social events. July 26th, we're gonna have North Node going to Aquarius in your fifth house. South Node is in your 11th house. So North Node in a new purpose actually in the Aquarius field. So anything to do with self-expression, karmic lesson in your creative field and with love. So, you're going to be pulled toward to become authentic, more authentic. And no more performing for approval, but, performing because of you are loving to perform and you want to help others, for example, and it will allow you to lead with your heart rather than with obligation, right? So some kind of fated connection, and it could include also soulmates, or maybe you are destined children or something with a destiny child because of doctors told you can never be pregnant and you're already 45, and unexpectedly you get pregnant and you call this child destiny child or miracle child over here. But also it is bending personal creativity with social evolution as well, because of the South Node is in Leo right now, and you are letting go of shining on your own. You want to shine together with the public, so with your community. So finally, you're going to understand true success come through actually if you are fearless, and also if you are helping community and not being selfish, right? So that's what's going to happen for you. All right, and then August 12th, but yes, over here you might want to watch your heart palpitation, but it could come with some kind of hormonal imbalance, maybe because you're becoming pregnant. So it's not necessarily organ-related issues. Then oh my God, I am losing my thoughts. August 12th, we're going to have a solar eclipse, and it's a total solar eclipse in Leo, and it's in your 11th house. So it's positive, it's fated event, right? Something to do with your social purpose, with your collective dreams. So this eclipse definitely going to redefine your place within your community. You might going to become actually the leader of the community, but you understand everyone is equal. You are the one who is creating the events or helping to create them, but it's still coming some kind of equality. Or you are might going to become you can actually become to work in Senate or became a judge, or it could be a person who is, for example, winning a lawsuit. You can adopt a child right now, or you can become an attorney who is actually representing a famous person, and you winning the case of those people, and you become famous through actually those people who you represent. But definitely, if you are collaborating on a project with other people, professionally, it could be skyrocket right now because it's going to bring in fated opportunities. And also, over here, solar eclipse is a rapid progress as well. Something might go viral, and it could lead to community movements as well. So yeah, this eclipse going to be very positive, or you win the lottery, my dear. It could be as well. All right, August 28th, we're going to have the last lunar eclipse in Pisces for another 18 years, right? 18, 19 years. It's going to happen in your sixth house. So it is a saving grace because it's going to happen on Archangel Gabriel, which is fixed star formal heart. It is the house of wellness and daily structure, your work as well. So you might going to leave a job behind which drains your soul, or it could also dissolve some kind of toxic routine, or also finally you addressing some kind of health issues, right? And you can do that through holistic and spiritual avenues as well. So for some of you also, it could be about healing and healing guilt, or self-sacrifice, martyrhood patterns as well. And it could be like, all right, I always work for others. I never been selfish, and right now I'm burning out, and I have to actually seek for joy in my life, or at least health. So I need to put some boundaries over here. And it could be also there was some kind of silent illness, maybe a Lyme disease, maybe something with Epstein-Barr, or Hashimoto, which was triggered because you are neglected to take care of that. And then you are like, okay, right now I'm realizing what's going on and I need to get healed. It could be also, an animal companion or some coworker actually could leave your life, and it could be because of they either move, or you have to adopt. I mean, give away your companion, or they might going to do transition. But also, if you are connected with art therapy music, it could be amazing for your wellness, for your healing. And it definitely going to upgrade your life if you are getting some kind of spiritual purging and even purging itself. You know, your body cannot take toxin anymore, and you are like, okay, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm not using pharmaceutical anymore. I need to do a candida parasite cleanse and I will be better. And yes, and then we're going to have actually Mercury retrogrades in water signs. So the first one gonna be in Pisces in the sixth house in March, which can bring back an opportunity to rehire or re-employ people who quit before or you didn't have money to employ them. It could be also helping you to reconnect with a pet, for example, if it got lost. It could be also like, you know, like I'm going to go back to gym or to the yoga studio where I practice, that sweat lodge. Also, you can go back. So definitely to take care of your health. Maybe you need a second opinion at the doctor also during this time. And then June is gonna be in Cancer in your 10th house, so it could bring back a promotion, or it could bring back actually an opportunity to get hired in a better position or a new job, or you might going to actually you were talking about marriage, but then you put that aside. But right now it's June, weather is great, let's get married kind of situation. So I'm changing my name, or you just change your name right now because you were thinking about that before, but right now there is the opportunity. And then later on, it's going to happen in your second house in October in Scorpio, which could bring back actually a financial investment opportunity for you. Maybe a gig, maybe an artistic gig or an investigative gig. Maybe somebody going to actually find the money what you actually hide or lost, and it's coming back to you somehow. Money is coming back to you somehow. Maybe you lost on stock, and right now it's going to start to increase, and you will be better. And then Venus gonna go retrograde Scorpio October 3rd until November 6th, but it's going to dip in Libra later on in your first house. So definitely, you know, there is an opportunity, as I said, some kind of financial opportunity coming back. You find a jewelry, but you thought it was lost, maybe an artwork art piece that you wanted to buy, but somebody bid, higher on a bidding, but right now they're saying they cannot afford and can you take it over kind of situation can happen as well. Yeah, and also, investment opportunity coming in. And when it goes to your first house, maybe you were like, uh, you know, um, some kind of routine, which was my cream, how to actually take care of my skin routine, taking care of myself, or coming back, or, maybe you had short hair before, and right now you prolong it for a while for the last 2 years, but you want to go back to short again. Something that you did before. It could be art also. When you were a little child, you were painting and you didn't have time because you get into that rat race and you had to work, but you're going to go back and create jewelries or painting. All right, guys, we're gonna go actually to Scorpio right now. All right, my beautiful Scorpio rising sun and moon, this is your 2026 astrology forecast. So let me turn my little astrology wheel over here so I know which house I'm going to start to talk about. January 26th, going to be Neptune enter Aries, and it's going to take place in your sixth house. Sixth house, anything to do with your daily routines, with your health. It is your work life. It is something to do with your rental property, also with your pets as well, and service to others, right? So something over here going to become soft and going to dissolve, right? It is a spiritual nudge to stop identifying yourself with constant hustle or sacrificial servitude. You may actually experience more, traditional work structure to get actually, dissolve over here, and you're going to crave for freedom and creativity and more meaningful day-to-day service as well. And there could be also some kind of subtle that yet draining health issues that going to emerge for you, some kind of mysterious fatigue, some kind of hormonal imbalance, and anything to do with also stress related condition. And you have to listen to your body right now. You have to become more intuitive and heal that on a holistic way. So that's definitely very, very important. You will feel tired and exhausted and also sometimes foggy as well. If you are in menopause and also if you are a male and if you are in age of 50 right now, your testosterone level could go down and it could also bring in some kind of fogginess as well. And it is also like boundaries is an issue right now with your coworkers because they are unreliable. Maybe one of them doing drugs or drinking at work all the time, and that's why some kind of boundary issue going to arise at work. And you have to force some kind of when Saturn comes in, some kind of boundaries, because it could be a hostile energy. On the high road, if you are choosing the high road, Neptune going to be over here a spiritual rebirth. And it's going to be very spiritual and purposeful, but in a practical way, in your practical life. So you're going to start to doing meditation. You're going to move toward to healing arts. Maybe you're going to practice actually capoeira or Tai Chi, for example. You can start volunteer work as well, create a non-profits right now. And it's going to actually nourish your soul right now, and it's very important. Your relationship with animals could deepen. You might going to adopt a new puppy somehow, or you're going to go and practice some kind of yoga, and maybe you're going to take a lot of herbal supplement right now. So it could be also like, like healing with dance, and maybe you're going to start swimming because it's going to help your posture. But it could be also like escapism through this kind of, artistic um, practices as well, because of your environment at work could be toxic, or like there is a lot of people who you're reading for and those all complaining and have issues, so that is very toxic. And then you are like, okay, I'm overworked, I'm exhausted, I cannot do that anymore, I need to take care of myself. So some of you definitely could actually stop being a spiritual guidance right now because you overwork. When Saturn comes in and gonna conjunct with Neptune, that's definitely could be the case. So it could be also something to do with, like you're going to, I don't know, merge together different, hobbies and create, for example, a dog grooming center, but also it's gonna have some kind of you can give the dogs Reiki as well, or some kind of frequency healing. But also have your bakery as well, which is dog treats. So you're going to infuse different modalities. For example, I just wanted to say a few examples over here. Yeah, but as I said, it could be some kind of mysterious illness, maybe Lyme disease, maybe, something to do with joint inflammation, and it could be arthritis or Hashimoto, something like that. Yeah, it could be also like, one of your coworker going to invite you to some kind of motivational event, and it's you're going to actually realize that's a cult, and you don't want to go anymore over there because you feel like you've been manipulated. And if you had some kind of workaholic existential crisis, when Saturn gonna come in, they are like, okay, that's it, you're done with that because you are overwhelmed, you cannot do that anymore. Yes, so then we going to have also Saturn going to Aries on the 6th, in your sixth house, and that's gonna be not the 6th of February, but the 13th of February, and it's going to actually demand you to restructure. your work routine, your daily routine, actually also the way you are treating your body. It's going to hold you accountable for that. And it is like, all right, you need to manage your time. And you need to also manage your time to be able to go, for example, to work out. Um, your schedules are so disorganized with Neptune being here, you need a routine. Saturn actually will pressure you to develop some kind of system that are sustainable and very healthy. Even with work responsibilities, it could be like, okay, you want to take on to this leadership role, all right, you can do that, but you have to be strict with your employees. They cannot overstep their boundaries, right? They are not your friends. So you have to be politically mature to take on to this leadership, and Saturn going to mature you. And also it's bringing long-term vision. It is like, okay, it's not just only like right now, yes, I'm taking it because I feel like Neptune, I can do that. Saturn is like, yeah, let me see if you are capable to do that. Show me, prove. I need receipts. I need the proof over here. Health-wise, Saturn definitely, and because it's in Aries, if you neglected something with your body, with your structure, with your spine and joints, it will be like, all right, you need to go to the doctor. You need to actually introduce anti-inflammatory diet, right? And if you are want to work out, you have to choose and commit to something which is not heavy lift, or you are not going to actually increase that kind of infection or injuries. You have to make sure you are disciplined and slow and not fast, even with the fitness regimen. That's why I said more likely Tai Chi or Capoeira could be a lot better for you than weightlifting. But also over here, Saturn is the boss vibe, so you're going to get some kind of opportunity to become one. And it is also like a great employment shakeup, because of whatever is outdated, it is like it's or not purpose driven, it has to go. It's a pressure over here. You have to be careful with the pet also, because pets could disappear or get sick. Some kind of major health issue like lymphatic cancer, or some kind of, like immune deficiency, and you will need to take care of that. Definitely have a pet insurance right now, or update your insurance, Scorpio rising sun and moon, because you will need it. And then February 17th, we're going to have solar eclipse in Aquarius, and it's in your fourth house. It's a positive eclipse. It's a new moon on steroids. It's unexpected, but it's going to bring in good opportunities. You might going to sell a property unexpectedly. You didn't really plan before, but somebody going to offer a major profit for it, and you're going to do that. Also, it could be awaken something in your fourth house, something to do with your family or ancestor roots, something to do, it's dramatic, with your living situation also. So you might going to sell an inheritance, and you can maintain your living situation or update your living situation. It could also help you to make a decision to relocate, or maybe you're going to renovate your space. You're going to break free from some kind of generational conditioning. And also, because you are Scorpio, you can establish some kind of unconventional house living as well, because of Aquarius in your fourth. It's definitely something to do with either a Tesla house, a box houses, something to do with like you upgrading technologically your house. Everything is smart in your house. Or you're going to have some kind of multi-generational home. Maybe you have to bring in your mother-in-law to live with you, could happen as well. So, or anyone from an older family member. It could be also some kind of emotional escape right now from childhood trauma. It could be actually you are seeking for family legacy, and you want to know actually who is your parents. Maybe you were adopted and you are finding your biological parents. or it could be something, it could also resolve family conflict as well, guys, if you had something like that, and liberate you, and get rid of and cut ties with some kind of toxic family patterns as well. And yeah, so it's going to bring you a lot of growth over here, and you can profit from sales or buying a home. All right, then, the way the unconventional nest is going to get upgraded, in the real estate sector. Or you might going to actually create an application, which is actually where you can sell houses. You're going to be the one who creating that software, right? Or you're going to maybe have Starlink or solar energy or unconventional energy actually in your home right now. Yeah, a smart home, something to do with like, all right, I want to have more surveillance in the house because of there is a lot of protest going on in my country. It could be also like, because Aquarius also very unconventional. It could be also going off of the grid, for example, and I don't want any surveillance or any internet, for example. In my house, I want to have something very unique. Kind of living situation. And if you had some kind of with the maternal ancestry, some kind of issues over there, uh, if some kind of inherited trauma, you might going to be able to get rid of that kind of parental programming, resolve that, and you rewrite your story right now. Yeah, and March 3rd, we're going to have a lunar eclipse in Virgo, which is going to happen in your 11th house, Scorpios. And this lunar eclipse has to let go of a social circle, a friend, for example, something what you were dream about. Because this is lunar eclipse, this is unexpected, uncontrolled, chaotic, and it's out of your control, and it's turning out to be negative. So a dream that expired, you have to give up. Anything to do with a collaboration doesn't work out, didn't work out. Finally, you realize it's never going to, so you have to move on. Anything to do with a group, for example, there will be a detachment from a group, a social group. You're not gonna follow the people who you followed before on social media. There could be something to do with, like your because of its Virgo, so it is anything about daily operation and perfectionism. And you might want it to be part of a group which is like on a daily base, but somehow those people are values and morals and integrity doesn't grow with yours and doesn't suit you anymore, and you notice a huge gap over there, and you just want to purge. There is also some kind of criticism coming in your way from your uh, maybe from your friend groups, and you are like, I don't need this anymore, and I rather to be on my own and not to have friend at all than to constantly humiliated or criticize as well. So definitely there is like a resign emotionally from a friend. It could be also a friend dies for you guys. There could be also some kind of social media detox, and because of I don't want to watch any more news. I'm overstimulated and I need my mental health. I feel exhausted because this is moon. So the moon is your feelings, your subconscious. I don't want noise anymore. So that's it. And also because it's Virgo, and Virgo representing health and healthcare workers also, or something to do with service economy and hygiene as well. So you might going to actually leave some kind of wellness community. Maybe you outgrown some kind of obsessive diet culture. You don't want to do a ketogenic anymore, or you don't want to be carnivore anymore, and you are just like, okay, I need my gut health back, and I'm going to go back to the very, very beginning, the way I ate before, and I'm not joining those some kind of dietary restrictions anymore. Uh, yeah, so definitely, Virgo over here. It's not, Virgo is not a rebel, but it is like walking away from something, even something political, because of I wanted to be liberated. For example, you were right or left, but right now you're going to become independent. Definitely, there could be also a humanitarian hustle. Maybe you actually supported the community, some kind of social justice, and right now you learn those people actually stole your money, and the money that you actually raised or gave didn't go to the cause, but they actually crowdfunded. So yeah, that could be like, okay, I'm done with that kind of situation. All right, and then April 25th, we're going to have Uranus enter Gemini into your eighth house. All right, Scorpio rising, you have to brace yourself right now because Uranus over here, it is like not even a doorbell, but it just crashes your door into, and it is the house of intimacy, and it is also stock market. It is anything to do with debt and mortgage and cryptocurrency as well. So you might going to actually have luck with cryptocurrency investment, EV car investment, something to do with flying cars, anything to do with educational stocks as well. You will have to have an insurance, a trust, or maybe a will written right now, and you will do that. You will also might going to have an inheritance, and it's gonna be sudden, something very, very sudden, but also you're going to have some kind of psychic detox as well, because it's psychic attack could be over here, and you just maybe you are overwhelmed with other people energy and you want detoxification as well. So definitely it's a technological disruptor and something to do with finances as well. So as I said, Uranus could be actually some kind of revolutionary, amazing adrenaline energy here, and it could bring you amazing rise and amazing cash flow, for example. Uh, but also it could be something to do with the shock therapy. Maybe you have some kind of issue with remembering, and maybe you have an amnesia, and there is some kind of shock therapy, and literally shock therapy, which is going to bring you some kind of breakthrough with your nervous system or releasing trauma, for example. It could be like if you have schizophrenia, if you have some kind of mental illness, you can have some kind of chip, because it was this surgery actually implanted in your arm, and it's helping with your ADHD or dementia, early set of dementia, or things like that. It could be also some kind of, either windfall by inheritance, or it could be also something to do like some kind of unexpected, purge as well. Breakthrough, for example, through sex therapy or therapy, because something was in your subconscious which is going to get released right now. And it was a trauma, perhaps, from your childhood. And right now, you feel like, okay, I'm going to go to hypnotherapy and therapy, and it's coming up, and I can tackle it right now. If you have any kind of debt or legal dispute, it could be some kind of sudden windfall which is going to help you to pay that off. And also, there could be also like maybe medical malpractice, but you are somehow winning that. It is almost like a financial phoenix for you, and you are going to maybe a lottery winning. You have a Powerball win right now, and it's also going to liberate you sexually as well. It's detaching you from some kind of trauma and shame from your body. And you're gonna be more, honestly experience any kind of intimacy. Or it could be something to do with virtual intimacy, or some of you going to have some kind of conscious celibacy, or also it could be something to do with uh, people going to have sex robots as well. So why, like I can see that as well. Okay. On the other way, you might going to become a hacker because you're going to be really good with AI, and you not necessarily hacker, but like you can work for FBI or CIA or some kind of secret agency because you are very talented with technology. And on the other hand, Uranus is astrology, so you might going to actually study and do a lot of research with astrology, financial astrology, forensic astrology, anything to do with forensic study could be also. You can start podcasting, and it could be something about trauma, and like if you had any kind of PTSD, for example, and you lived it, so you are helping right now other people, and you have some kind of confession so through social media, maybe you writing on Substacks, right? Some kind of secret meeting with subscribers could be as well. Uh, yes, maybe you are doing, for example, collective astrology, and you only want a few people over there who is actually open to it because of other, you don't want to have critics. Yes, but definitely it could be bring up taboos right now, what was forbidden before to know about or learn about or talk about, and you are going to deeply into, like death studies or sexology or even any kind of history which was forbidden to know about. Yes, and you can get into quantum finances. You can have and build softwares and applications for financial astrology, or become a financial advisor. June 9th, we're going to have Jupiter and Venus conjunction. Jupiter gonna be exalted, and they are in your ninth house, 25 degrees. So it's going to bring in for you amazing opportunity with traveling, selling, or buying a house abroad, for example, going to bucket list places, see something what is beautiful and once in a lifetime experience. And it could be like buying actually a house abroad, not where you were born. And also, as I said, it could be something to do with spirituality. You might going to join a group, a new group, and you're going to become very spiritual. You can actually go to a university, or you maybe a family member gets in a university. Maybe your child actually. You can also get connected with your siblings if you had a fallout and you are not talking often, your elder siblings. It could be also something to do with you get a visa, you get a double citizenship or triple somewhere. It could be something to do with you are having a foreign exchange student in your family. Yes, so this could be really positive. Visit a sibling, or a sibling comes visits you during this time. Then we're going to have June 19th, Chiron going to enter Taurus for 7 years. And it's going to happen in your seventh house. That is your mirroring. That is your relationship, your contracts, your legal matters. It is also your clients and yeah, your clients. And what's happening over here with Chiron? Chiron is the wounded healer, right? And when it's going to step into the earthy Taurus, which is absolutely your opposite sign, it is almost like the universe hands going to cover everything with velvet because Taurus loves silks and velvet, right? So it's gentle, but also courageous. So the scars over there going to get healed. And this 7 years journey over here going to be like I'm finding a perfect business partner or partner, or I'm learning about actually how to stay open even when old pain beg me to shut down, but I don't have to. I just gonna cope with that. It will be also like I have to stay loyal, and but because it's Taurus also, the healing part is coming from tangible energy. I need to get connected, human connection with my partner, go to farms together, eat together, cook together, Also, it is like I deserve better kind of change in your life. When you are going to say, no, I'm not difficult. I am actually devoted, see that and see my loyalty, right? Kind of situation. And it is like I'm not going to project my issues anymore. I want to be fair and I also want to be romantic. And like let's schedule a massage together with my partner. Let's go to for example trauma therapy together, but it could be out in the garden or something to do with in the nature. Maybe you're going to plant a garden together, and that's gonna be your dates right now. Yeah, so the body also going to keep some score over here, let's say that is Taurus, so anything to do with adrenals, and in the jaw, the upper jaw and necks also there. So it could be like your jaw going to get tightened from stress, or your neck going to get tense because you overworked or you slept funny, and in the morning you cannot move your neck. So it could bring in situations like this, definitely. And contract, if you have any kind of legal contract or any kind of legal matters, it's going to end with professionalism and fairness right now. And it is like, okay, I'm ending over here, I want to heal. And most likely it's turning for your favor, but also financially, because Taurus is financial excesses, where you want to be fair with your loved one in your marriage. Even if you're going to get married, you want to have, even if it's a prenup, but fair, something to do with like, okay, 50-50 situation there. And your voice is going to become healing. Definitely, people want to stay close to you because they are hypnotized by your voice, by your whatever you need to say. Uh, and yeah, so that's gonna happen for you. Then we're going to have actually June 30th, Jupiter enter Leo to your 10th house, which is your public reputation, your life direction, and it's your career, honor, recognition, which going to bring expensive opportunities and definitely recognition, success for you during this year. Jupiter is the fairy godfather. It is the Santa Claus. So you can get a leadership role. You can receive some kind of award, some presidential award, Nobel Prize. You can actually gain wider visibility for your professional efforts. Some Scorpios may going to experience promotion, or you can actually launch some kind of business right now, and it's going to get a sudden media attention and gonna become successful overnight. Your confidence definitely going to grow, and your charisma as well. So you're going to actually have some kind of leadership ability as well, and you're gonna be powerful, but you're gonna lead with your heart, and that's good. Don't become arrogant and ignorant and over optimistic, because it could have a backlash over there. But definitely you are capable to become a mentor, a figure, influential figure who is helping professionally for others. You can become a famous actor or actress, or you can become very well seen, have a TED talk and see in public a politician with charisma, for example, you get a spotlight, my dear, right? And it is something which is like, okay, I deserve it right now. Also, as I said, there could be something to do with, as I said, because of your charisma, something you're gonna win. Maybe through media, maybe you're gonna have a hit record. What is that song? Or definitely it's a major artistic impact also. You can rebrand your company and it could become global, or you can publish something with your company, publish maybe your brand and has an IPO, and or maybe you're going to start to write or publish. Jupiter is publishing, a publishing company as well. All right, and then it could be very bullish for markets like entertainment and some kind of ETFs like sports, fashion, travel, publishing, global marketing, right? So you can actually gain money from that. You can also get some kind of corporate leadership in law or in public sector, maybe even in government as well, or you're going to start your signature project and this is going to be your purpose, your life mission. Don't forget South Node also over here. So the nodal axis is in Aquarius and Leo. So that's very, very important. So for example, you are getting a green light, a legacy built, right, with a book or a documentary. So you can actually create a movie, or so you become an editor or a producer right now. Yes, so that could happen for you. Definitely, your reputation in law and ethic on court could actually rise. Everything is opening for you. Jupiter is international, so international doors with immigration, with travel industry, and foreign press could be really, really there for you as well. All right, and then July 26th, we're going to have North Node entering Aquarius, and South Node is Leo 10th house. Aquarius is your fourth house, right? So anything to do with your home, your roots, your family, your emotional foundation, right? And going to change over here for the positive. That's gonna be the compass, and that's going to be your human evolution. And the soul node in Leo, where you're going to release something which is outdated, a pattern, for example, your career, but is not serving you anymore. You're not necessarily going to need that kind of public recognition. You need some kind of privacy, some kind of authenticity. And it could be something to do with like, all right, definitely my home going through some kind of innovation, some kind of, maybe I'm going to create a digital hub, or I'm going to have solar planner or some kind of AI robots assistant to clean my house. But also, it could be also, as I said, because we had an eclipse here, a solar eclipse here, and I was also talking about that. If you had any kind of sacred pain with ancestry, with inherited trauma, this is going to get healed, and you can let go right now, and you are capable to forgive right now. You can also create actually a non-profit for orphans right now, or something to do with family expansion. It could be like, all right, maybe I'm going to have foster children, and my children are old enough, and they are all adults, and they're taking care of themselves. We are older a little bit. We want to have some kind of foster children and helping. Definitely. But there could be also like some kind of detachment from a very first house. It was something what you inherited, your mother house, and you kept it for a while, but right now you're detaching and you realizing, what, it doesn't serve me. I have to sell it, and I can actually make my life more affordable, and I can live a better life if you are not attached to that kind of inheritance. And the Sotad in Leo, you're going to shed spotlight, and also the ego going to detox as well. And you're going to redefine authority. So, for example, in your leadership, you are leading with your heart, so that's good. But like if you wanted to have any kind of royalty treatment, right now you are just okay to be equal with everyone, and you actually feel great about that. Also, some kind of karmic or dated money beliefs is going to be actually diminished during this time as well. You don't want to be flashy necessarily, and you don't want to keep buying, expensive stuff. Even if Jupiter is here, you understand you can be actually very, very wealthy, but still not detached to houses or expensive cars, or like you can give up on those kind of things. You become a billionaire but still rent a house, or have, I don't know, a Mazda to drive, things like that. All right, so that could be definitely a change over there. And then we're going to have a solar eclipse in your 10th house, which is definitely a change in your career, reputation, Nobel Prize, but humble. So your reputation is changing. You're going to actually be seen by the public, but because of you are actually going to be charismatic and leading from your heart, because South Node is here as well, and Jupiter is here as well. So it will be like, yes, I will be loyal to my crowd and I will be there for them, but not in a narcissistic, egoistic way. It will be like just like for love. And it's really my ambition to actually create better life for others. And I don't want to fail them. So I'm a mayor, but I'm a mayor because I want to have everybody's to have the same financial experience as I have. So opportunity here for all kind of things, or I want them to trust into my leadership. I get this promotion, and it's great. It could suddenly fall into your lap, but with that on saying I was so lucky, I want to have everyone else to be lucky through me, kind of situation. Yes, and if I have some kind of fame, for example, because of my performance, I'm going to also acknowledge the people who helped me actually to reach this kind of public image, and I'm gonna name them. So leading from heart, right? And that's very, very important. And August 28th, we're going to have the last eclipse in Pisces for another 18, 19 years in your fifth house. It could be like, fifth house is love, creativity, children. So you might going to have an empty nest because maybe your child is going to university, or they moving out, or maybe you wanted to have a second child or third child, but right now you are actually are good as much as you have right now, and you give a gap on a child, or you have to let go a lover right now because it's dissolved the boundaries, and you feel like it was all fantasy. And right now, like you don't want any illusion into your love life, and you recognize, the truth into it, and you are like, okay, this is not serving me anymore. On the other hand, it could bring in a creative closure. It's gonna happen on Formahat, which is Archangel Gabriel. So it could be like I'm finishing an artistic project, a film, a book, design some kind of music, which could get some kind of majestic finale, right? And you get some kind of award for that. You've been also nostalgic and romantic, but right now you are like, I don't need any more romance in my life, at least not at this moment for a while. It could be also some kind of romantic illusion dissolves. As I said, you let go of a lover, maybe you are married and you don't want to give up on your marriage anymore. And also, it could be some kind of karmic growth through compassion and fertility, something to do about the parenting themes over here. As I said, like it is like maybe you had IVFs for a few times and it didn't happen, and you don't want to limit yourself anymore. You don't want to go through that kind of uh, sadness and grief anymore, and you just let that go. Yes, so that's definitely could happen for you. And also, you definitely detox yourself from hidden affairs and betrayers as well. And yeah, You can also well, if you actually invested in only one thing, it could be a loss in your investment. So careful with that. Then Mercury retrograde going to happen in water signs. So the first one gonna be in your fifth house in March, beginning of March. So it's like an opportunity comes back with signing a contract maybe with an agent or manager, or it could bring back an opportunity for your kid with study, or with maybe joining a legal sport team. And then in June, it's going to happen in Cancer in your ninth house. You thought you are not capable to visit the country, but was on your bucket list. But right now, you got days off and you are capable to go maybe home, maybe like just for a beautiful bucket list traveling. And then in October, November, it's going to happen in your first house, Scorpio. No, no, no. It's gonna, yes, first for Scorpio. So it is actually bringing back some kind of opportunity to rebrand yourself, represent yourself and your company on a different way, or maybe it's a contract coming back to you with the work, or you can sell something what you wanted, but somehow it didn't go through. And then Venus retrograde gonna happen between October 3rd and November 6th in your first house of Scorpio, and then it's gonna dip back to your 12th house in Libra. So Venus over here could bring back a lover. It could bring back a financial investment for you. It could also bring back some kind of, healthcare routine, for example, or skincare routine as well. From the past, you might want to go, for example, if a man bald again, because you regrow your hair, or you had a hair implant but you don't like it, so you're gonna shave yourself again. Like it's something is coming back with beauty and beauty routine or investment routine, which you thought it was lost or it was not good for you anymore, but you're going to realize, you know what, I really love that and I want to do it again. It could also bring back just intimacy in your life as well. When it's gonna go back to Libra in the 12th house, it could bring back an amazing opportunity abroad. You might going to be able to redesign your island home, or it could be like maybe your attic, or maybe you can actually build another level on your house as well. But that is very Libra, right, in the 12th house. So it could be something to do with you might going to find an expensive art piece in your attic, or you get an insurance because your roof get damaged by a hurricane, and it is like right now money is coming in, through insurances or FEMA or whatever, you're going to get paid out, and it's going to be significant amount that you can invest later on, or you can have a offshore account, which is like, or an inheritance from an uncle or who you didn't know. It was, hidden. Someone you didn't know about, but you find a family member and you just get some kind of inheritance there. All right, we're gonna go to Sagittarius, guys. All right, Sagittarius rising, sun and moon, my fellow Sagittarians. I'm also a Sagittarius rising myself. All right, so 2026 going to start obviously with Neptune. I'm just talking about the big transits over here. Neptune is going to enter Aries. And it's going to trine with your placement eventually. And Aries is your fifth house, guys. And fifth house, anything to do with joy, with romance, with creativity. And also it's risk taking, it's speculative businesses over there and your children, right? So for you, it's not actually something abstract because of, it is the fifth house, and Neptune likes and loves, because Neptune is higher octave of Venus, so it loves creativity, right? So actually, it is like it knows and it loves to be here. And Venus actually loves to be in the fifth house. It's in planetary joy. So because of Neptune is the higher octave of Venus in the fifth house, it's going to enjoy something to do with painting, with writing, something to do with, like art, for example. You will love to be on the stage, and you might going to get obsessed with music and creating music, or go to theaters, or start a photographic course, or maybe you're going to write movie scripts, or filming right now. Definitely, because Neptune going to blur lines, it could be like you're creating a masterpiece, but don't give away your royalty, like, for example, who owns your book, because of it could be an issue over there. Uh, and then, you can be very, very inspirational. You're going to have muse, you're going to be very romantic, and you're going to feel intoxicated. You can fall in love with an illusion, delusion. You see and someone who is actually performing music, and you feel the person very magnetic and charismatic, and you're going to have those kind of butterflies, like teenagers again, whenever you see that person, because you are living in your fantasy. Maybe your relationship is not going very well. You are married, but it could be like, okay, I still have that kind of butterfly over here when I see this performer. So definitely don't ignore red flags, even if you are getting into a new relationship, because there it's gonna be chemistry, and it's really feels like otherworldly, but there is some kind of red flag, because there is some kind of illusion with this person. It could be, a lie, or someone who is like not authentic. Definitely. But when it comes to children, for example, your perspective going to soften, and as a parent, you're going to notice yourself to let go of like very, very strict rules. For example, they can build fort in the kitchen, or they can dance, like whatever in the living room, and be loud, and listen loud music. Um, and also, like definitely you're going to feel more magical with your children together. You're going to have maybe a lot of, you can conceive during this time if you want to, but also you are capable to actually take your children to prayer groups or meditation groups, or introduce them spirituality and new philosophy. And if you have any kind of speculation and gambling, fifth house, it's illusional, delusional. You could be actually great with NFTs, or some kind of art investment and art project. Definitely, it could be. Or something to do with oil, for example, in stock market, or if you have some kind of sponsorship, your children can get sponsorship with an athletic league, or if they are actually Neptune hockey players, swimmers, or anything to do with water polo could be as well, or basketball, because Neptune also rules basketball. They could become really good right now and well known. That is the positive side of this venture. Or maybe artists with music, they're going to have their album, released, for example. Or, spiritually, you can actually reconnect with your inner child, and rediscover something what you always wanted to do. Maybe you wanted to draw, or dance, or singing. You can open a karaoke bar, for example, during this time. On the 13th, we're going to have Saturn enter Aries, and it's going to have a reality check, because, Neptune is fantasizing, and Neptune wants art, and Neptune doesn't know boundaries. Neptune is illusion, delusion. It's something to do with like art. But Saturn over here, it's in the fifth house of creativity, love, and children. It is like, all right, do you really need that fifth children? I mean, you already have four, and you not necessarily could take care of them. So why would you have a fifth one over here? Or it could be like, why do you pay so much creative platform subscription? Why do you have five AI paid for? Like downsize. make sure you are not wasting money also in your relationship. Like if it's a romance coming in, I know you are craving for romance, but it has to be committed. Does it have any depth? Does it have any respect? Or is it just like, I feel good right now, but the moment we actually depart, then we don't talk to each other anymore. So it's not really an exclusive relationship. Maybe it's not truly true intimacy right now. It is just, I Saturn is going to demand respect for yourself, and I want to have integrity and mutual growth together, even with creativity. If you do some kind of creative project, Saturn going to help you to find the right manager and agent, or someone, a publisher as well, not someone who is going to steal your books. So yes, it will help you with that. And it also sharpens your skills because Saturn see clearly everything, right? Neptune going to bring in the artist, but Saturn is like, okay, you know what? You have to develop mastery. I'm not just going to play for my pleasure or do something for my pleasure. I want others to see what I can do. And also with children, it could be a serious shift, this transit as well, because of, the parenting going to become a little bit different. You're going to have a lot of art and dancing together with your children, but also you're going to demand respect for yourself and some kind of boundaries. You're not going to actually carry a child who can already walk, right? And not because you don't love the child, but because you don't want to enable them. For example, I teach my boys and I keep telling them, yes, you have your feet and legs, and I'm not gonna carry you. You can make your lunch. I mean, I'm working all day long. It's not going to, like make you, I don't know, hurt your hand if you are make me a lunch or so. So you have to teach them and be strict with them and be serious. Perhaps yes, there is hobbies, but you're going to pay for. But do you need to pay for three different kind of sports? No. Check which one they are really, like achieving something and succeeding, and that's what you're going to sponsor and finance. You can also monetize something. Saturn could bring in some kind of long-term monetization with, like some of your hobbies, maybe writing, maybe um, yes, writing, singing, things like that. But also if you invested in stocks, for example, Neptune is oil, Saturn is I don't know, bricks and steel, and also something to do with natural gas, pharmaceuticals. Those could be actually long-term great opportunities, right? It could be also anything to do with submarine technology, cancer, biotech investment. Those could be really great as well. But Saturn in the fifth house also could dry your libido, and it could be like if you are in menopause, you might going to need some kind of hormonal replacement. So because it actually squares with your eighth house, which is definitely, sex hormones, and you might need to replace something over there. Yes, so definitely it could be that. And February 20, we're going to have actually, no, 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 actually, um, we're going to have, yes, February 20, we're going to have Saturn and Neptune conjunction. But you know what? Both of them is in your fifth house of creativity. And because of I was talking about both already, it is just blending the two together right now. So as I said, one of them is deflation, other one is inflation. Neptune is inflation. So, it is like making sure Saturn is going to make sure whatever Neptune brings it in, like the creativity, the romance, it will be a long term and it will actually be fulfilled. So Saturn is going to actually bring that in. But on February 17, when the fire horse Chinese New Year starts, we're going to have a solar eclipse, and it's hybrid in Aquarius, right? 28 degrees. And Aquarius is in your third house for you, Sagittarius, and Pluto is here as well, guys. So this eclipse is going to bring you an opportunity to teach a school, to start a school. For example, you can actually learn financial astrology, forensic astrology during this time. You can create an online school. You can create something to do with your community. You can become a leader in your community. You might going to become a district leader or a mayor, or it could be also, because it's Aquarius and Aquarius also non-profit as well, you can actually have a non-profit preschool created during this time, or maybe teaching at preschool or an elementary school, something like that. It could be also you are creating a software, an application. It could be something to do with AI, with technology, with actually numerology, astrology, finances as well. If you invested in cryptocurrency, it could actually give you a significant rise over here. You can actually become a neighborhood leader. You can actually start to sell something on marketplace right now. Your neighborhood is changing right now. And probably a lot of people are going to, like for me, Pluto over here created a lot of death in my neighborhood, and childhood friends died, many of them when Pluto ingressed. So perhaps you're going to experience the same things as well. It could either reconnect you with your younger sibling, or because Pluto is over here as well, unfortunately, it could also create some of you might going to lose a younger sibling, niece, nephew, or uncle and aunt could be as well. But this is the solar eclipse, so this is gonna be actually positive because it's a new moon and steroids. So it could be something to do with most likely, the way you communicate is going to change. You're going to shine in your communication. It's gonna be very, very powerful and authentic, and it's going to be detached from biases. All right. And then you can buy an electric vehicle, for example. You can suddenly move to a new neighborhood. All right. And then we're going to have March 3rd, the lunar eclipse in Virgo in your 10th house. And that is a full moon in steroids. It's, like something but you cannot control, out of your control. It's a fated event, and usually it turns out to be negative. So your career, your reputation, your direction in life going to change. So something to do with, a career shift over here, and you might going to actually resign from somewhere, or maybe you're going to actually go and retire, being retired. You are offered a promotion, but it requires a lot of responsibility, and you are saying no to it. For example, you can leave, for example, a boss. You work for someone, and their roles and they're not important anymore. So you're going to stop to work with someone during this eclipse, or after actually 6 months of this eclipse. It could be also like your, like public reputation could get a reset. And because it's a lunar eclipse, it could be something to do with, like, maybe you're going to be infamous a little bit over here. You're going to get a lot of troll. Or if you were workaholic, you are going to have some kind of setback, because maybe, right now you're prioritizing self-care, and they are like, oh, okay, so they are disappointed in you, the authority figures, because you always said yes to them, and right now you value yourself, and they're gonna be disappointed. Definitely, leadership transformation over here, and you not necessarily want to collaborate with some people anymore, because it's not bringing for you not either external or internal rewards anymore. All right, and then if there is some kind of legacy, if you with a father archetype, it could also, like, actually it's an eclipse, so it could actually like have your father figure or mentor, for example, to pass away. it could bring that as well. But definitely it could be burnout from something what you are doing, especially if you are working for your a corporate, you just don't want to do that no more. And then April 25th, Uranus going to enter Gemini in your seventh house, guys. That is your marriage, your one-on-one relationship. It is like committed relationship, and it is something to do with like your clients as well. And Uranus over here, it's very sudden, it's unexpected. It's either unexpected unions and dramatic shift in your partnership dynamic. You are like, you cannot control me anymore. That's it. I don't want to compromise. Meet me halfway. Are you capable to meet me halfway? If you're not, then we don't belong from each other's. So it could bring in sudden breakups, even in one-on-one relationship, partnership, collaborations as well, because you're evolving right now and you are true to yourself and you are staying authentic. But your partner, your business partner, might not going to go with that integrity or not gonna have the same values. And also, your conventional marriage role going to actually change. Maybe you are and you were a Barbie housewife, and right now you're going to become the breadwinner because you get a TV show which is the Desperate Housewives or something like that. It is just a joke over here, but the similar examples could be. And it is like, okay, so I became actually a CEO. So I am the breadwinner. I actually make more money than my significant other, my husband. And the roles are changing. He is the one who is cleaning at home and taking care of the children. So it could be a drastic shift in the marriage roles, definitely. And also, it could bring in unexpected business alliances, which could be very good, something to do with global connectivity, or it could be also technology and innovation, building an app, the software together with someone. And also, someone actually who might be actually different cultural background or intellectual, they really there as well. So it could bring in contract with very smart people. A virtual collaboration, for example, you might going to be invited to podcast, but you never have to commute over there. Yes, for singles, definitely it could be like amazing because you can have a lot of dates right now. You can fall in love unexpectedly, get married, overnight. It is going to bring in some kind of intellectual or some kind of rebellious potential partner as well. You're gonna fall in love to the person brain. And also, if you have any kind of business or partnered up with someone in cryptocurrency, space mining, AI development, it could be really good for the long term. Or you can meet someone online because Uranus also online through social media as well. You can build bridges definitely right now. And you're going to get liberated and very authentic in your love affairs and in your relationship. The commitment approach, it's not going to be like you're gonna be not you don't want to be codependent. You're gonna be independent, and definitely not going to please anymore anyone. So, yes, very awakening, very liberating energy. By the way, because of health-wise, it could actually affect your lower back. It could be some kind of sciatica and also your kidneys as well, because Libra, right? And also reproductive system a little bit because it's ruled by Venus and it could be some human hormones, I mean, woman hormones, but most likely kidney and lower back issues. So careful with, like sciatica, for example. June 9th, we're going to have Jupiter exaltation with Venus conjunction, and it's beautiful. It's going to happen in your eighth house. It is a huge amount of money could actually come into your life. It is something to do with inheritance or stock, or you worked very hard. Your partner, for example, could have an inheritance also, or your partner could sell a house maybe, and that's how you're going to get money, but that is significant amount of money. And it is also like you might going to get pregnant, during this time. It could be like you are winning a medical malpractice lawsuit or an insurance claim coming into you for you, which is like very, very good and positive there. It could be like you get amazing mortgage, or maybe your mother going to give you the down payment for your house, or like family members could give you some down payment or pay off mortgage or debt for you. Yes, so your credit score could rise very high, and your stock investment could be significant as well. So June 19th, you're going to have Chiron enter Taurus, your sixth house. Sixth house is your health. It is your daily service, the daily rhythm of your life, your work, your a pet also. So your pet might going to get healed if you have any kind of issue with your pet. It also governs any kind of routines and service and health industry day to day life. So something to do over here, like for example, if you were really stressed or wounded, then you are going to get healed. You're going to let go of perfectionism, and you are going to make sure you are not overworking, because it could have also heal a chronic illness, for example, especially if you had something which is particularly food related or body image related or self-worth related. Maybe you were gaining weight, maybe you have Hashimoto or something to do with thyroid disease. And right now you are in healing process. It is a steady approach. It is, a long period, and it's not sudden, but you are finding something which is grounding and something to do with self-care routines, nutrition, which is going to help you to reconnect with your natural body rhythm, and going to fix some kind of extreme condition. And also work environment could actually also have more values right now. You're going to definitely recognize your self-worth, and you are also going to make sure you are not invisible in your current role. And if your work is not going to satisfy you, then you're just going to leave, and you're going to approach professional life differently right now. This is something with toxic workplace has to go. And you're going to have a lot more values right now, meaningful work. You might going to mentor people and taking care of their health. And you're going to go toward maybe more like healing profession, become an herbalist, become maybe someone who is a holistic healer, something to do with alternative medicine. You also could choose some kind of mindful eating. You might going to start actually some kind of intermittent fasting. Definitely you're going to change your regime and your eating habit as well. So as like you value yourself, you can start some kind of soul nourishing, sustainable living kind of life. You might going to buy a farmland or something that you can rent out, a rental property right now. And then June 30th, we're going to have Jupiter enter Leo, your ninth house. If you have anything in Leo, guys, first of all, this is going to trine with you. Second of all, if you have anything over here, I have my moon in 6 degrees Leo. So Jupiter is going to actually bring blessing for you guys, right? In the ninth house. Ninth house, anyway, it's very, very blessed house because it's the house of Jupiter in Sagittarius, right? So it is something to do with traveling, learning, spiritual exploration. Uh, it's massive expansion. You are soaring right now, soaring on foreign land, soaring on social media. Your YouTube channel could expand significantly. You can get a doctorate. There is a lot of spiritual wisdom. Maybe you're going to publish multiple books during this time. and your knowledge about publishing is also going to expand. You're going to be more confident on social media, unstoppable. It is also could be you can become a big-hearted mentor because Jupiter is Santa Claus and the fairy godfather, and you're going to expand definitely your vision and connect more deeply with people and guide others. Uh, Careful with your ego and dogmas and propaganda over here because it could be also like the backlash of this Jupiter here, but definitely wisdom and generosity could actually express your leadership right now. On personal level, it could be a wanderlust, right? Because it is something to do with seeking adventures and expanding the understanding of the world and spirituality and philosophies. And maybe you're going to become a professor teaching in universities. Definitely, it could be that as well. You can have a foreign exchange student. You can have multiple citizenship, but you have to be careful with your hips and liver and fat metabolism because Jupiter can overwhelm your liver. You can get a fatty liver or some hepatitis or your hips could be also an issue because you overindulge and maybe you drink a lot and Jupiter loves to overindulge and it could create some kind of stress on your metabolism, liver and hips there. Yeah. And also it could bring in some kind of spiritual burnout or some kind of publishing burnout because you are keep writing, and you have to travel and show, on podcast your books and talk about that. And you are just very, very tired from marketing and teaching because it's taking too much time. But definitely it brings lax on that areas as well. All right, and then July 4th, we're going to have Mars conjunct Uranus in your seventh house. Ooh, it could be a huge fight with your significant other, or it could be like maybe you have a partnership with someone, a business partner who committed to do something but didn't at the last minute. And this unpredictable energy going to close the relationship or the doors between you. And it could also bring in some kind of unexpected romantic affair, which is like very sudden and it ends very sudden as well. Mm, which could obviously affect your reputation. It could be one of your investors or client, and then you're going to regret that later. Definitely don't go off on social media with your scripts and talk about propaganda because then you're going to have a terrible backlash. It could bring up a sudden and terrible fight with a significant other, which leads to divorce as well right away. It's a huge clash. And it could be also like have a fallout with a one-on-one relationship with a friend, and you're never going to talk again. Yeah, so definitely, and it's the seventh house representing by Libra, but it's in Gemini for you. So something to do with it could be actually a thyroid storm for you. So careful with your thyroids, or maybe you're going to have a frozen shoulder or something. You cut your arm and you have to go and take care of it. Somehow. July 26th, we're going to have North Node in Aquarius, it's your third house, and South Node going to Leo, your ninth house. So definitely it's going to be like, I rather right now go to shorter trips, maybe shorter period or shorter distance as well. Thought was also communication and learning and your neighborhood. So your connection with your neighbors going to be fated. Maybe you go to the new neighborhood and there you're going to find someone who gonna be friend with you forever. You can start actually to engaging in different languages and obsess and learn actually a third, fourth language, whatever, second. You're going to be very intellectual and it is definitely going to bring a different mindset for you. You can become an activist, or You might going to be rewire your whole brain and the way you communicate. And don't forget Pluto here as well. So your communication is really powerful already. And you are maybe you're going to invest in blockchains or AI or learn about AI as well. And it is, as I said, it's fated. It's something to do with your local community, maybe something fated with your siblings as well. And it could be healing past misunderstanding and bring your sibling closer to you. But also, it could bring in some kind of support with your career and progress with your career, especially if you are an entrepreneur and you work for yourself, or if you have, for example, schools, online schools, you are teaching writing. This is amazing time for content creations. Start a vlog, a blog, social media. Your public speaking going to be like amazing with diversity and very, very exclusive and for the greater good for sure. Um, so in terms of health, it could be something to do with your lungs, with your arms, with your shoulders as well, something to do with nervous strength, nervous tension. So be careful. Also respiratory illnesses, bacterial respiratory illnesses, bronchitis, asthma. Also carpal tunnel could be an issue during this time as well. Finances, third house, something to do with short-term trades and freelance writing as well, social media monetizing. So yeah, you can be a content creator. You can start blogging and have income through that. Something to do getting royalties from your intellectual properties. And then Sotod in the ninth house, it could be like, yeah, you know what, I already published my books and right now I'm again, for example, in a writing process. So, or I had my education and my master degrees. Right now, I just going to get licensing because it's going to move me further. It could be like you started university and you drop out from university and you're going to do some kind of trading school, maybe astrology, maybe, something to do with crypto investment, and you can actually do better. August 12th, we're going to have the total solar eclipse in Leo, so it's a fated event positive in your ninth house. It can bring in actually some kind of blast, which is going to open doors in the publishing industry for you, in a university, for example, or in a different country. You might going to actually be able to buy a home in a foreign country or move to a foreign country. As I said, definitely, if you were able to publish or write books right now, this is the time when it is like, okay, time to publish everything right now, and book launching and book signing could happen during these days as well. You can get reconnect with an older sibling, or you can win a legal matter. You can actually be part of a TV series, for example, as well. And your social media channel YouTube channel especially could rise like crazy. On August 28th, you're going to have a partial lunar eclipse in your fourth house on Archangel Gabriel, which is fixed or formal hot at 4 degrees. Something to do with your home, your family, your living situation, your family dynamic, your roots. It could be your mother as well. It is a lunar eclipse. It could actually, end some kind of ancestral wounds or emotional pattern, and you are healing from some kind of toxic family dynamic, some kind of old family roles going to be not there anymore. A grandmother could die during this time, right? And letting go of an inheritance could come in, which is going to transform your life because it's going to help you to actually move to another place. You can also sell a property where you have been raised, right? So it could be very, very emotional, but definitely it brings in a push toward to a new living situation. And also it's bringing in an opportunity to forgive with compassion to family members, people who actually you thought they are a curse for your family, but right now you're going to understand, their karma and their uh, their roles in your life. And it is also like there is a spiritual window, to actually living with compassion and for forgiveness. Also, it could be also very good to declutter your house, and it is, like a deep cleaning as well, but it also going to bring you an opportunity to move closer to, for example, a body of water, maybe a lake, a sea, or an ocean if you want to. Um, yeah. Hmm. You can have actually a flood coming into your house and a flood insurance. On the other hand, because it's, something to do with emotional, but fourth house is stomach, breast, and digestive system. So it could be some kind of hereditary condition or some kind of emotional in eating or water retention, which needs to have some kind of attention, something to do with IBS, and it is something what you will need to consider to go to the doctor with, or start to heal. Financially, anything to do with inheritance, generational wealth, trust and will. And also, even your mortgages, you can actually refinance your house right now, which is going to give you more financial freedom. And okay, so Sagittarius, the Mercury retrograde is going to be actually in water signs right now. So the first one gonna happen in Pisces in your fourth house. So it's gonna happen in March. So there was maybe an opportunity to buy a house, but get away from you, or sell a house. But right now it's coming back to you in March. Mm, reconsidering the move, for example. It could be something also in March, an inheritance opportunity coming back to you, right? Then, yes, because of this fourth house is also endings and funerals. Maybe an old grandmother figure was in hospice already, but somehow get out and still lived like half year. And right now, the status of that old person, could get worsened, and inheritance is coming in. Then it's going to be in Cancer in June in the eighth house. So something to do with the mortgage, or, refinance a house, or pay off debts, or credit cards could come back to you as well. Also an investigation, or a talk about taboos like pregnancy, for example. Maybe, you were thinking to have a child, and right now after that you put that aside because you had to deal with a sick parent or grandparent, and right now it's coming back again. Or something to do with okay, should we sell this inherited house? We have to get detached from this right now. Then Scorpio, it's gonna be in Scorpio in your 12th house. So that is something with your hidden enemies. So the hidden enemy is going to come to actually surface right now, or maybe an enemy from the past is coming back. You thought like already I don't have that person in my life, but somehow they're going to be reattacked by that person again. It could be also like a issue, hormonal issue could come back also to you, like especially if you had something to do with menopause, premenopause, or something like that, some kind of hormonal imbalance. You thought it was already taken care of, and right now you have to adjust your diet, and maybe you need a parasite cleanse because it's connected with that, or candida clean, but because it's coming back to you. Also, it could be something with, scorpionic. So it's a lover. Maybe you had a lover and you wanted to heal your relationship. So you are actually disconnected with that lover. But right now, again, it's coming back to you. And then we're going to have Venus retrograde November 3rd till, oh no, October 3rd till November 6th. And it's going to start in your 12th house in Scorpio. Then it's going to be back actually to your 11th house. So as I said, it could bring back a financial investment opportunity or a lover to you, or maybe because you are a nurse or you wanted to become a nurse and you applied for a job and you didn't get it, and right now you will get it. But Scorpio also, it could be like maybe you wanted to do an Airbnb, open one, or a boutique hotel, and maybe to become the head surgeon of the hospital, and you didn't get last year the job, but right now you will become that. And then in the 11th house, when it's gonna go back to the 11th house, then you can reconnect with a friend. You can actually, maybe. Yeah, reconnect with a friend, or maybe you're going to get that promotion, what they couldn't, or what they owe you with, or that kind of not just promotion, but also bonus going to be paid out right now for you. Also, some kind of injustice, what you experience, it's coming back and you're going to finally win the case. All right, Sagittarius rising, we're gonna go to Capricorn right now. Capricorn rising, sun and moon. This is your 2026 astrology forecast. I just have to make sure I'm turning my wheel over here. So Neptune is going to enter Aries in your fourth house on January 26th. So the fourth has anything to do with your ancestry, your emotional security, with your roots, your family, your safety, your home, your family dynamic and living situation. And Neptune going to dissolve the old definition of what home means to you. So this begins a chapter where you crave more peace and more beauty and more spirituality in your domestic life. Your relationship with your roots will go through subtle but powerful shift. You may feel drawn to reconnect with your ancestors, maybe, to do an ancestry and actually discover your family roots as well and release some kind of toxic family dynamic as well. And what actually felt like you were held like an emotional hostage there. However, Neptune is already also create illusion and delusion as well. And even if it is really, really, like spiritual and artistic, but also Neptune could be martyr and martyrdom as well. So you have to actually be careful not to become used by family members and become the martyr. Don't keep carrying the one who can already work. That's what it is over here. If you purchase a home or if you want to relocate right now, it could be something the home could have an extra tax on it, or like maybe it had a water damage before, which is not shown, on the paper. So be careful with the fine prints right now. On the other hand, this transit also going to guide you toward creating a sanctuary within your four walls. You might going to actually buy a land and have your house built over there, but the land is also going to provide a retreat center for many. Mhm. You can also have maybe at your house, because Neptune is orphanage as well. Maybe you're going to actually adopt an orphan, or maybe you're going to create a shelter for animals as well in your backyard. Uh, but definitely, it could be also like, okay, I'm going to be down to earth more, garden more, or something to do. I'm going to do a ballroom in my home and teach children something to do with music, which is like, okay, I'm going to have speakers all over everywhere in the home, and definitely make sure I'm gonna put some kind of frequency healing all day long. So I'm going to create positive vibration in my home. But as I said, you can actually create a retreat out from your private living situation, or a praying groups. For example, you're going to invite people, or maybe even refugees, provide some kind of shelter for refugees as well. It could be family members, but you can help them until they get onto back to their feet as well. So yes, definitely, because of Neptune is illusion, delusion, make sure actually your home is temple and not prison, because this could be the difference over here. And when Saturn going to enter Aries, and it's also, exactly going to conjoin Neptune in your fourth house, something to do with, like you're going to maybe fire your housekeeper and hire a different one right now. You will set boundaries with family members. Yeah, you might going to take refugees in, right? But on the other hand, it could be also like the refugees' family members, but we need some kind of, rules and very strict rules who is responsible for what. And also, who is going to clean the garden? Anything to do with property responsibilities as well. And Saturn going to bring some kind of gravity to your living situation, something to do with like, all right, the structure is not solid, so we need to renovate something, right? Or maybe you feel, like overwhelmed because you're carrying something, a weight with your aging and unhealthy parents. And it is like you are stressed and you become actually the inner foundation of your whole entire family right now. You're going to be the more matured. And also, it could be something to it. Actually, Saturn over here could really reveal a real crack in the house. So you might going to actually have to repair something in the basement. And because Neptune is over there, something with mold or water damage there, but also it could bring in emotional maturation for you, maybe some kind of childhood wound going to resurface, and it's going to force you to maybe to heal and get some kind of healthier pattern with your parents, that it's going to be like you're going to have increased domestic responsibility and take on to more, for example, maybe in caregiving roles, or maybe you are going to adopt a child and become a parent again. And, it's not necessarily bringing reward right away. It could be exhausted at the beginning. Yes, but definitely it could also bring in an inheritance, a house, for example, which is old and it is like need a lot of renovation, so it's going to be a lot of work for you. February 17, we're going to have the annual solar eclipse in Aquarius in your second house. So that is a major financial shift over there, something to do because solar eclipse is new moon in steroids and it's a fated event which is turning out to be positive. So it will actually reset your finances. It could be like something with money and resources and value, self-worth is going to become positive. For example, you're gonna get a sidekick job, like you were actually an IT guy on the side, but right now it's gonna become your full job because you are paid more than to be a firefighter, for example. You can also launch businesses, something to do with, like maybe you're going to be a financial advisor, or you're gonna talk and teach cryptocurrency or astrology, or you're going to actually teach, how to use AI and something to do with technology. It could be also something to do with you have a talent that you didn't know about, and right now it's just surfacing, and it's going to be bring in an opportunity to become independent financially. A freelancer, for example, you can also have something with AI prompt writing or robotic or engineering, building bridges and skyscrapers, for example, architect. You can become an architect as well, and very well paid. It could bring in a windfall of money, actually, some kind of positive correction in your cryptocurrencies as well. So yeah, it could be really good for you. And it could be if you are doing something with short sales, or, like for example, selling something which is an application as software, some kind of data, you have that in your hand. It could bring in, like amazing opportunity increase in your finances for sure. You can also buy a land, and it could be something to do with eco-conscious practice. Maybe you're going to build something with a sustainable farming, or hydroponic gardens, for example, things like that. March 3rd, we're going to have the total lunar eclipse in Virgo. Well, September 20th, we have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which is a market, you know, um, um, not crash, but something to do with like correction over there. But however, manipulation. However, I already talked about Saturn and Neptune, so like I don't want to also talk about the conjunction itself. But March 3rd, we're going to have the lunar eclipse in Virgo, and it's gonna be in your ninth house, which is high education, long distance traveling, anything to do with your older siblings, visa, passport, citizenship, university, right, and publishing, YouTube channel. So over here, because it's a lunar eclipse, it is something to do with a loss. You might going to have your belief absolutely could shatter right now, and it could be replaced. Because of you don't belong, or you don't feel home in your original religion anymore. It could also bring in a graduation, also on some kind of major publishing milestone, and you ended that. Also, a long distance relationship connection could end. You might going to have some kind of issue with your visa and immigration status right now. It could be also, like you are going to choose to leave traditional education, and you're going to move toward with something like, all right, I might going to need somewhere to go, which is more like a religious institution, or maybe I'm going to go abroad in a monastery, and just take a year out, a gap year, and just meditate all the time. But definitely, it could be also like your international ventures could also, and maybe you were a foreign exchange student, and there is some kind of health related, pandemic in that foreign country, and you have to leave. Or it could be something to do with dogmas, because anything which is outdated and propaganda or dogma, right now it is shedding, and the eclipse is going to encourage that to give up and leave it behind. It could be also an moment as well. So you wake up in the morning and you are realizing, you don't belong from the university, or the publishing company, or that country anymore. You don't want to live in that country where you live right now, and go somewhere, go back home, for example. It could be also like, what, I'm losing a connection with my older siblings, because somehow we are getting disconnected. Um, yes, so it could be something like that. Or as I said, you can get fired from, if you are a professor in a university, or if you are a priest, you might going to get fired right now. April 25th, it is Uranus going to enter Gemini in your sixth house. Gemini is arms, and also ruled by Mercury, so respiratory illnesses, but also it could be something to do with hormones, especially thyroid hormones. Uranus over here could actually bring in some kind of vertigo, dizziness, some kind of hidden illnesses also, guys, because the axis energy is the 12th house over there, so we always have to consider that. But something to do with dizziness, and like also nauseated, being nauseated as well. So dizziness usually, lot of, for example, Lyme disease and Epstein-Barr syndrome can mimic a lot of illnesses over there. So it might bring in some kind of magnesium deficiency and dizziness as well. And Uranus Zep, so it could definitely bring in like maybe your small animal going to have seizures as well. So be careful with seizures around you. It could bring in a rapid change in your work as well, in your work life, and also, maybe you're going to actually have to fire your tenants, or yes, fire them, evict them, for example. It could be also, the traditional environment that work is going to be over. It's going to be more freer, flexible hours. For example, you can only work 4 days, or you could work 4 days instead of five if you work over every day more. It could be also bringing some kind of surprise employment or co-workers, or it could be something to shift in your, okay, you were in a dental office like a hygienist, but you're going to have to go freelance over there. So you are your own contractor over there. So you are not hired really by the dentist anymore. And it could be also something to do with health-wise, as I said. It's going to break bad habits right now and bringing radical shift. If you have anything to do with your shoulders, maybe a frozen shoulder, then you're going to need to use red light therapy, firefly therapy, something to do with frequencies, healing frequencies as well. So you can also actually, use, yeah, frequencies. Something you can actually experience right now and explore some kind of new wellness practices. But this is something with future, like stem cell therapy, for example, and something which is I don't know, oxygen chamber, something which is like not very traditional, and you're going to get healed by that, right? Also, if you were obsessed with work and actually it took away your liberation, like not liberation, but your freedom. Right now, some kind of liberation coming here, right? Because of the outdated routines are over, maybe the employer going to have a lot of AI in your workplace, or also meditation centers and relaxing centers, and it's going to actually increase the productivity of the employees right now. Or if you have employees, you can do the same as well. And June 9th, we're going to have Venus and Jupiter in exaltation conjunct in your seventh house. So it could bring in a new relationship, a marriage, or actually an engagement for you. It could be bring in a new business partner. You might going to have VIP clients who are very wealthy and want you to succeed, or you might going to actually create a family. Definitely, it's very, very positive for romance and even to buy a home, because you're going to agree with your significant uh, others about everything about the house, what you want to buy, who you want to renovate. So it's good to bring up anything with your living situation or children as well. And then June 19, you're going to have actually Chiron enter Taurus in your fifth house. And the fifth house is anything to do with your creativity, joy, children, romance, and your investment and risk taking. So Chiron over here is going to comforting you, but also it's going to make you to confront any kind of wounds around, romance or children. For example, if you could not have children, right now you will be healed because you can adopt one. Or if you went through a lot of heartbreak, it could bring in a beautiful romance into your life and you will be healed. If you had a creative blockage, and you were feeling unworthy, for example, then because of love going to resurface, and also you're going to get your muse back, and you're not going to feel punished anymore. It's going to offer healing for you, so you can start to work on something which is creative, write something, like paint something, anything to do with, even your inner child, what was wounded in childhood, could get healed. Maybe you were poor and you couldn't play the piano, but right now you have money to start. And steadily, slowly, you're going to actually play the piano and heal that kind of wound in your life. And also, if you had any kind of rejection and betrayal, or somebody cheated on you, and you had a fear of vulnerability right now, it is like, listen, you have to have self-worth, you have to have more confidence right now. I'm healing you. Look at that. You are lovable. You are ready for love. And it's going to create something beautiful. It's like, and creativity and love also becomes your medicine. It is not a performance. It is not actually an object to sell. It is actually your medicine right now. You're also going to be finding a creative mentor, maybe who has similar wounds, and that's how you get connected as well. And it's going to be a catalyst on your personal healing right now. So this is going to be beautiful for you guys. And then also you can start to take new supplements, buy a farm, or create some kind of even non-profit for children after school program, because of they are on the street, parents are not home, but you're going to have them with creativity, stay away from crime and trouble. June 30th, Jupiter going to enter Leo in your eighth house. Your finances going to be amazing. Shared resources, intimacy going to get deeper. It's a deep transformation over here, and Jupiter brings blessing and resilience, and psychologically, but also, financially as well. So you can have a very good prenup to sign, or you can have actually if you divorced, an amazing settlement from divorce as well. It's a financial windfall. It could be through inheritance, through investment, or some kind of collaborative ventures. Maybe your significant other going to get a promotion and make 4 times more money than before. Mm, you can actually clear out debts right now. And also, you can gain access to new funding streams as well, or if you would like to invest in long-term wealth, something to do with stock market, some kind of, create an IPO, it could be really good this year for you. Sexuality too, it could actually empower you right now. You can become pregnant. You can have a surgery as well, maybe even plastic surgery, and something to do with like healing trauma and sexual trauma. For example, maybe go to tantra, and it's going to liberate you, definitely, psychologically. And it could be like you want to become a psychologist or a therapist, a psychiatrist. Maybe you're going to become the best surgeon right now, and going to be featured in Forbes, or in some kind of big medical journal. Um, and also, it could be like, okay, if you had a lot of fear and unconditional fear, so it was hidden, it was subconscious. Right now, it's coming to surface, and you're able to face it and tackle it. If you had some kind of financial control, somebody was controlling you right now, you're gonna get liberated by that. Definitely, shadow work and therapy going to help you a lot, and you're gonna go through rebirth. And it could be also, as I said, a near-death experience, which is you coming back from it, and you're gonna publish a book about it, and you're gonna feel very spiritual. But definitely, you also can actually connect with occult, with astrology, with tarot card reading, with dreams and lucid dreaming as well. July 26th, you're going to have North Node going to Aquarius in your second house, and South Node is in your eighth house. North Node over here, it's creating actually a karmic lesson, but it's positive, something to do with uh, preserving your money. You're going to have more fated opportunities in finances. It's going to increase your investment, right? You can have also side hustles which is going to actually get monetized, and new job offers which is going to pay off. Anything to do with the outdated attachment, it's going to be canceled. So for example, if you have some kind of scarcity thinking, but was challenging you right now, it's going to force you to redefine those. And you are not scared anymore. You're capable to invest. You see, opportunities. And this transit definitely going to bring you some kind of karmic teaching as well. Because of your financial skills are changing, you can learn AI, you can get blockchains, cryptocurrency, go to crypto workshops and technology. And it's going to help you actually with your finances. You can create an application, a software, and study as well, which is going to increase your self-worth. So true abundance is coming into your life. And you will be happy about that. August 12th, we're going to have a solar eclipse in Leo in the 8th house. Definitely, it's something to do with rebirth around intimacy and anything to do with, like financial gains as well. As I said, it could be a loan approval, a sudden investment opportunity, an inheritance, which is a massive change, or a good prenup to be signed, or it could be a medical malpractice turning for your favor. That's everything is going to get reborn and recalibrated over here. Something to do with, if you had some kind of sex related, death related fears, emotional struggles, right now you're going to be able to actually understand the patterns, and you will be able to become vulnerable also, but resilient as well emotionally, because you go to do your shadow work, and it's going to leave behind your anxiety. It is a turning point. It is something to do with like I want to be in this therapy. I want to cut toxic emotional ties. I want to get actually finally financially better as well. I need some kind of soulmate type connection right now, which is going to hold me. I don't want to be codependent, but I need someone next to me who feels my emotions and who can be there for me, and it's gonna happen for you guys. Also, it could be a pregnancy news, or you getting a baby right now, not just the news, but actually you are going to be in labor during this time. Um, August 28th, we're going to have a partial lunar eclipse in Pisces in your third house. And the third house is communication. It is anything to do with commute, neighborhood community, neighbors, younger siblings, workshops, teaching, learning, craftsmanships as well, and your cars. It could be like, all right, my car just gave up. It was old. I need to just sell it and buy a new car. It could be also like you're losing your computer or your phone, or you need to buy a new phone. Definitely your immediate environment are changing, like you're going to maybe stop talking to a neighbor or a younger sibling or a niece, nephew, and maybe an aunt, uncle, because of, they are gossiping, they are toxic, and or they may be drinking, and you don't want to actually enable them with that, to allow them to do that, and you just stop it. Or maybe, your teaching role is ending right now. You don't want to teach anymore, or you had a writing project, but you finish writing your books, and it's finished right now. So something to do with you did a lot of online teaching, and right now you don't want to do anymore. If you had any kind of negative self-talk, it's also going to break right now. And it could be also like if you were not focused, foggy, for example, right now you're going to get more mental clarity. The clothes is going to dissolve right now around you. Yeah, definitely there could be some kind of disrupted short-term travel plans, for example, like you won't be able to reach your destination because your car breaks down or because you have to work or your child gets sick and you cannot go to travel right now. But social media wise also, you might want to actually move away from social media right now and detox and not to listen news because it makes you upset and distract you all the time. Definitely, you will have more profound intuitive wisdom with this lunar eclipse in Pisces, and your voice going to be very spiritual. All right, guys, and the Mercury retrograde is also going to be in water sign. It's gonna start in Pisces in March in the third house, right? That the eclipse is for you. So it will bring back some kind of opportunity with a neighbor, with a sibling, with a workshop also at the beginning of the year. And it is like, okay, you know what, I wanted to give it up, or my car gave up, but right now I still fix it. But by the eclipse coming in, then it's totally broken and you have to just leave it in a junkyard. uh, and then also it could be like, yeah, I still give another opinion, like opportunity to my sibling, try to work it out. But by the end August 28th, it's like, okay, I can't do that anymore because they are very negative. In June, actually, the Mercury retrograde gonna happen in your seventh house. So there is a contract coming back between you and the significant other committed relationship. It could be, a business contract, and it could be very, very positive. Maybe even a contract about a house, or you going to hire the designer who you originally wanted to hire to renovate your house or redesign your house. And then it could be also something around wedding and engagement by the time you were talking about that, but then you stopped for a while. And right now you're going to again start to talk, or an ex relationship would come back to you as well. You're going to have Mercury retrograde, the last one in October in Scorpio in your 11th house, which is bringing back a social circle for you, what you were dropping before, and right now, or a friend you got disconnected with because it was toxic, and you are right now maybe giving another chance to the person. It is also could bring in a lost bonus or promotion for you back. And then Venus going to go retrograde at your 11th house in October 3rd until November 6th, but eventually gonna drop back to your 10th house of career. So obviously it starts out in your 11th house where it's like, all right, you know what? You're going to get that bonus that we promised to you and we thought we cannot afford, or that kind of promotion. And then when it's dropped back to the 10th house, it is like, okay, right now you are the CEO or the face of the company or the negotiator, and you also going to have your salary increase because Libra ruled by Venus, and Scorpio also a financial axis, so it brings in opportunity with have some kind of additional money and better finances during this time as well. But also, 10th house, it could bring back a relationship, and maybe it is someone who was a CEO, a boss of you, and you're going to start to date again. And eventually it could bring in a reputation, change a reputation. People might going to fear you because you are dating the boss, or your reputation changing over that. All right, Capricorn rising sun and moon, we're going to actually move right now to Aquarius. All right, Aquarius, rising sun and moon. This is your 2026 astrology forecast. And we're going to start with January 26 when Neptune enters Aries, and it's going to happen actually in your third house, right? And it is going to be the house of learning and local life. It is your marketplace that is the familiar, the communication, your car, your, what is that, computer as well, your phone, and commuting. That is niece, nephew, uncle, aunts, and younger sibling, short distance traveling. So, Neptune could bring in some kind of mystery over here. Sorry, I need to drink water. All right, I start again. I mean, I'm not starting, but I continue for you guys. And because I'm doing this for over already 5 hours and my voice are getting crackled a little bit. I needed to drink some water. But yes, so we were talking about Neptune in Aries for you guys. And as I said, this is going to bring you a change the way you are speaking right now. So Neptune over here going to be more mystical as well. So it could dissolve some kind of your relationship. For example, with neighbors, with siblings, they might have actually, like gossip about you or lied to you, and you're going to demand respect for yourself, and you will see, you know what, I don't need this kind of relationship anymore. I need authenticity right now. So you're just going to dissolve those unauthentic relationship. Maybe they are drinking or using drugs and they need help. For example, niece and nephew, or can you please help us with the studying? But then you find out they are using your money on alcohol or drugs and you're going to stop because you need boundaries, right? And Neptune is, for example, doesn't understand boundaries, but then Saturn gonna come in and he is like very, very demanding and demand focus and it is very strict energy over there. But Neptune here could be actually like, you know what, you might want to actually write a spiritual book. Maybe you're going to study astrology. Maybe you're going to actually create a website or maybe a podcast. Maybe you're going to start to monetize your speech, not just writing a spiritual book, but you can also write about, for example, if you're taking care of people in hospice and their experience in hospice, for example, the last minutes, who they see, what they see about over there. It is very creative energy. Neptune is the higher octave of Venus, and it is going to bring in a lot of artistic ability. You might going to write a script or produce or direct a movie, for example. It could also create some kind of confusion, illusion, delusion. You might going to have to fact check because of you become a propagandist, someone who is really obsessed with propaganda over there and your facts are invalid. So you will need to definitely check those. But it definitely could help you with spirituality and artistic expression as well. You might going to start to work in youth center or like a nurse or in veterans homes as well because of Neptune could represent as well. Or maybe you are a veteran or you are a nurse who is working with youth and helping them. But it could be also, like your voice is going to become healing. For example, your messages are very spiritual and your language is beautifully polished, and people are going to find comfort in that and they want to be around you. And then on, it could be also if you want to actually buy a car, it could be something luxurious, or you're going to do something with a workshop. You might going to start to teach a workshop somehow, and it could be on social media or write to newspapers, start journalism right now. On February 13, we are going to have Saturn enter Aries, and it's going to be in your third house. And Neptune already activated your third house, and Neptune going to inspire, Saturn going to demand focus. So for you guys, that is a time to clean up your thinking and get serious about how you speak, how you learn, how you listen. You've been lost in distraction sometimes, and you felt very scattered with Neptune being over here, but Saturn going to sharpen your mind. And You can actually, and you may actually start some kind of therapy over here or return to school, but, also writing classes, but it's going to restructure the way you speak. And actually, you will have to study hard. And going to make you stronger mentally or more connected or more actually following the rules. And Saturn over here will be very direct with speech as well. And especially if you are speaking about politics or, school curriculum, if you are bringing that on or creating that. You can also be the problem solver in local community. You might going to be a spiritual leader or a mayor, but spiritual yourself because Neptune is here itself. And if you had any kind of tense moment with a sibling or with a neighbor, you will have to face the person and do some kind of conversation. And you cannot avoid it anymore. You need to tackle this right now. So yes, Saturn not necessarily a punishment over here because Saturn has tools and very sharp and very useful and courageous and precise. So yes, you can use, for example, anything to do with committed. Saturn going to allow you to commit to meditations, yoga, or like some kind of spiritual practice. But also when you are writing, you will have a structure. Every Wednesday or every weekend, I write, for example, 5 hours, but not weekdays. Like that's how you're going to thrive, for example. The solar eclipse going to happen in Aquarius 28 degrees in your first house actually, and it is a reset moment for you. Something to do with like rebooting yourself. Your whole entire world is changing. The old going to end and you're going to get a reboot with a new version of everything, which is more fitter. It is like almost like a phoenix effect. Your hair, your name is changing, your charisma, you're going to be very charismatic, your health routine is changing. Everything is completely shifting around you, right? Maybe you're changing neighborhood, you buy a new house, you're getting a new partner, right? You're stepping into leadership position. It could be non-profit and charitable, but it is leadership. You also actually getting rid of everything what is outdated, even with your family and friendship, who doesn't serve you anymore. It has to go. And it doesn't have to be a harsh breakup, but you are distancing right now. You building bridges, but you also burning bridges at the same time as well. And it is like it could bring in some kind of um, ne- what is that anxiety or panics for you because you can be really overstimulated right now with Pluto is also over here, so totally redefine who you are completely. But it is for the best because it's a solar eclipse. It's positive. It's a positive change in your life. Then we're going to have Saturn Neptune conjunction. We already talked about both of them, but as I said, it's in your third house. Some new writing project, going to show up, and you're going to definitely stick with it. You might going to be asked to become a journalist or take a class essay journalism, and that's not was not your major, but right now you are going to take on to that responsibility, or a teaching job also could come to you, or maybe you need to teach your children's I mean your siblings children somehow, and you're going to get committed to that as well. Supportive energy. The lunar eclipse going to be actually in Virgo, and Virgo is actually your eighth house, guys. So that's a lunar eclipse. Careful with investment, right? Because of that is something which is uncontrolled. It's out of your control, turning point. It's about money and trust, and also healing your intimacy. So it is emotional depth, something to do with maybe you have to fire your psychologist, your therapist, Maybe you have to actually have a medical malpractice filed against your surgeon. It could be something to do with you going to, have some kind of fear about finances. Maybe you have codependency, or you lost some money on stock market right now. And it could be also something to do with an inheritance. Maybe it could be like your parents going to get your siblings to be the power of attorney, and you feel like you're losing control. It could be also like an old trauma coming back to you, and like you need to actually face that. And it could be also something to do, because it's a lunar eclipse, something to do with miscarriage or abortion during this time, which could actually obviously become traumatic as well. Honesty is very important, and boundaries are very important during this time. It could be something like your GI tract is troubled right now, so you need to remove polyps, for example, from your intestines, or start a parasite cleanse as well, or some kind of heavy metal detox as well. Then April 25th, Uranus going to enter Gemini, and it is going to be in your fifth house of creativity. And also it's going to be children, romance, and joy. This is going to be really exciting. It's a shake-up. You might going to get pregnant unexpectedly, or it could bring in a love affair unexpectedly. It could also bring a lottery winning. I remember when I had Uranus in my fifth house, it was conjuncting Jupiter, but I won $60,000. So you might going to have some kind of unexpected money coming in. It could be your cryptocurrency investment also going to go very high, or maybe you gambled and you won a big amount of money. Your child could get expected somewhere which is very luxurious, very good. Also, you can actually do some kind of experiment with AI writing, or learn some kind of software application you can make with AI. It could be also, surprise you in a good way with winning something, as I said, lottery. But definitely it could be like someone younger who could spice up your love life and become very, very romantic. If you had some kind of creative blockage, it's over right now. And, like you are also fertility as well, and parenting. Unconventional parenting as well. You may be going to not divorce your significant other, but live in a duplex because of your significant other you love, but very, very messy. And you have a duplex, and you live on your side, he's on his side, and you co-parent your children. So very non-traditional way parenting as well. But Uranus is definitely a awakener, and over here it is bringing in a lot of creativity for you. All right, June 9th, actually, we're going to have Venus-Jupiter conjunction in your sixth house. So that is amazing to hire a lot of employer to get an amazing job. For example, if you give your resume away, it could be also to buy investment and properties for rental properties, and it could be also adopting a child or adopting a small pets as well for you guys. But definitely could be a promotion, and you can actually have a lot more work, and even to have a good rental property as well if you are renting. Then June 19, Chiron going to enter Taurus, and it's going to be in your fourth house. Everything with family, family dynamic, ancestry, security, going to get healed. So over here, it could bring up an old wound about safety and, even belonging, and something about your roots. You might going to actually find your biological parents, and it could be also something, like you just do an ancestry, you want to actually done your family tree as well, but it could be also like more safety. You might going to renovate your kitchen, buy new appliances. It could be also something to do with a land and the childhood homes. It's coming back to you. You will be called actually to renovate that kind of house. And you might going to actually bring in a healing with an ancestor also. Maybe your grandmother was very difficult right now, but passing away, and you understand her after she left this um, earthy realm, and you're going to have a deep understanding of family karma. Uh, Okay. And then what else could happen over here? You're going to definitely invest in like you're gonna start to garden, or maybe some kind of herbal healing and nutrition foods, yes. So that could be amazing. And also, something to do with, you can actually find that you can make some kind of skincare product at home during this time. And, or you're going to do some kind of tinctures, for example, and sell it from home. So actually, you can start, your business out from your garage and make it big, but it's healing, something to do with healing. Then June 30th, we're going to have Jupiter enter Leo, and it's going to be in your seventh house relationship or contracts and collaboration, legal matters. You might going to actually win a legal matter. It's blessing for your relationship. You might going to get married, or it could be like just engaged, but a new business partner could also come up for you. You can finally be seen and loved the way you want it to be loved. It could be bring also a destination wedding for you, or travel with your partner, something to do with bucket list traveling for you, and experience growth through relationship. Maybe because you guys are pregnant, or you want to invest in a home together. Yes, but also, in a other perspective, for example, it is also you're going to be more honest and more generous in your relationship as well. You don't want to strain the relationship. You want to give clarity to your relationship right now. And also, it's going to make you independent, but also balance the relationship. But you don't want to be codependent anymore, and you want to shine on your own and not dimming in others' light for sure. July 26th, North Node is going to enter Aquarius, and Aquarius is in your first house. As I said, everything is changing about you here, because you already had an eclipse over here. It is your own human evolution, your own human revolution. So whatever sacred is going to return, right? So you're going to become a little bit detached from to because the seventh house is Leo over there, which is mirroring you. So you're gonna be detached. You don't want to live through somebody's ass light. You want to have your authenticity back. So you're going to stop playing roles, right? And you're not going to fit in a small mold just because to please other people. You also can actually start, an astrology course, something to do with AI, community, technology, engineering, building bridges, building communities, humanitarian work. And it's going to change your name actually in community, out in public, right? In a bold way as well, because your whole identity changing. Some of you going to actually come out from the closet and saying, okay, I'm transgender, or I'm gay, or like definitely it's going to be like eyebrow rising for some of you, the way you are changing your appearance, your name, very, very bold way. And also you are going to choose between approval and authenticity. You're going to choose authenticity right now. You can step away from a group but no longer align with you, and the connection but doesn't reflect your values also, because you're going to have also a reset in your relationship, and also, as I said, something to do with your health, a health reset. Your body is going to be very, very important right now. August 12th, we're going to have a solar eclipse in Leo, and it's in your seventh house. And seventh house, anything to do with your partnership, as I said there. So that is very important and very positive. We were talking about that already when Jupiter went over here. So the eclipse, the solar eclipse, is also, in Leo, it's something to do with a marriage, with an engagement, with a new contract, a destination wedding. It is a VIP client, famous client, saying goodbye to the connection that, ruined your personality or created codependency. Right now, you want to actually, yeah, also have it easier and more luxurious, and it you can go public with your relationship because maybe your spouse is famous right now and it could become exclusive as well. So, and if it is a business contract, the collaboration going to make you actually rich because the anything to do with the new alliance is going to bring in prosper, make you prosper. So that's going to be definitely very, very good for you. And then August 28th, we're going to have the lunar eclipse in Pisces, guys, which is actually your second house and second house. So what's happening over here? It's lunar eclipse. It's on Archangel Gabriel, which is Formohat. So it's in 4 degrees and it is the saving grace. It's partial, so it's not that heavy. But it's something to do with your self-worth, with your resources, with your money. So you might have to let go of a sidekick job, which was just paycheck by paycheck, because you see the bigger picture, how to make money, with stock, for example, or investment. And definitely a turning point in your values, because you are like, okay, I need actually, I see myself worth, even without making a lot of money, I am worthy and I have integrity and I have good values. So, you're going to be more confident about yourself. But, definitely a habit or a job which doesn't serve you has to go because it was draining your confidence or draining your income. Maybe you were giving a lot of things for free because Pisces is a martyr and a giver, right? And in your second house, it could be like, oh, okay, I'm giving that for free because I don't value myself. But you can also pay off debts as well, and you can shift how you earn your living. As I said, it's not going to be, something which is a paycheck to paycheck. It is something to do with bigger investment as well. All right, and it's also your something to do with foods as well. You might going to have to get rid of shellfish because you have some kind of shellfish allergy over there. And maybe you will sell actually your oil stock investment or your oil or natural gas or pharmaceutical actually could decrease significantly and you are upset about that. Okay, then we're going to have actually, I forgot to tell you Uranus actually, guys, Uranus and Mars conjunction on July 4th, which is going to happen in Gemini in your fifth house. So careful to maybe you have a lover and you are in a relationship and like you're going to have a fight about that. You can have a huge fight with your teenager children or with your children as well. Or maybe you're going to get pregnant accidentally and your lover doesn't want to have a child and you're going to fight about that and you're going to cry as well. So definitely it could be very intense energy. So careful not to get actually in some kind of physical fight with the lover through children, but also because of children, but also or pregnancy. It could end up because Mars Uranus could be like, oh, my crypto values maybe either went up significantly or you won a lottery or you go to gambling and lose $200,000. So careful because it's very volatile energy. So then we're going to talk about the Mercury retrogrades in water signs, and it's gonna happen the first one in Pisces in your second house in March. So it's going to bring back an opportunity for you to to have a sidekick gig that you can monetize later on, maybe teaching something with spirituality as well. And then in June, we're going to have that in Cancer in the sixth house, which could bring back a contract, which could bring back an employer or a tenant as well for you. Maybe it could bring back also a lost pet as well for you, or, buying a home, a contract to buy a home. And then in October, it's going to happen in your 10th house, which is your career, your reputation. So the promotion, what was promised to you, might going to come back to you, or the career, you thought, you're going to be promoted by someone, maybe on social media, and they hesitated, but right now they are like, you know what, we want to have a podcast with you. And then Venus gonna go retrograde October 3rd till November 6th, and it's going to start in your 10th house Scorpio, then it's gonna dip back to your 9th house. So obviously career is bringing back opportunity with that bonus or promotion publication as well. Being seen by the public, you might going to become the CEO, but you had been promised before, but somehow it's get delayed. And right now, when it goes back to 90, it could bring back a second partner to you, or, like a second marriage you were talking about, but it's get delayed, or you stop talking about that for a while. It could also bring back a publishing opportunity, or you could get expected to the university where you felt where you had some kind of bad information before, but right now it's bringing back some opportunity for you. All right, guys, then we're gonna go to the last sign, and it's going to be my beautiful Pisces friend. I'm also a Pisces myself. So I'm myself a Pisces as well. My sun is in 4 degrees Pisces. And you know what? It's your 2026 astrology forecast, guys. And you are the last sign, but obviously not the least, And we're going to start actually with Neptune, your ruler, your new ruler, modern ruler, going actually to Aries. And it doesn't really like to be in Aries, right? So it's rather to be in Pisces, but you had a good run. It was in your sign for a long time, but right now it's gonna go to your second house. And Neptune is the higher octave of love and higher octave of Venus, which is money. And your second house also your personal values, your self-worth, and also your finances, your money as well, your income. And right now it's initiating a deeply spiritual yet potentially confusing chapter around your finances and material security, right? It is very slow moving energy, so it will inspire you to reevaluate what abundance really means to you. And because Neptune is glamour, it could actually bring in a windfall of money for you. It is something through art. It can bring in a gig, an extra hobby for you, what you didn't know about. You have that gift, but eventually you're going to be able to monetize. Maybe actually you are a good dancer, or you are actually an amazing singer, or you are actually a good script writer and photographer, and right now you're capable to create something out from this, and then you are going to make a lot of money. Maybe you actually invested in drilling, oil drilling companies, or oil, or natural gas, and it's going to increase the value of your stock portfolio, even with pharmaceuticals as well. It is spiritually really, really rewarding, right? Because it's not immediate financial gains, but it is financial gains as well. Also, it could bring in false promises as well, obviously, because of Neptune, also illusion, delusion, it's false promises, it's kind of shim as well. So careful with investment, which is too good to be good kind of investments, because it could be some kind of fraud. But if you are doing something to do with collectible, maybe because Saturn gonna come over here, very, very old, antique, expensive watches, that value could go up. Maybe you found something in a market and it is an artwork or a Bible and some spiritual book or script, and you bought it for $2 and it's worth 200,000. So it could happen as well. You can find something on your attic, right? And or roof, attic, somewhere top of your house, where it's like, all right, you know what? It is very valuable. Maybe you, Neptune is could be also eternal womb inheritance. Maybe I'm cleaning out my grandparent house and I found some either a watch or art over there, and I will become rich from that. It could be also, you know, second house. You walk on the shore, you know, by the beach, and you know, just look down and you find the diamond ring, which is like, I don't know, like at $300,000, something like that could happen, obviously. You know, it's not going to happen with everyone, but you know, why not? And Neptune also marine animals, and it could be actually, I heard it from one of my friend, and that is some kind of whale poop get like become a stone, whale poops, and they are actually giving a lot of money for that. So who knows? You know, like I'm trying to come up with examples, crazy examples over here, but it could be anything really unpredictable way as well. All right, you're not going to need a lot of external validation right now because you feel the gift and you want to create. You can actually create a movie as well. Then February 13th, Saturn going to enter Aries. Saturn is an awakening. Over here, Neptune is very delusional, illusional. It's inflation also. Saturn is deflation, but Saturn is structure. It also could be like you're going to invest in undeveloped land, and Neptune is there nearby ocean. But Saturn also brings responsibility, right? And also financial trials as well. But Saturn in the second house, don't really worry about that because it could be actually saving account. You are capable to actually preserve your money and save. When I had Saturn in the second house, I finally had my safe, and I started to save a lot of money. So that could be also really good for that. Or Saturn also could be something to get government funding as well. So it could be like something to do with, you know, like government going to pay for something for you, maybe for some kind of art school, maybe some kind of doctorate, maybe some kind of med school. And it could be really good for you as well. All right, but definitely helps with your values, and you know, it demands actions and accountability and financial responsibility. It is like, hey, you have debts. You're not going to buy that art right now because it's cost like $100,000. Why don't you pay the 100,000 debts off first, and then you can buy whatever or invest in something. So it is consistency also to create some kind of financial stability and preserve your money. Yes, so definitely more responsible in finances as well. And this investing, as I said, property ownership, it's very important right now. Sustainable living as well, farmland. All right, guys, so February 17th, we have the solar eclipse in Aquarius in your 12th house, and that's going to be the unseen, the subconscious. It's hospital, hospice. It is hospitality, hotels, you know, anything to do with Airbnbs, faraway countries, offshore accounts over here. So it could bring in an opportunity. And the solar eclipse is new moon eclipse and new moon on steroids, you know. It's turning out to be positive, and it is a fated event. So you got to be a leader of a hospital, or you're going to become an employee as a nurse or you know, like a doctor. You can actually working with pharmaceutical companies, or you might going to open a hotel, maybe a boutique hotel, an Airbnb. You can also open an offshore account. You can also have some kind of inheritance from people who you didn't know they exist. It could be also help to release some kind of self-sabotaging behavior for you, some kind of outdated karmic baggage, right? So it could be also like you resolve, and you did have some kind of draining commitment, and you just get rid of that. And it's also going to resolve some kind of long-term grief over that. Definitely spiritual awakening definitely calls you to create maybe a retreat, maybe a healing village where people are meditating or, engaging with healing arts and stepping back from noise and disconnect from the world, the rat race. And it's profound, it's beautiful. Also, it's going to actually, bring up your hidden enemies, the toxic habits, what you had also. But hidden enemies also get reward, and you're going to be able to win them over and reclaim your peace because you are cutting cords right now. Also, it's going to flood you with artistic insights as well, or maybe also intuition. You downloading your Akashic records, you see the unseen, and you might going to write a book. Wake up and everything you dreamt in your dream. You're going to put that on paper and write about that. Definitely, solitude and also art going to become your healing balm so you can heal through that. On March 3rd, we're going to have a Virgo eclipse actually, and Virgo is in your seventh house, Pisces. It is actually a lunar eclipse, a Virgo eclipse, so it could actually release a relationship, a toxic partnership. Something to do with contract could end right now. Maybe, like you're going to disconnect with some of your client, they are demanding and you have to let them go, or they become codependent and you cannot heal them anymore, you cannot advise them anywhere. So also business partnership could dissolve right now as well, because maybe you had some kind of lack of communication between you. But definitely it is like, okay, it could like end some kind of toxic behavior in the relationship. It doesn't have to be a divorce or separation, but it's end some kind of toxicity over there. You're not going to tolerate anymore, or over compromise or tolerate any kind of bullshit. That's, you deserve better, and that's it. So that's you're going to create a healthier self-respect for yourself. And then April 26th, we're going to have Uranus enter Gemini, which is going to happen in your fourth house. This is good, guys, because of your living situation, your foundation, your domestic life, your anything to do with your family dynamic roots and your land. It's under a huge transformation, and it's revolutionary change as well for the coming years. It's 7 years right now. So some kind of spontaneous relocation, or some kind of unconventional living arrangement, you might going to experience a sudden move, maybe tornado alley you living in, or some kind of flood area, and you have to move from there because of environmental issues. Or it could be like, yes, you are going to be like, okay, I need more peace and be in a community where people are like-minded. So you're going to buy Tesla houses, create a community, live with your friends together somehow. It could be also liberate you emotionally as well. You definitely want to only keep in touch with people, even if they family member who are value your opinion and you value their knowledge and opinion, and they are not toxic, and they have deep conversation, and not just like kind of on the surface what's the weather or gossiping. You're just not going to get into those at all. But also unexpectedly, it could change the whole family dynamic, because you're going to find out your significant other has another child from the past. And, it could be also like maybe you find out your father is not your biological father. So, it is like you learn about your family dynamic, your roots right now. It could also be like, okay, let's have a nomadic lifestyle. Like, no, I'm going to go to every 3 months I'm in a different country and teaching or doing astrology courses or, some kind of definitely, like freedom, kind of unpredictable freedom in family dynamic as well. You might going to homeschool your children though, because it could be homeschooling as well. You didn't find right schools for them and you have enough. On June 19, actually, we're going to have Chiron going, no, June 9th, we're going to have your fifth house, Venus, and what is conjuncting Venus and Jupiter gonna be exalted. Some of you might going to get pregnant. You definitely can get a very, very good news about your children. They get into an amazing university or new school, or you might going to actually have some kind of amazing opportunity to relocate, and it's going to be something very joyous. Maybe you're going to just go to the summer, like somewhere where it's going to be for a long term, June, July, August, in a country where it's like, feel like heaven, actually, and a lot of fun. For example, bucket list traveling. You go to Hawaii, you go to, I don't know, Costa Rica, somewhere beautiful, right? Beautiful for you. Uh, and it could be also like you renovate your children's room, for example. You can also do what else you can do. You can actually have a creative project done. Maybe you published books or you wrote lyrics or you get a manager agent for your creative outlet right now. You get a lover and your intimate life going to become very, very intense and romantic over there. And then we're going to have Chiron going in Taurus, and Taurus is actually your third house. Third house is something to do with your voice, something to do with your perception, your journey, and it could be some kind of healing journey. You're going to start a new supplement, or, it could be like, all right, I'm gonna start to learn medicine, herbology, or mythology, for example, as well. It could be like, like I just want to learn about mythology. And it could be also like, I'm going to move in a neighborhood where are actually animals, like maybe cows, maybe a lot of farmland, and I want to live in a place where is more, tangible, something to do with animals and farms, and I can actually, have my herb garden and rely on my own. Food, for example, what I produce for myself. Yeah, it could be also like, you doubted your intelligence perhaps, and right now you are like, okay, I'm not the laughing stock anymore. Actually, I can show I couldn't talk because I stuttered when I was a child, or, speech delay or speech issues. But right now I'm a writer. So I showed that for the people who bullied me back then, I became who I became. Actually, I'm good with words. I'm good with the way I express myself. And definitely, laughter is healing, guys. Anything to do with meditation, with with communication, learning, true authentic communication is definitely healing. If you have some kind of broken relationship with your siblings because some kind of inheritance, I know you can have some kind of, this transit going to bring some kind of healing in sibling rivalry. So yes, you are not judging anymore. You are not ashamed them anymore, or there is like, okay, let's talk about that and let's kind of rewrite our story right now, give each others an opportunity again. And then, if you're mentoring people, it could be also really good if you are teaching medicine or creating teacher, astroherbalism, for example, as well. So it could be very, very good for that. Definitely, you can open an animal shelter, you can have some kind of like children who had some kind of learning disability, you also can help those children. You can also start your newsletter and podcasting as well, but newsletter could be really great right now. June 30, Jupiter going to enter Leo, your sixth house. Jupiter is the fairy godfather. Jupiter is actually Santa Claus energy, expansion, optimism, and it's in your daily life, your work routine, your health habit. It's going to bring in some kind of expensive routines right now. You might going to change your diet right now. More meat, actually, more protein based diet as well. You're gonna be very optimistic. You can hire new employees, or you have foreign for workers right now. Definitely, you can get a job as if you are in that age, you want to have a job and you can actually blossom in new opportunities as well. So, especially also if you are teaching or being a mentor, or if you are teaching languages, for example, or you can create a publishing company right now, and you can be the bridge between people. Definitely going to get a promotion or some kind of exciting project. It could land on your lap. And it could be something to do with stage creativity. You can be seen on the stage. So it could be really a good, healthy reboost for your career and for, the job what you are doing. And it is also a great period to improve your physical well-being, your fitness routine. You might going to find some kind of holistic practice right now. And it also rules pets, guys. So you might going to adopt a pet, or you might going to have your pet healed, your furry friend, right? Yes, but you can also actually buy a property for renting. You're going to, or maybe multiple properties to rent. Um, but Jupiter in the sixth house could be also health issues. So careful with your heart, your cholesterol, and high blood pressure, because it could bring in some kind of issues. And if you have employees, please be careful not to be arrogant or know it all, because then they're going to get disappointed. July 26, yes. No, July 4th, actually, we're going to have Uranus and Mars conjuncting, and it's going to conjunct in Gemini, and Gemini is in your fourth house. So careful with electricity issues, careful with fire tornado, careful with lightning, nearby your house, for example. But electric fire in the house, or something to do with your solar planner, or if you have unconventional energy, it could create some kind of fire and chaos. It could be a family dispute. It could be like you're going to actually become and have a protest on your land, like you are a patriot, America first, or something like that kind of protest during this time. Close to your home could be a protest and shooting, or you might going to live in a tornado alley, and it could bring in some kind of damage. It's very volatile energy, fight with family members, as well. Yeah. Then it could be, then we're going to have July 26th, the North Node going to go to Aquarius and South Node in Leo. So that's the 12th and the 6th house. So the 12 was not over there going to actually bring in some kind of healing and solitude with some kind of karmic trauma, right? The baggage is going to be seen, and you are capable to create actually. You're letting go of subconscious fear, you're letting go of, for example, self-sabotaging behavior. You can go to hypnotherapy and get healed. You're going to get detached from materialism, and it can bring in closure and soul fulfillment for you. So you can actually turn inward, and you are like not going to seek for socially be active right now. You can be called toward to spiritual services. You're going to have the veterans, the orphans. to create actually non-profit perhaps. You're gonna be the bridge between people. You're going to connect people together. Maybe you're going to start spiritual teaching, but on social media, for example, or on internet. You can actually create space for a retreat, for people who want to have a destination retreat somewhere and recalibrate their energies. Yeah, so it's a soul cleansing energy. It's getting rid of and freed by generational chain right now. Yeah, and then August 12th, we're going to have a solar eclipse in Leo in the sixth house, which is going to actually be, you know, uh, positive for your health, positive for your work. For example, you experience some kind of major job change, whatever drained you, it's not there for you anymore. It's a fulfilling work. It is something what you enjoy, very joyful. Also, it could be a miraculous healing as well. It could be something which is like one day somebody said you are a terminal ill, and next day there is like they don't find anything. You also, because you can open a gym, you can open a yoga studio with a juice bar as well during this time. So anything which is serving others as well, a jewelry store, and also, this energy is going to help you with um, your habits, everything which was toxic in your environment, it's cleared out, and you're going to seek for joy and, laughter, and you're not going to watch news anymore. You're going to watch funny stories, stand-up comedy, for example. You can become a stand-up comedist during this time and being in stage. You're not going to have self-sacrificing anymore. August 28th, you're going to have the lunar eclipse in your first house, guys. Everything. It's on Archangel for Gabriel, fixed star for Mohat. So, you are going to actually let go of all kind of self-sabotaging behavior, anything to do with identity crisis. You are like, maybe you are shedding your skin, maybe actually you had an allergy or eczema that is healing. You're going to let go of self limiting beliefs right now, and everything which is outgrown is going to fall away. So, going actually undergo some kind of dramatic appearance shift as well. You might need to, because you might going to need a restructure surgery, but it's going to become actually good for you, and it allows you to be authentic and spiritual. You can actually become a spiritual teacher. You can become someone who is having, for example, a priest, someone who is studying astrology, studying to become a nurse, or a death doula, or someone who is a midwife or doula during this year. So yeah, you can become, or maybe you're just letting go, you're going to get out from prison and it's liberate you, or getting out from hospice with miraculous healing. All right, guys, and two more things. Mercury retrograde going to be in water signs. The very first going to happen in March in your sign, in your first house. So it could bring back a contract for you, an opportunity to sign, for example, a contract with an employer, or maybe buying a house or moving faraway countries, or become a spiritual teacher. But also, when it's going to happen in June in your fifth house, it could be something to do with your children. Your children maybe lost an opportunity to get into a good school, but it will bring back actually for them that opportunity. Or it is bringing back a conversation about children itself. Should we get another one or not, or adopt a child kind of situation, or should we renovate the room for the children? And then in October, gonna happen in your ninth house. So it is like, all right, you know what? I wanted to go abroad, and somehow my work didn't allow me to go because I was overwhelmed. But right now I'm able to go. Maybe I need a surgery in a foreign country, a facelift or something like that, and it's bringing back the opportunity there because it's going to happen in Scorpio. Then Venus is the one which is going to go retrograde in October 3rd till November 6th. First in Scorpio in the ninth house. So obviously, then I wouldn't actually, recommend you surgeries because of then Venus could turn out to become very bad. So what I would actually say, maybe you have to redone a surgery that was actually ruined. And if you'd redone some kind of plastic surgery or any kind of surgery, repeat it, then it could be really good during this time. But it could also bring in an investment opportunity in foreign shore, foreign currency, foreign stock market. And then later on, when it's gonna go back to Libra, it could bring in back a question about pregnancy, or maybe, because of you had a miscarriage or abortion before, and right now you are actually reconsidering to get pregnant again, or reconsidering actually investment. Maybe you actually wanted to invest in stock market, but somehow your financial practitioner advisor left and or died, and right now you have to choose a different one, and you have an opportunity again to invest in luxurious stuffs. For example, Libra or Ethereum. For example, Libra loves Ethereum as well. It could be that one as well. But yeah, that could be also some kind of, inheritance money coming back to you, or medical malpractice. You thought you're losing the case, but somehow you can reopen it, and it's turning for your favor. All right, my beautiful people, that was a very long video. I don't know, it came to 6 hours, something like that. I'm going to actually timestamp everything so you can actually go back and forth. Please make sure you hype up my videos so I can get a lot of views. Right now, I worked a lot. Thank you so much to being here, and I love you all. Happy 2026. Bye for now.